Prime Minister Indira Gandhi initiated a number of moves in home and foreign policies, which were approved by progressives and furiously attacked by the reactionaries. As a result of the nationalization of 14 large banks, which was a heavy blow at the monopolies, the government assumed control of over 85% of all bank deposits, thereby increasing the state's net revenue. This control of the greater part of bank deposits enables the state to utilize them for national development. The Gandhi government has declared its intention to reorient its economic policy, enlarge the state sector, restrict the monopolies' power, and so on. It has also announced its readiness to expand friendly relations with the Soviet Union and the other socialist countries, as well as with progressive regimes in Asia and Africa. The Indian government condemned the U.S. aggressive war in Indochina, Britain's decision to sell arms to the South African racists, and so on. The reactionaries within and without the National Congress have come out jointly against the government's policy, accusing Indira Gandhi of dictatorial methods, sympathy with the communists and the intention to make India a satellite of the Soviet Union. They have urged the government to crack down on the democratic movement, ban the Communist Party, and authorize preventive detention without trial. In their attempts to deceive and disunite the people, the reactionaries have stirred up religious and language chauvinism, caste prejudices and communal enmity, and anti-communism and anti-Sovietism. They have obstructed the government's efforts to put its program into effect. A sharp political struggle in the National Congress led to a differentiation of forces in it and a split at the end of 1969. This split resulted in a National Congress of Indira Gandhi supporters, and an organization Congress or a syndicate of right-wing members of the National Congress. The Indian National Congress found mass support in its struggle against the right-wingers. Broad sections of the people entered into active political life, demanding early completion of the agrarian reforms, reduction of the fixed land holding ceiling, abolition of the land tax paid by the small peasant households, and so on. The parliamentary elections of March 1971, held in a situation of crisis created by the right-wingers, brought a landslide victory for the Democrats and other progressives. The National Congress won 350 out of the 518 parliamentary seats, thus securing over two-thirds of the votes necessary for amending the Constitution. 48 seats were won by the rightist parties. The Communist Party was working to defeat the joint forces of the Organization Congress, the Svatantra and Jan Sangh, and achieved this aim, retaining its former positions in the parliament by winning 24 seats. This was a massive vote in favor of a shift to the left, so that the ruling National Congress can now live up to its promises and lead the country along the road of democracy and progress. The most important feature in India's current development is that the people's election victory was conducive to greater activity of the masses and that Democrats and the other progressive forces have begun to realize the need to rally their forces. An active policy of consolidating all left-wing, democratic, and patriotic forces is being pursued by the Communist Party, which believes that the conditions have matured for a national democratic front, with the working class and the peasantry forming its main force, supported by the urban middle strata and the patriotically minded bourgeoisie. Held in October 1971, the 9th Congress of the Communist Party of India pointed out in its political resolution that a national democratic front is an alliance of all patriotic, democratic, and left-wing forces, irrespective of political affiliation, which are interested in the completion of the national democratic revolution. In the Indian Communists' opinion, an important condition for such a front is a broad people's movement, to include the radical part of the bourgeoisie and those bourgeois representatives in the government and the Congress Party who are interested in a consistent struggle against imperialism, Indian monopoly capital and feudalism, and for revolutionary democracy and cardinal structural changes in the state apparatus and other spheres. The broad platform advanced by the 9th Congress for the unification of all left-wing and democratic forces, contained the following demands: 1. Nationalization and transfer to the state sector of all foreign-owned factories. 2. A radical agrarian reform, revision of laws on the size of land holdings, distribution of all surplus and uncultivated land among the agricultural workers, land-hungry peasants, and the untouchables, fixed wages for farm laborers. 3. Expansion of the state sector and wider democracy in its management by introducing workers' control at all levels. 4. Revision of the wage-setting system for industrial workers, with due account of price rises, etc., and the fixing of minimum wages. 5. Recognition of the trade union's right to collective bargaining and to strikes. 6. The abolition of unemployment. 7. Democratization of the education system, a reform in the system of examinations, and so on. The growing struggle and united action on the basis of the 9th Congress program will, in the Communists' opinion, change the alignment of class forces in favor of the working class and its close ally, the peasantry. This policy is aimed at defeating the reactionaries and enabling the working class to put an end to the bourgeoisie's monopoly of power. It will then be possible to replace the present bourgeois government by a government of a left-wing democratic front, in which power will be wielded by parties and forces representing the working class, the peasantry, the radical urban middle strata, and the patriotic non-monopoly national bourgeoisie. The Indian communists are aware of the many difficulties awaiting them in implementing this program. There are many problems awaiting solution in the working class, one of them being the achievement of working class unity. To the credit of the Communist Party is the success scored in May 1971, in the struggle for a united front, when, on the initiative of the All India II Congress, the vanguard of the country's working class, a conference of all mass trade union organizations adopted a charter of joint action, which set down the basic tasks of the trade union movement. United action by the left-wing, democratic, and national patriotic forces is an urgent need, which may well be successful thanks to the objective possibilities that have of late appeared in India. The struggle for a united national front is developing in specific conditions in Sri Lanka. Between 1960 and March 1965, when the Sirimavo Bandaranak government was in power, expressing the interests of the radical sections of the national bourgeoisie, the Communist Party of that country was the initiator of the struggle for a broad-based united front of all progressive elements. The Sri Lanka Communists have used flexible tactics in the struggle for a united front, achieving joint action on concrete questions. Thus, in September 1962, the Communist and left-wing parties voted down some of the budget items and organized a campaign against cancelling rice allowances and a campaign of solidarity with Cuba. Late in 1962, the Communists and the left-wing parties agreed to act jointly in the local elections, thereby ensuring victory for their candidates. In 1963, the left-wing forces conducted a successful campaign in defense of national sovereignty and for nationalization of foreign oil companies. As a result, the government was compelled to take over the distribution of all oil products on the home market. The Communist Party was gradually laying the foundations for broad unity of the progressive forces. Thus, the August 1963 agreement establishing a united left front of the Communist Party of Sri Lanka, the Lanka Sama Samaha Party * and the Mahajana Eksath Paramuna was a major success for the Communists. The front proclaimed two programs, one immediate and the other a general program, the former containing the immediate demands of the workers, peasants, and other strata of the people, and the latter outlining the basic targets for completing the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal stage of the revolution. The general program reflected the interests of all progressive forces in the country. The United Left Front was an important step towards closing the split in the working class and achieving communist-socialist unity. It made working-class guidance possible in the progressive forces' struggle against the domination of imperialist monopolies in the national economy, and for greater political independence, the abolition of feudal relations, economic self-sufficiency, and broad democracy, so as to lay the foundations for the country's non-capitalist development, with the subsequent transition to socialism. Led by the United National Party, the reactionaries saw in this increasing left-wing unity a grave threat to their economic and political positions, so they turned to their advantage the vacillation displayed by the leaders of the Mahajana Eksath Paramuna, who backed the reactionaries, in the March 1965 elections, thereby weakening left-wing unity. As a result, the United National Party came to power. The Communist Party of Sri Lanka showed that the UNP government was expressing primarily the interests of the top strata of the bourgeoisie and the landowners, who were closely connected with foreign capital. The government's anti-popular policy in the economic, political, and social spheres made it hated by the masses and gave rise to a progressive opposition to the regime. Three progressive parties, the Sri Lanka Freedom Party *, the Lanka Sama Samaha Party and the Communist Party of Sri Lanka, established links of unity in the struggle against imperialism and the local reactionaries. They came out as a united front in all mass campaigns and also in parliament, where they formed a united opposition. In June 1968, after a long and thorough discussion, the three parties signed a general program for a united front. The program stated that the three parties wanted to introduce socialist democracy, the ensuring of Sri Lanka's independence, sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity, the abolition of economic and social privileges, inequality, and exploitation, guarantees of equal opportunities for all citizens, development of a democratic form of government and democratic rights of the people, including their right to have a government through free, unprejudiced, and regular elections, and so on. The front's aim was the formation of a people's government of three parties and other progressive forces, headed by the Sri Lanka Freedom Party President Sirimavo Bandaranaike, a government that would effect a number of extensive socio-economic changes in the interests of the working people, and, first of all, reorganize the state apparatus on a democratic basis, ensuring the active participation of the people in running state affairs. It was to improve the condition of the peasants by turning over the land to those who tilled it, repealing the irrigation tax, and ensuring technical and other assistance by the state, industrialize the country by uniting the principal branches of the economy in the state sector, and bring under state control all private banks, including the foreign, as well as the import and export of staple commodities. In the May 1970 parliamentary elections, the United Left Front won 115 out of the 151 seats, the United National Party retaining only 17 seats. Headed by Sirimavo Bandaranaike, a ULF government was formed of representatives of the three parties, including the Communist Party, whose General Secretary Peter Kuhn-Eman was given the post of Minister of Housing, Construction and Public Works. From the very outset, the government encountered serious difficulties in implementing its program. The Sri Lanka economy has remained agrarian, with agriculture being greatly specialized. Up to 60% of the cultivated land is under tea, rubber, and coconut palms, which brings in 90% of the foreign currency earnings. During its first year in office, the ULF government carried out a number of progressive measures. It introduced currency restrictions on the import of luxury goods, granted privileges for the import of food and prime necessities, undertook initial steps to expand the state sector, whose share of aggregate industrial output was 30% in 19,714, announced a plan of accelerated economic development. Envisaging the abolition of the big estates, nationalization of the key industries, a further expansion of the state sector, nationalization of foreign and internal wholesale trade, etc. The ULF government, which has been conducting a policy of non-alignment, has established diplomatic relations with the German Democratic Republic, the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, the Provisional Revolutionary Government of the Republic of South Vietnam, and has severed diplomatic relations with Israel. All these progressive measures have been carried out in conditions of a bitter struggle against the growing resistance from the reactionaries, who are utilizing the economic difficulties and the political immaturity of certain sections of the people, especially the youth, to spread disappointment and mistrust of the government. In April 1971, there took place a reactionary counter-revolutionary uprising, many of whose participants belonged to the petty bourgeois nationalists and to ultra-leftist elements. In these most difficult conditions, the Communist Party is building up the mass movement and rallying all progressive forces, with the aim of strengthening the ULF positions and carrying out the ULF program. It is doing much to unite the working class, the peasantry, the revolutionary youth, and the progressive intelligentsia in a broad front, on the following platform: 1. Nationalization of the banks and a ban on the export of profits and dividends. 2. A state monopoly of imports and exports. 3. Lower prices for prime necessities. 4. An end to unemployment. 5. Transfer of the uncultivated land, both state and privately owned, to the landless peasants. 6. Democratization of the state apparatus. These and other measures should weaken the economic and political positions of the reactionaries. Thus, the struggle to form national democratic fronts in the newly free countries of Asia and Africa is a decisive condition for their advance along the road of social progress and independence. Building up these fronts is a complex and many-sided process, which is proceeding amid sharp struggles. The Communists' determination to set up and consolidate united fronts is an earnest of success for the cause. Chapter 8. Latin American Communists and the Problems of United Action by Progressive Anti-Imperialist Revolutionary Forces. 1. The prerequisites for, and the nature and specific features of, the revolutionary processes in the Latin American countries. Most Latin American countries threw off the colonial yoke, gained political independence, and embarked on the road of capitalist development in the early 19th century, a development that was held up by restricted home markets and slow rates of industrial growth caused by the domination of the big landed estates and by internecine wars. This was taken advantage of by the big capitalist powers, with the result that, by the time capitalism entered its imperialist stage, the Latin American countries were in the toils of financial and diplomatic dependence on Britain, the USA, Germany, France, and other imperialist powers, which moreover had retained colonial possessions in the Caribbean. After World War II, U.S. imperialism established its supremacy in the area at the expense of its war-weakened rivals, largely involving Latin American states in an unequal political alliance, the so-called Inter-American System, which was based on anti-communism. Latin America has been assigned no small role in U.S. imperialism's global strategy. It is the third biggest area for U.S. overseas investments, which bring in higher profits than in any other part of the world. As the biggest owners of land in Latin America, the U.S. monopolies are supporting the big local landed proprietors, who own more than half of the cultivated land. The bloc of U.S. monopolies, local landowners, and other members of the oligarchy pursues reactionary pro-imperialist internal and external policies. For many years, the Latin American ruling classes have played the role of junior partners to the U.S. in the Cold War against the world socialist system. Guided by the working class and its political parties, the Latin American masses are actively opposing imperialist domination, fighting to strengthen their country's national sovereignty and economic and foreign policy independence, and coming out for thorough political and socio-economic transformations. In this struggle, they draw on traditions of solidarity which date back to the 1810 to 1826 War of Independence. Since the early years of the 20th century, Latin America has emerged as a major area of the struggle against imperialism, first and foremost, that of the United States. Among the highlights of 50 years of the revolutionary anti-imperialist struggle waged by the Latin American peoples are, the Mexican anti-imperialist bourgeois revolution of 1910-1917, which was accompanied by a peasant war, the guerrilla war against the U.S. invaders in Haiti and the Dominican Republic in the 20s, the armed struggle of the Nicaraguan people in 1927 to 1934 under Cesar Augusto Sandino, the communist-led popular uprising in San Salvador in 1932, the heroic revolutionary march of the Luis Carlos Prestes column in 1924 to 1927 in Brazil, the bourgeois democratic Revolution of 1933 in Cuba, the victory of the Popular Front in Chile in 1938, the democratic anti-imperialist revolution of 1944 to 1954 in Guatemala, the Civil War in Paraguay in 1947, and the Bolivian Revolution of 1952, to say nothing of major strikes by industrial workers, and armed uprisings in many cities and rural areas. Taking advantage of the shift of the world alignment of forces towards socialism, the democratic and revolutionary movements in Latin America launched a new phase of the anti-imperialist struggle in the mid-50s, its highlights being the popular revolution in Cuba, which has embarked on socialist construction, and, in recent years, the establishment of the Popular Unity government in Chile, the assumption of power by a progressive regime in Peru, and massive revolutionary action by the working class and other sections of the people in many Latin American countries. The mounting anti-imperialist struggle and class battles, the growing contradictions between the U.S. monopolies and the influential local bourgeoisies, and the increased inter-imperialist rivalry in the area have all contributed to the crisis of the inter-American system of imperialist domination and opened up new possibilities for independent foreign policies and long overdue social changes. The emergence from external isolation, and the expanding diplomatic, economic, and cultural ties of Latin American countries with the socialist states and with the young states of Asia and Africa are making this trend prevalent in Latin American policies. The 1969 International Meeting of Communist and Workers' Parties has summed up the main features of the revolutionary process in that area as follows: the winning of state independence in the early 19th century by most of these countries, and the struggle against colonialism waged by some peoples, the struggle against the common oppressor and exploiter U.S. imperialism, which has established its domination over these countries, a prolonged period of capitalist development, survivals of feudalism in many countries, a struggle for genuine national sovereignty and economic independence, intertwined with pitched class battles against capitalist exploitation, primarily against the monopolies, foreign and local, and against the big landowners, a struggle in support of democratic demands and against dictatorial regimes, the size of the urban and rural proletariat, the existence, in 24 countries, of communist parties, America's first socialist state established in Cuba. The Cuban Revolution has made a breach in the system of Latin American regimes forming part of the world system of capitalism. However, owing to the uneven economic and political development and the rapid changes in the international situation, the revolutionary process in Latin American countries, while showing an overall upward trend, has not been uniform, with the ebb and flow of the revolutionary struggle involving different countries at different times and with varying intensity. With the exception of Cuba, which is laying down the foundations of a socialist society, other Latin American countries are either tackling the tasks of the anti-imperialist, agrarian and democratic revolution, or are approaching that stage. In type, however, i.e., in their objective socio-economic content, as well as their motive forces, the revolutions in the various Latin American countries are different, although the struggle against imperialism, notably U.S. imperialism, is the main external goal for all of them. The multiplicity of types of the economy, their different combinations, which are a feature of countries with a medium level of capitalist development and with strong pre-capitalist survivals, and the various forms of dependence on foreign monopolies have resulted in an objective difference in the tasks confronting revolutions in the various countries. The colonial countries in the Caribbean, which are at a relatively advanced stage of capitalism, are waging a struggle for national and political independence, i.e., for statehood, with progressive and anti-imperialist forces demanding immediate political independence, or internal self-government, as in the case of Martinique and Guadeloupe, which want autonomy within the French community as a step leading to full political independence. The peoples of the newly independent Caribbean states, which are still in the toils of neocolonialism, seek to escape from its meshes, attain genuine national sovereignty, and implement revolutionary anti-imperialist social reforms to pave the way for socialism. In the small and backward agrarian countries such as Haiti, Honduras, and Nicaragua, the economies are largely pre-capitalist, with 60 to 87% of the total labor force engaged in agriculture. The political superstructure, as represented by traditional tyrannies, reflects their socio-economic backwardness, as well as these countries' political and military dependence on U.S. imperialism, which occupied their territories until recently. The working class is relatively small and is largely engaged in cottage industries and small enterprises. It is poorly organized politically and the trade union membership is small. The communist parties are of recent origin. Nevertheless, the urban and rural proletariat engages in vigorous strike action, especially at monopoly-owned plantations. Downtrodden by the local big landowners and the U.S. monopolies, the peasantry is only awakening to action. These countries face a revolution that is anti-imperialist and anti-feudal in its content. However, immediate priority must go to the abolition of pro-imperialist dictatorial regimes and the democratization of the political systems. The most diverse social forces are objectively interested in the accomplishment of this task, the struggle against the dictatorial regimes often being led by the petty bourgeoisie with support from the working class and the peasantry. Popular action often develops into general political strikes, and, in some cases, is accompanied by armed uprisings against the regimes and their imperialist masters. The most prominent role on the political scene is often played, not so much by political parties as by other institutions, such as the universities, the army *, the church, and so on. In the van of this struggle are the communist parties, who proceed from the prospect of the present struggle developing into an anti-imperialist and anti-feudal revolution, and from the possibility of these countries taking to the non-capitalist path. In Latin American agrarian countries, which have in recent decades seen a vigorous development of capitalism, especially in the light industries, and where revolutionary processes have been aborted by U.S. intervention, the revolution's anti-imperialist objectives are also intertwined with the anti-feudal. However, the overthrow of imperialist-imposed regimes in these countries may bring revolutionary democratic and anti-imperialist popular governments to power. In a number of countries, including such big ones as Argentina, Brazil, and Mexico, capitalism has reached a medium level of development and has emerged as the main mode of production, although remnants of pre-capitalist relations are still very much in evidence in agriculture and in the political superstructure. At the same time, there is a marked trend towards a state monopoly system of rule, which is viewed by the foreign and home monopolies and other oligarchical circles as a way out of the present deep crisis of the dependent capitalist structure. In such countries, many important tasks of the general democratic stage of the revolution are yet to be accomplished, though there do exist certain material prerequisites for the building of socialism. The main revolutionary motive force in these countries is the proletariat. 60% of the workers in the manufacturing industries are concentrated at factories, between 1/4 and 1/3 being employed at large enterprises with 500 or more workers. The proletariat is relatively well organized, between 40 and 60% are being in the trade unions, most of which are affiliated with independent trade union centers. Communist parties arose in these countries immediately after the Great October Revolution, and are in most cases broad-based nationwide parties. However, the proletariat's lack of political unity still affects its militancy. A considerable part of the industrial workers and other working people follow the lead of nationalist populist parties and movements, which have a reformist stand. Along with the working class and the peasantry, an important motive force of the revolution in these countries are the urban middle strata, which are the social base for populist movements. During the first phase of the revolution, which is anti-imperialist, anti-oligarchical, agrarian, and broadly democratic, the popular bloc may be joined by members of the non-monopolistic local bourgeoisie. Radical anti-imperialist and anti-oligarchical measures corresponding to the stage of the revolution are capable of undermining the capitalist system and paving the way for a gradual transition from the democratic to the socialist revolution. Thus, the program of the Communist Party of Argentina defines the future revolution as democratic, agrarian, and anti-imperialist, with an orientation towards socialism and the construction of a socialist society. It proceeds from the assumption that the revolution will produce a democratic popular multi-party government of a new type, in which the organized working class will be represented. The Communist Party of Uruguay also views the general democratic and the socialist revolutions as two phases of a continuous process, in which the working class plays the leading role. On the whole, it can be stated that Latin America has now entered a new stage, the highest, of an intense, prolonged and uphill struggle waged by the masses against imperialist rule and the oppression of local bourgeois and landowner oligarchies. The anti-imperialist struggle of the peoples in the Latin American countries, it is stressed in the resolution of the CPSU's 24th Congress on the report of the party's Central Committee, is growing ever stronger. Important revolutionary democratic changes have been taking place in the life of a number of peoples on that continent. Asterisk. 2. Features of the Communist Party's struggle for the unity of the revolutionary, anti-imperialist, and democratic forces. In the conditions of a new and higher stage of the anti-imperialist revolutionary movement, which, in the words of Jorge del Prado, General Secretary of the Communist Party of Peru's Central Committee, is marked by an expansion of the anti-imperialist struggle in Latin America, the creation of a broad united front of democratic and patriotic forces assumes special importance. To find the road towards unity of each people, to feel the concrete lines of approach to each revolution, to forge the unity of the working class, the broad masses and all the patriotic and democratic forces, said Rodney Arizamendi, first secretary of the Communist Party of Uruguay's Central Committee, at the CPSU's 24th Congress. Such is apparently the great bidding of history at this hour in Latin America. The urgency of the struggle for an anti-imperialist democratic front has been stressed by all Latin American communist and workers' parties. We do not elevate our experience as a model, said Luis Corvalán, General Secretary of the Chilean Communist Party, to the CPSU Congress, but, this experience has something obvious to all: for victory to be won, whatever road to it is chosen, unity in struggle of the working class, all the revolutionaries and all the popular forces is absolutely essential. Asterisk. As Ruben Dario Sosa, General Secretary of the Partido del Pueblo of Panama, pointed out, the party works towards strengthening popular unity in order to frustrate the conspiracy of the local reaction and repel any imperialist interference, as well as ensure the implementation of deep-going transformations. For a broad national democratic front, the communist parties and the working class are initiators of the movement for the unity of progressive forces in the Latin American countries in a broad national democratic front. The unity of democratic and patriotic forces in Latin America has taken various forms: the Encuentro Nacional de los Argentinos ENA, Popular Unity in Ecuador, which was formed around a program aimed at uniting all popular and democratic forces and unanimously approved on April 27, 1971 by the Socialist Party of Ecuador, the Communist Party of Ecuador and other progressive organizations, the Coalition of Democratic Parties in San Salvador, the Unity of Patriotic Forces which is taking shape in Panama, the Frente Amplio in Uruguay, which is viewed by the Communist Party of that country as a big step forward towards a democratic front for national liberation, the Anti-Imperialist Popular Front in Bolivia, which proceeds from a unity of the working class, the most dynamic and radical sections of the urban petty bourgeoisie, the students, the popular and revolutionary political parties, the United Front of Popular Forces in Peru, Popular Unity in Chile, which was described by Orlando Millis, speaking on behalf of the Political Commission at the plenum of the Chilean Communist Party's Central Committee in September 1970, as a political union of a clearly expressed anti-oligarchical and anti-imperialist trend, the Popular Front in Venezuela, etc. However, with all the variety of forms of the anti-imperialist democratic front, there can be no doubt that genuine united action can only be achieved in a struggle against imperialism and the local bourgeois landowner oligarchies. This can take the form of a struggle against colonial regimes, against reactionary anti-democratic policies of the big bourgeoisie, and dictatorships representing a highly negative factor in the continent's history. However, this struggle is essentially anti-imperialist, anti-oligarchical, and anti-capitalist in character, and its successes are undermining the positions of imperialism and of the local bourgeois landowner oligarchy, depriving them of the main instruments of economic and political power. The broadest social forces in Latin America are involved in the liberation struggle and in forming national democratic fronts in individual countries. These involve the working class, the peasantry, the petty and middle bourgeoisie, the patriotic military, and even such sections of the bourgeoisie which, under certain conditions, find themselves involved in contradiction with monopoly capitalism and are objectively interested in opposing imperialist penetration. The inability of the Latin American bourgeoisie to head a broad anti-imperialist revolutionary movement does not mean that all of its sections are unable to wage a struggle against imperialism's rapacious policies. An example of a broad coalition of democratic, anti-dictatorial, and anti-imperialist forces is the movement of the Encuentro Nacional de los Argentinos, which was created in Rosario on November 24, 1970. Citizens representing a broad political spectrum elected delegates to the movement's constituent assembly. Besides communists, the ENA national leadership includes Peronistas, People's Radicals, Demo-Christians, Progressive Democrats, Socialists, and Independents, as well as trade union, peasant, student and civil rights leaders. The leaders of movements for the preservation of national resources, etc. Another example is the broad front of progressive forces in Uruguay, whose constituent assembly was attended by delegates of the Communist Party, the Christian Democrats, the People's Government Movement, the Blanco Popular Progressive Movement, the Left Liberation Front, the Socialist Party, the National Party, civilian and military independent groups, and other organizations. The broad front is the outcome of a prolonged and persistent struggle by the working people and other strata in Uruguay for genuine democracy and against the repressive policies of pro-imperialist governments. The foundations for the broad front were laid by Fidel, formed in 1962. The declaration adopted by the Constituent Meeting points out that the main aim of the broad front is constant political struggle, and not only participation in the electoral campaign. Asterisk. In Peru, grassroots support for the progressive, anti-imperialist, and anti-oligarchical transformations in the country has accelerated the emergence of a united popular front and its alliance with revolutionary-minded military circles. 7 organizations form the backbone of this movement: the General Confederation of Labor, the General Trade Union Center of New Towns, the Association of Ex-Sergeants, Ex-Privates and Ex-Seamen, the Tupac Amaru Peasant Federation, the National Association of Cooperatives, the National Volunteer Brigade for Agrarian Reform, and the Press and People's Cooperative. United action of these organizations will make it possible to pool the efforts of all Peruvians prepared to wage a resolute and selfless struggle for far-reaching socio-economic transformations. The creation of a united popular front in Peru at the first stage of the anti-imperialist and anti-oligarchy revolution stems from processes which took place in the 60s, a time when the proletariat was growing numerically and becoming politically stronger and better organized. The struggle waged by urban and rural working people was developing and the level of their revolutionary consciousness was rising. The General Confederation of Labor was reorganized and strengthened, and the peasants launched a struggle for land. After its ranks had been purged of dissenters and opportunists of all kinds, the Communist Party of Peru set about revising its structure and charting a new political course. The accumulation of forces was manifested in the creation of the National Front in Defense of Petroleum, the National Liberation Front and the Left Unity electoral success in November 1967. In Chile, a long struggle for a united National Democratic Front culminated in the creation of the Popular Unity Bloc, which was formally promulgated on December 17, 1969, when the Communist, Socialist, Radical and Social Democratic parties, the United Popular Action Movement and the Independent Popular Action signed a fundamental Popular Unity program. Popular Unity brings together democratic forces closely linked with the life of the people. Marxists, Catholics, and Freemasons, men and women from all walks of life and of widely differing political philosophies were able to reach understanding. For the Popular Unity Alliance is an amalgam of the social diversity and political pluralism that is part of Chile. Without such an amalgam, victory would have been inconceivable. Asterisk. The formation of the Popular Unity Bloc, representing the most diverse strata of the population opposed to imperialism and advocating the abolition of backward socio-economic structures, and the democratization of Chile's political life, led to the victory of the most consistently anti-imperialist and anti-oligarchical forces in the presidential elections on September 4, 1970. On November 3, 1970, a government, formed of representatives of all political parties in popular unity and headed by the socialist leader Salvador Allende, formally took office. The emergence and strengthening of popular unity owes much to joint action by communists and socialists in the struggle for the interests of the working people and all the population of Chile. As far back as the presidential elections of 1952, communists and socialists formed a People's Front, which nominated Salvador Allende as its presidential candidate. The setting up, in 1953, of the Single Center of Chilean Workers and the formation in 1956, on its basis, of an alliance of the Communist, Socialist and other democratic parties in a popular action front were landmarks in the struggle for the unity of the working class and the left-wing anti-imperialist movement. The joint declaration of the parties forming this anti-imperialist bloc stressed that FRAP was a single political organization of advanced forces called upon to coordinate the political, parliamentary, trade union, and electoral activities of its constituent parties. The front was prepared to act jointly with other parties and organizations whose aims and tasks coincided with its own. The statement said that the parties within the bloc retained freedom to express, disseminate, and uphold their ideological principles. Asterisk. The formation and consolidation of FRAP and CUCH have contributed to the rise of the working class and anti-imperialist movement and promoted united action by the people of Chile. Within the radical and the Christian democratic parties, which have a following among the middle strata and sections of the working class, anti-imperialist democratic trends have emerged which advocate radical socio-economic transformations to pave the way for the construction of socialism. Leadership of the Radical Party has been taken over by its progressive wing, and, following its Congress of 1967 under the slogan of A New Road for Chile, Socialism and Democracy, the Radicals joined the mainstream of the popular movement. Within the PDC left-wing currents have appeared which have led to the formation of MAPU and the left-wing Christian organization, which belongs to the Popular Unity Bloc. We believe that all popular political and social forces, said Jacques Cole, the left Christian leader, must unite if they really want to replace the capitalist system by the socialist one. The Communist Party of Chile has played an outstanding role in bringing about popular unity and winning the elections. Staunchly adhering to its course of unity, of the working class and the whole people, it has evolved the concept of the Chilean Revolution and pursued its tactics with firmness and flexibility, constantly strengthening its links with the masses. But the biggest single factor, as Luis Corvalán pointed out, was the policy adopted at the two last party congresses, of promoting closer understanding between socialists and communists, and organizing a popular unity front meant to bring together all progressive forces in the opposition and in the government against the reactionary forces in both. Asterisk. In conducting their political line, the Chilean communists have staunchly opposed covert as well as overt enemies, dyed-in-the-wool reactionaries, as well as ultra-left elements who have denied the possibility of the Popular Unity Bloc winning an election. Confident that their political line is the correct one, Chilean communists have spared no efforts in translating it into life and in cementing the party ranks. No single political party, whether the communist or any other, can claim all the credit for the election victory. Each of the parties within the Popular Unity Bloc has made an essential contribution, greater or smaller. The absence of any one party would have proved fatal. Unity and mutual understanding among different popular movements are being forged in common action by the masses, irrespective of their political or religious views. Over 14,800 popular unity committees sprang up during the Chilean elections, involving hundreds of thousands of fighters for the people, many of them belonging to no parties. Joint action is launched at factories, farms, offices, universities, and in residential areas. Such activities center around immediate demands and, more important, on assuring political power by the people. However, the struggle was not confined to the elections but was aimed at mass action all along the line. In addition to election canvassing and explaining the Popular Unity main program to the masses, the Popular Unity Committees guided the people's struggle in support of their immediate demands. Under the popular government, these committees have retained their role of initiators of the social struggle. A dramatic instance of joint action during the election campaign was the national strike organized by the Single Center of Chilean Workers. Resistance to the bourgeoisie's ideological sabotage, especially to all brands of anti-communism and anti-Sovietism, and to sectarian and right-wing trends remains an essential condition of democratic unity in the struggle against the people's main enemies, imperialism and the oligarchy. In short, Luis Corvalán stressed, the Popular Unity Alliance is not just a result of agreement between party leaders, but of mass struggle and mass determination, the result, primarily, of numerous joint actions and the closer understanding and cohesion they produced. The success of the policy of United National Democratic Fronts in Latin American countries, particularly in Chile, has dealt a serious blow at U.S. imperialism and Latin American reactionaries, and created favorable conditions for greater proletarian solidarity and fraternal ties between the Latin American peoples. It attests to the validity of the political line adopted by the Marxist-Leninist parties in that part of the globe, a line aimed at rallying the masses within anti-imperialist and anti-oligarchic movements for working-class hegemony in the liberation movement. In pursuing their policy of united action by the masses, Communists proceed from the assumption that the worker-peasant alliance and the proletariat's alliances with non-proletarian sections of the people make it possible to create a strong and united militant anti-imperialist and anti-oligarchical national democratic front. If revolution is to triumph in the Latin American countries, the anti-imperialist front must be expanded, not narrowed, by involving, in some form or another, all elements capable of making a contribution to the struggle against the common enemy. The key factor in the creation and strengthening of the National Democratic Front is mutual understanding between proletarian and petty bourgeois revolutionaries. While warning against any underestimation of the revolutionary potential of the masses of the rural and urban petty bourgeoisie, Communists are working hard to ensure working-class hegemony in the anti-imperialist revolutionary process. The proletariat is the most powerful social class in Latin America, with an increasing revolutionary potential and objective maturity. In a number of countries, the industrial core of the working class at enterprises employing 50 or more workers accounts for the majority of industrial workers. The communist parties have an overall membership of over 350,000. The programs of most Latin American communist parties stress the working class's leading role in the liberation movements. Thus the program of the Communist Party of Argentina states that the National Democratic Anti-Oligarchical Front, which is being formed on the basis of a powerful and broad popular coalition, has set itself the aim of gaining power and establishing a democratic popular government of a new type which is inconceivable without the participation and the leading role of the working class, heading all political and social forces that in one way or another oppose imperialist and oligarchical domination. As the program of the Guatemalan Party of Labor notes, the urban and agricultural working class of Guatemala, recently emerged from the midst of peasants and artisans, in spite of its relative small numbers, is the leading class in the revolutionary process. Our party, Gilberto Vieira, General Secretary of the Colombian Communist Party, has stressed, tirelessly works to set up a broad popular and patriotic front led by the working class. A basis for it can be provided by the currently emerging opposition coalition, which is an expression of the mutual understanding of broad anti-oligarchy and anti-imperialist forces. Orientation on broad popular unity with the hegemony of the working class and the revolutionary political forces. This is the determining feature of the policies of the Bolivian Communist Party in the struggle to set up a popular anti-imperialist government. Jorge Cal, First Secretary of the Bolivian Communist Party's Central Committee, has pointed out. The working class of most Latin American countries is capable of providing leadership for the United Front and exercising its hegemony within that front. However, hegemony is won in a struggle, in which it is indeed the strongest social class that wins and establishes its leadership. In the struggle to win recognition of its leadership of the National Democratic Front from the peasantry, the urban petty bourgeoisie, the intelligentsia, the students, and other strata, the working class has to overcome serious objective difficulties and weaknesses in its own ranks. With the exception of Chile and Uruguay, the working class movements in Latin American countries are divided. Efforts by the more consistent adherents of unity in the proletarian ranks come up against the reactionary policies of overt and covert anti-communism and anti-Sovietism, planted in the working class movement by imperialism and its agents. The split in the proletarian ranks is aggravated by the impact of petty bourgeois ideology, brought into the midst of the working class mainly by the still numerous and as yet insufficiently class-conscious urban proletarian strata. A considerable part of them are wholly workless or underemployed, and very many of them have retained links with the peasantry and dream of acquiring their private plots of land. The theories and practices of economism paralyze unity of action by large contingents of the working class belonging to trade union groupings which are dominated by the church, the right-wing liberal bourgeoisie, or trade union bureaucrats who carry out the line of U.S. imperialism. The working class's political consciousness and its striving for unity are seriously hampered by reactionary legislation and state interference in the affairs of the trade unions and other proletarian organizations. Yet, despite the difficulties the Latin American working class movement is coming up against, and all its weaknesses, the struggle for unity remains the main task, not only because of its significance in the struggle for the proletariat's immediate demands but also because it leads to the working class winning the leadership in revolutionary processes. The position of the petty and middle bourgeoisie. In the struggle for a national democratic front, it should constantly be borne in mind that a considerable part of the petty bourgeoisie is going over to a revolutionary stand and working selflessly for the liberation of the Latin American peoples, making the construction of a socialist society its final goal. The petty bourgeoisie has still ample possibilities for acting as a revolutionary force and even playing a leading role in those countries where the proletariat is relatively weak numerically and politically. Asterisk. While recognizing the petty bourgeoisie's revolutionary potential, the communist parties remember that there is a link of unity between the revolutionary trends of the proletariat, on the one hand, and those of the petty bourgeoisie, on the other hand. As a rule, revolutionary trends that arise on a petty bourgeois basis underestimate the role of the working class and the Marxist-Leninist parties. They are often given to nationalism, adventurism, and terrorism, and take up the ideology of anti-communism and anti-Sovietism. In periods of reverses, such movements fall into confusion, vacillation, subjectivism, and despair. Nevertheless, these are revolutionary trends, in respect of whom the proletariat must put the accent on unity with them rather than on fighting their mistakes. Although these trends are engaged in a constant ideological struggle and are vying with each other for leadership of the movement. An attempt to turn that struggle into one for the annihilation of a particular revolutionary current always strengthens the positions of imperialism, local big business, and the land-owning oligarchy. Some communist parties have recently been evolving a new approach to the national bourgeoisie. It is recognized as indisputable that the role played by the middle bourgeoisie in the Latin American revolutions of the last decade has sharply decreased because of the new intensity of the class struggle and the middle bourgeoisie's fear of socialist transformations. In the opinion of a number of fraternal parties, the so-called national bourgeoisie cannot today be counted among the motive forces of the revolution, yet in some Latin American countries the possibility is not ruled out of tactical alliances with those sections of the middle bourgeoisie which come out for democracy and the national interests. X. The Latin American communist parties are aware of the historical necessity of mutual understanding, cooperation and joint action on the part of the proletariat and other left-wing forces, especially the socialist-oriented ones, but they resolutely oppose anti-communist groups which bring into the people's struggle such things as factionalism, splits, various manifestations of sectarianism, parochialism, passivity, opportunism, and adventurism. Despite political crises, difficulties, and contradictions, the Latin American liberation movement is making headway. Most of the communist parties in the area have gone through the Comintern school and have preserved, developed, and strengthened the class principle in the working people's struggle. Only under the leadership of such parties, Lenin stressed, is the proletariat capable of displaying the full might of its revolutionary onslaught. Only then will it be capable of displaying its full might, which is infinitely greater than its proportion of the population. The communist parties of the Latin American countries have developed and gained strength because they have followed the main principles of the activities of a Marxist party of a new type, as formulated by Lenin. There have been errors and shortcomings in the revolutionary practice of the communist parties in this area, but they have always been organizers of the revolutionary struggle. Today, the communist parties enjoy varying degrees of influence on the masses, some having a greater impact on their country's political development than others, and not all of them are numerically large. However, as the final document of the 1969 International Meeting of Communist and Workers' Parties pointed out, the Marxist-Leninist parties of Latin America are heading the democratic and anti-imperialist struggle, and, despite persecution by reactionary camarillas, they are fighting with dedication and courage for the demands of the masses and for revolutionary changes. Working class movement has corroborated that role. The only effective force that compels change, Lenin stressed, is popular revolutionary energy. However, in a society dominated by an experienced and cunning enemy, the monopoly bourgeoisie, the masses have difficulty in identifying their own interests and seeing through the maneuvers of the ruling classes. It is not easy for them to understand the issues in the struggle and the course to be followed. The communist parties are called upon to organize the masses for the struggle, help them become aware of their genuine class interests, identify their foes and friends in the struggle, lead the people to a realization of the need for transforming society along socialist lines, and show how this historic task is to be accomplished. If a Marxist-Leninist party is to be the vanguard of the working people and express their interests, it must be able to lead the masses. To provide leadership means winning the masses' confidence, which can only be done if the party works with the masses' lives and works in the thick of the masses. To do service to the masses and express their interests, having correctly conceived those interests, Lenin wrote, the advanced contingent, the organization, must carry on all its activity among the masses, drawing from the masses all the best forces without exception, at every step verifying carefully and objectively whether contact with the masses is being maintained and whether it is a live contact. In this way, and only in this way, does the advanced contingent train and enlighten the masses, expressing their interests, teaching them organization and directing all the activities of the masses along the path of conscious class politics. Communists are guided by Lenin's thesis that to become the revolutionary proletariat's vanguard, never losing touch with the masses but drawing closer and closer to them, inculcating a revolutionary consciousness in them and leading them in the revolutionary struggle, is a most difficult but also most important task. They are fully aware that winning and expanding influence on the masses is a complex process, which demands, not only an understanding of the laws of the class struggle, enormous energy and ability to penetrate wherever the masses are to be found, but also skill in working with the masses, ascertaining their temper, promptly noting changes in their sentiments, and reacting to their needs. Communists do not idealize the masses, but take them as they are, with all their prejudices, without any apprehension of such prejudices, or irritation at their backwardness. There is nothing to be gained by taking offense with the masses when they fail to immediately understand the party's policy or to rally about its slogans. The way must be found to reach the working people's minds and hearts and be able to talk to them in a language they understand, gradually bringing the party's policies home to them. Using the present level of popular consciousness and understanding of current problems as a straightening point, communists have set themselves the aim of heightening that consciousness and of giving support to everything in mass movements that expresses the masses' interests, advances the struggle and its fundamental ends. It is very dangerous for a party to find itself lagging behind the masses and their growing consciousness and revolutionary spirit. Mindful of this, communists support whatever there is useful in the course of the struggle, but, with typical frankness, oppose anything that may damage the popular struggle and distract the masses from their main task. The party warns the masses against premature action, and rejects attempts by extremist elements to impose such forms of struggle that can only throw the movement back and lead to unnecessary sacrifices. At the same time, the communist parties oppose sectarianism in their own ranks, and survivals of the anarchist theory of active minorities, which breeds contempt of the masses and neglect of their actual temper. The communist parties must bear in mind that the concept of masses varies at different stages of the struggle. Addressing the Third Congress of the Comintern on the necessity to win the masses over to the communist side, V.I. Lenin pointed out that the concept of masses was liable to change, together with the nature of the struggle. At the beginning of the struggle it took only a few thousand genuinely revolutionary workers to warrant talk of the masses. When the revolution has been sufficiently prepared, the concept masses becomes different. Several thousand workers no longer constitute the masses. The concept of masses undergoes a change so that it implies the majority, and not simply a majority of the workers alone, but the majority of all the exploited. To carry out radical transformations today, it is necessary, as the fraternal parties emphasize, to win over to the side of the revolution the majority of those social strata which suffer under monopoly domination. The attitude of the masses towards a communist party and the degree of support its policies command among the masses are the measure of that party's maturity and success. That is why communists assess the results of all political campaigns primarily from the point of view of its consequences for work among the masses, drawing the necessary conclusions in order to build up their influence on the working people. In doing so, the communist parties proceed from the awareness that popular confidence is not gained overnight, or once and for all. A party may lose the confidence of the mass, won by its active struggle, if it commits errors, or lives on its past record. Lenin demanded of communists that they should constantly extend and improve their work in the masses. To that end, the communist parties use a wide range of means. The forms and methods of work among the masses are not chosen arbitrarily, but are determined by the degree of political consciousness of the masses, and by the socio-economic and political situation. Proceeding from the concrete conditions, a party determines which forms of work are most suitable at a particular juncture, and then goes on to perfect them. The forms and methods of party work depend primarily on the nature of the tasks to be accomplished. Form must be in accord with content in any particular step taken. For example, a meeting can successfully tackle problems that cannot even be raised at a mass rally, because a meeting gives an opportunity to discuss a certain problem in a thoroughgoing manner, while those at a mass rally give expression to their feelings on a definite topical issue. Communists base their criticism of capitalism and their exposure of the limited nature of bourgeois democracy on the use of ilm and convincing arguments, seeking to mold public opinion gradually and skillfully in order to lead the masses up to an understanding of the radical evils of capitalism. Such work is conducted through the press, with extensive use of statistical material and an analysis of home and foreign policies. The anti-popular nature of the capitalist state is exposed by focusing attention on concrete facts and events. Political debunking helps the masses understand the real nature of capitalist politics which, as is common knowledge, dons the garb of democracy. Lenin attached tremendous importance to this form of work, stressing that thorough political exposures educate the masses' political consciousness and their revolutionary activity. The ruling classes keep a close watch on shifts in the temper of the masses, and seek to establish control over the ideological sphere through a uniform system of education and control of all information media. To preserve the capitalist system, the bourgeoisie resorts to every available means to spread anti-communism. It has created a vast anti-communist propaganda machine and attempts to provide a scientific basis for the policies and practices of anti-communism. Communists must meet this challenge with purposeful counter-acclavities and convincing arguments, in the struggle against bourgeois ideology. The French Communist Party has begun to hold weekly debate assemblies which attract large numbers of representatives of various strata of the population, and are addressed by Communist Party leaders and activists, who reply to the most topical questions of the day: left-wing unity, the impact of the technological revolution and the paths to socialism, the political developments in various countries, etc. A meeting with Deputy General Secretary of the Communist Party Georges Marchais, held at the Toulouse Sports Palace in June 1971, was attended by 4,000 people. Italian communists hold discussions on such vital problems as dictatorship and democracy in our time, problems of scientific research in Italy and in socialist countries, the emancipation of women, and problems of youth. Debates are held over radio and television, with representatives of different political parties taking part, and press conferences and roundtable meetings are arranged. Political tribunes are held at theaters, clubs, and public buildings, at which communists reply to questions from audiences. To propagate the ideals of socialism and the successes of the socialist countries, wide use is made of the press, special illustrated weeklies, and talks by delegates from socialist countries and progressives visiting the country. Communists stress the concrete achievements of the socialist countries in the economy, science, and culture. It is not enough for a communist party to call itself a vanguard, an advanced contingent, Lenin stressed. It must act in such a way as to make all other contingents. 23 * 356 Chapter 9. Recognize that the communists are marching in the lead. To do that, it is not enough merely to expose the exploiting classes, a positive program of action has to be brought forward. That is why it is a vital aspect in the work of the communist parties in the masses that they should offer alternatives to all the bourgeois policies, alternatives that will objectively provide progressive solutions of all the basic problems facing a nation. The Communist Party has to find the forms of work most effective in bringing home to the masses the significance of its proposals and demands. Communists use the traditional forms of organization of the masses. When they are given a new content, they are suited to the party's tasks, and serve the interests of the people. In Argentina, for instance, communists make wide use of Sunday gatherings of families, friends, and neighbors, in which party members take part. Such gatherings are frequently timed to coincide with a birthday or the birth of a child in a worker's family, and are held out of town in spring and summer. Using the traditions of their country, British communists practice meetings in streets, working-class districts, and, in the larger industrial cities, at places specially assigned for the purpose. Factory gate meetings are widely practiced. Towards the end of the lunch hour, when the workers go out for a breath of fresh air, a sound lorry rolls up to the factory gates, and a speaker addresses the workers by loudspeaker, on some particular problem of the Communist Party's policies. Such speeches last no more than 15 minutes, after which questions are answered. The form of communists' work among the masses also depends on the media employed. The communist press is a highly important medium of the party's links with the masses. Although in the advanced capitalist countries it accounts for a very small proportion of the daily press, the considerable influence wielded by the communist press is due, in the first place, to its content, the truth it brings to its readership. The communist press plays the part of educator, propagandist, agitator and collective organizer of the masses, raising them up for the struggle against the oppressing classes. Such printed propaganda reaches large numbers of people, including those who cannot attend meetings and rallies. The local press and especially factory newspapers published at large enterprises have a big role to play. Austrian communists, for instance, run more than 200 such papers, whose readership is often between 20 to 75% of the number of workers employed at a factory. To win the confidence of ever broader circles, communists proceed from Lenin's thesis of the need to be everywhere where the masses are, trying to work in mass organizations, including those led by right-wingers and avowed reactionaries, whose members may still be prejudiced against communists. Communists attach major importance to their work in mass democratic organizations, through which they can have day-by-day contacts with the masses of the population. Experience shows that, in the present-day conditions, communists can achieve tangible results in parliaments, even if their representation there is marginal. Thus, though communists have had no more than 2 to 5 deputies in Uruguay's General Assembly during the past decade, the proposals they table are frequently the focus of attention and are adopted by a majority of deputies. This is because such bills have been drawn up and discussed at factories, in the trade unions, and at workers' meetings and, what is especially important, are supported by mass action while they are being debated in Parliament. The Communists' municipal activities also do much to promote the Communist Party's links with the masses and intensify their activities. Communists' day-by-day work in local government gives their party an insight into the needs of various strata of the population, enabling it to establish firm links with them and demonstrate the effectiveness of its program. French, Italian, Finnish, and other communists have succeeded in expanding the sphere of municipal activities, in which work they place constant reliance on the masses and the promotion of grassroots initiative. At municipal level, communists tie up their proposals with propaganda of the party's ideas, which they bring up for discussion at factory meetings and by mass organizations, and consult members of local communities. They advocate full publicity in the work of the municipalities and control of their activities by the electorate. By and large, the communist parties have shed their former neglect of municipal work, as well as illusions that municipal socialism could destroy capitalism. Correctly assessing the role of the municipalities, without overrating it, the communist parties regard activities in local self-government bodies as an important form of work in the masses and a potent means of promoting their further political involvement. Municipalities in which communist influence is strong can become strongholds in the class struggle. In France, for instance, more than 1,000 communes have communist mayors, about 19,500 communists are municipal councillors, and about 200 members are on local councils at the level of departments. An outstanding role has been played of late by mass political campaigns, in the course of which the party concentrates its efforts on explaining vital political issues, and rallying the masses for the struggle. These may be campaigns in defense of political prisoners or for their release, protests against reactionary acts, election campaigns, or campaigns mounted to support particular party slogans. Peace campaigns are very widespread. The most diverse and extensive circles are involved in campaigns of solidarity with the peoples of Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, and the Arab countries. These campaigns help rally public opinion on the crucial issues of the struggle for peace, liberty, and democracy. Many communist parties have begun to practice fundraising campaigns to finance the party press. Special months are held annually, during which open-air festivals, parties, concerts, and lotteries are arranged, and party leaders address well-attended meetings. Funds are raised, not only for the press but for other major party measures, notably for congresses. While using a variety of forms of work designed to reach large groups of people, the communist parties pay great attention to individual work. A heart-to-heart talk can be useful in ascertaining a person's sentiments, dispelling his doubts and winning him over. To collect funds, distribute party publications, and explain the party election platform or a major party move, communists use individual forms of work, example house-to-house or door-to-door canvassing, in which communists reach the grassroots, and expand and strengthen the party's links with the people. Individual work has acquired greater importance in view of the spread of the technical propaganda media, the intensification of labor, and other factors which make it more difficult to assemble large groups of people after working hours. The need to reach the individual and to bring the party's ideas home to the masses within the shortest time possible call for the wide use of modern technology in mass work. Communists try to make their books, newspapers, journals, and leaflets colorful and readable. Eye-catching posters have a big role to play. In their work in the masses, Communist Party organizations use films, sound amplifiers, portable radios, and expositions. They work to gain access to such powerful propaganda media as radio and television, which are used during election campaigns and, in some places, daily or on Sundays. The Communist Party of Uruguay, for example, gives 15-minute daily and 30-minute Sunday broadcasts. Very popular with the listeners are Communist Party Sunday Talks, with party leaders, activists, and journalists taking part. For a number of years before the Popular Unity government was formed, the Communist Party of Chile broadcast weekly talks on such subjects as Chile swings to the left, in defense of the universities, the destinies of the youth, problems of cultural life, solidarity with revolutionary Cuba, and the like. Thus the forms and methods of mass work are determined by the concrete conditions in each country, the content of party activities, and the forms of party links with the masses. If a communist party does not address itself to the specific problems facing a particular social group, the latter fail to respond to the party's calls. Every group has its own approach to general problems. That is why communists must go among all classes of the population, they must dispatch units of their army in all directions. Lenin showed concern for the Communist Party's links with various strata of the population. During preparations for the Second Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, Lenin questioned party locals about their work among the peasants, agricultural laborers, university and high school students, officials, white-collar workers, the clergy, the military, and so on. 2. Communists and the youth. A stubborn struggle for young people's minds is in progress in the capitalist world today. The population explosion that followed World War II swelled the ranks of the young generation, with the result that today up to half of the population in most countries are under 25. Thanks to the growth of knowledge and the modern information media, the youth are well informed of happenings in the world. The scientific and technological revolution has increased the young people's share and role in social production and in life generally. But young people's natural aspirations towards physical and spiritual development clash with the interests of capitalism. Today the insoluble problem of one's place in life may turn into tragedy for any young person in capitalist society. Millions of lads and girls find that they are redundant even before they have started life. Finding no employment for their abilities, part of the youth sink into the world of crime. The youth's discontent with the socio-economic order often expresses itself in acts of rebellion. Youth groups have appeared, such as beatniks, devil's angels, and hippies, who flout many moral and ethical norms in protest against bourgeois reality. This has given rise to theories, advanced by bourgeois sociologists and politicians, of a moral crisis among the youth, and about a so-called lost generation. The facts, however, do not bear out this theory. The lost generation are beginning to find their identity and are increasingly manifesting their protest, not in acts of wanton rebellion, but in active involvement in social battles. The progress of the socialist countries and of the liberation movement is in sharp contrast with the unresolved economic and social problems and the crisis of bourgeois ideology, all of which have led to the youth's increased political involvement in the capitalist countries. The everyday realities show that young industrial workers and college students are the most active force in the struggle against growing oppression by the monopolies, for a renewal of democracy, and for peace and socialism. The years 1967 to 1970 were marked by an unprecedented upsurge of the youth movement in capitalist countries. The USA, FRG, France, Italy, Spain, the other countries were swept by massive youth action for democratic rights and social reform, and against the imperialist policies of militarism and aggression. The youth are fighting for specific rights: the right to work and education, and the satisfaction of new needs. Young working men, especially those that are jobless, get low pay, or have insufficient levels of skill, are in the front line of the battles for economic demands and social progress, for socialism and against capitalism. It will be seen that the role played by the youth and their numerous organizations in the life of their countries and internationally goes far beyond the purely youth problems. In most West European countries, the youth come out against nuclear weapons and U.S. military bases. The West German youth have been expressing in numerous mass actions their protest against emergency laws, the growth of militarism and the danger of a new war. In Turkey, the youth are demanding their country's withdrawal from NATO. In the United States, the youth were vigorously opposed to the Indochina War, the draft, racial discrimination, and the corporations' control of the universities. The youth in Latin America are fighting against U.S. imperialism and plans to set up inter-American armed forces, and for their country's national sovereignty, economic independence, and underscore cooperation with the socialist countries, and also in defense of the Cuban Revolution. In Africa and the Middle East, the youth come out against imperialism's neocolonialist policies and against the reactionaries at home who collude with the imperialists in trying to stem the advance of the social revolution. They are active in building a new life. The youth in Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea are engaged in an armed struggle for freedom and independence. Young patriots in South Africa and Rhodesia are waging a battle against the racist regimes there. In Asia, the youth are fighting to carry through the anti-imperialist revolution and to solve the problems of economic and social development. Action by young people, says the document of the International Meeting of Communist and Workers' Parties, reflects the deep-going crisis of contemporary bourgeois society. Working youth, primarily young industrial workers, who are subjected to super-exploitation and see no prospect for themselves under capitalism, are entering the class struggle to an ever greater extent, joining the trade unions and communist and other democratic organizations. Broad masses of students take a stand not only against the defects of the obsolete system of education and for the right to organize and share actively in the affairs of educational centers but also against the policy of the ruling classes. Asterisk. Because of the spread of education, the development of information media and an unprecedented acuteness of social conflicts, the young people of today show an early awareness of social and political problems, and participate in their solution. Their protest is marked, not only by social but also by moral and ethical motives, this increasing the protest, not only against capitalist exploitation but also against the spirit of money-making, violence, the erosion of moral values, and the suppression of the individual in capitalist society. The student movement has acquired particular scope in recent years. The high demands presented by the scientific and technological revolution to the educational level of both blue and white-collar workers have led to a rapid growth of college and high school enrollment, which rose from 2.9 to 7.5 million between 1960 and 1971 in the USA. In Western Europe, there were 3 million college students in 1971. Students are no longer a privileged elite, for their social composition has changed. The shortcomings of tertiary education and the limited education budgets in capitalist countries are arousing indignation also among college students from the well-to-do classes. The student youth are coming to see a direct link between militarization of the economies and the slender education and cultural budgets. They are discontented with the high cost of education and its failure to live up to the demands of the times. With the training of young professionals assuming a mass scale, college and university graduates no longer feel sure of the morrow. The problem of their future work is unresolved and intellectual unemployment already exists in some countries. On the other hand, those who do get employment, find their jobs totally uncreative in character. This material and social situation makes the interests of the students and young professionals similar to those of the working class. As Gus Hall, Secretary General of the Communist Party of the USA pointed out, the students' demands go into some very basic issues of our capitalist society. They are demanding that higher education be recognized as an inherent right and a realistic possibility for all youth. They are demanding the end of the system in which the wealthy trustees benevolently dole out college entrance permits. They are demanding an end to the racist bars and the system of tokenism in all the institutions of higher learning. They are demanding that educational institutions break their ties with the military-industrial complex. They want to close the doors of our colleges and universities to recruiting for the military and for the manufacture of lethal gases and other instruments of mass death. They want to abolish the elitist reserve officer training corps. These are fundamental demands that not only affect our schools but go to the heart of the basic problems of our capitalist society. Asterisk. In composition and forms of action, the youth movement presents a motley picture. Its protests are all too often vague and abstract, and marked by emotionalism. Along with methods of struggle borrowed from the revolutionary arsenal of the working class, youth action often assumes forms that do not correspond to the real situation in the capitalist countries and play into the hands of the ruling classes the struggle is directed against. But whatever the forms the youth protests assume, they must be viewed in the overall context of the development of the class struggle, as a reflection of the current crisis of capitalism, and as a protest against the whole system of monopoly domination. It is the youth that suffer most from the juggernaut of monopoly rule. The youth experience the consequences of capitalism's inability to resolve or even explain the basic contradictions of life. The vast and ever-widening gap between the youth's aspirations and their achievement accounts for the explosion of their discontent. The rebellious youth are beginning to reject the dogmas of imperialism and militant anti-communism, and are showing an interest in socialism and Marxism. The capitalist ruling circles, who believed in the validity of their policy of social partnership, have been taken aback by the flare-up of the youth struggles. Totally unexpected by the bourgeoisie has been the mounting youth protest in countries with a favorable economic situation and relatively high employment rates. Bourgeois politicians, scholars, and propagandists have addressed themselves to the youth problem, flirting with and cajoling the young generation in a bid to organize them in the interest of imperialism. Work among the youth has become part of government policies in the West. Thus, in the U.S. a special interdepartmental committee under the president is in charge of all the administration's propaganda, political and other work among the youth. In France there is a Ministry for Youth Affairs and Sports, and in Norway a State Council for Youth and Sports. Similar functions are performed by the State Commission for Youth Affairs in Finland, the National Youth Service in Belgium, the All-Sweden Youth Council, etc. To deal with opposition sentiments among the youth, bourgeoisie resorts to criminal legislation, the courts and administrative bodies. In 1969 the U.S. Congress passed a law making federal aid to students contingent on their loyal behavior. The most effective vehicle of state interference in the youth movement is the church, whose institutions and funds finance youth organizations and institutions. Bourgeois propaganda is doing its utmost to distort the significance of the youth's present struggle, referring to the perennial rebelliousness of youth, and the allegedly global character of the youth revolt, which knows no boundaries, social or geographical. The youth movement is explained away as the eternal conflict of generations. All this is aimed at concealing the social roots of the youth movement, and deluding immature and unstable members of the movement. The bourgeoisie has tried, with some success, to keep a considerable part of the youth bound to its ideology. To the same end, the ruling circles of the imperialist countries support any newly emerging extremist pseudo-revolutionary trends among the youth. It is true, said Leonid Brezhnev, that frequently youth actions reveal a lack of political experience and are not linked with the vanguard of the revolutionary struggle. That is why these actions often lack organization and assume politically immature forms. Extremist elements essentially hostile to communism, and sometimes direct imperialist agents, try to exploit this. Asterisk. Leftist calls for the immediate overthrow of capitalism may be very popular with the youth, especially at times of democratic and revolutionary upsurge. Leftist elements exploit young people's intolerance of the existing order and the social impatience of the petty bourgeoisie and part of the intelligentsia, who have been crushed by the monopoly policies. They flatter the youth, calling them the most advanced and the most revolutionary force, but they also take advantage of the youth's inexperience, lack of political sophistication and skill in practical revolutionary activities. One cannot but see that they still command a considerable following among young people. How are the youth to be freed from the influence of bourgeois and petty bourgeois ideology? How can the youth movement be liberated from extremism and adventurism, which are undermining the strength and effectiveness of its struggle? How can all contingents of the youth movement be united in the struggle against imperialism for the genuine interests of the people? The communist parties have the answers to these questions, explaining that for all the demands of the youth to be met, the youth movement must fuse with the working class struggle, because only in this way can the big bourgeoisie be forced to retreat, the anti-imperialist front expanded, and society refashioned on revolutionary lines. The youth do not exist outside of classes and social strata, they do not form a special class or become revolutionary spontaneously. Communists have a high regard for the role to be played by the youth and their organizations, which is why they are out to raise the level of young people's awareness and responsibility, and their understanding of the laws of social development, and why they step up their struggle against reactionary bourgeois ideology, as well as against reformist and leftist ideologies. The communist parties are aware that, unless the youth are won away from the bourgeoisie and extremists of every shade, they may, as historical experience shows, provide a mass base for reactionary regimes and militarist policies. It should not be forgotten, for instance, that, following the 1965 events in Indonesia, the reactionary military set up youth units which were used to massacre communists and other progressives. Today young people account for much of the membership of such reactionary organizations as the West German National Democratic Party and the Italian Social Movement. Young people are recruited in the Mano Blanco fascist terrorist organization in Argentina, and the Communist hunting team in Brazil. The Shiv Sena youth organizations set up all over India are used by the reactionaries for terror against the progressive forces. Communists are aware that the youth's heterogeneous social makeup hampers their immediate adopting the stand of the working class. Even when they come out against the reactionary structure of the universities and lash out against the evils of capitalism, they fall easy prey to opportunism, especially its leftist variety. The youth must be helped to understand the social nature of their struggle. The communist parties recognize that, in a number of instances, the youth's lack of experience and susceptibility to pseudo-revolutionary phraseology have already resulted in sizable sections of the youth breaking sway from the working class and the communist parties. W. Cashton, the General Secretary of the Communist Party of Canada, has pointed out that most young people in Canada show a willingness to fight for a just cause but reject the idea of becoming part of a political party. W. Cashton regards such a stand as indirect criticism of the Communist Party, which should be heeded, because it reflects the sentiments of the young generation, which comprises almost 50% of the Canadian population. The Communist parties take into account both a certain instability of the youth's views and their revolutionary potential. This is true of the working class youth, but to an even higher degree of college students, many of whom have a petty bourgeois background. Marx and Lenin constantly warned against the natural propensity displayed by the petty bourgeoisie, especially its intelligentsia, towards ultra-leftist, anarchist and pseudo-romantic phraseology and stances, but they also viewed the students as a powerful revolutionary force, leadership of which can and should be assumed by a proletarian party. Lenin spoke of the enormous potential of the students as the vanguard of revolutionary bourgeois democracy and drew attention to the students' readiness to espouse revolutionary ideas and to be the first to express protests and demand radical changes. He urged communists to work among the widest student circles to broaden their academic outlook and to propagate scientific socialism, i.e., Marxism. He stressed the need for working class support for the student movement, and set the task of changing the students from academics into politicians through Marxist propaganda. The communist parties also view the advanced student youth as their ally in awakening those members of the middle strata that are still under bourgeois influence, and enlisting them for the revolutionary cause. On the other hand, young workers who were at schools only yesterday form a link between college students and the working class. Interpreting the present upsurge of the student movement as a protest against the capitalist system, the communist parties are aware of the objective and subjective difficulties in the path of an alliance between the working class and radical students, and work out measures to overcome these difficulties. The communist parties are mounting a massive campaign among the students to explain and propagate the Marxist doctrine. Communist leaders and activists give talks to students on communist aims, socialism, the policies of the monopolies, etc. One rewarding form of communists' work among students is discussions on problems of the student movement, its aims and forms of struggle, its fusion with the working class movement, democracy, freedom of the individual, and so on. Communists at universities are organizing and actively participating in study circles, seminars, teach-ins, etc. The communist parties are proposing their alternatives for a reform of higher and secondary education. Thus, the communist parties of France, Italy, and Denmark have put forward and organized a broad discussion of their blueprints for a democratic reform of education. The communists draw upon concrete experience to give students lessons in joint action with the working class, and seek to promote contacts between students and workers. To such activities goes a good deal of credit for the joint action by French workers and students in May 1968. When hundreds of thousands of marchers passed through Paris carrying such slogans as "Working people, teachers, and students are joined in solidarity." In the summer of 1969, West Berlin technical students went on strike under the slogans of equal education opportunities for all, workers and engineers do not need shareholders, etc. In the autumn of 1970, Italy was swept by a powerful movement for higher and secondary education reforms, which was marked by solidarity of the youth of the major trade union centers and progressive political organizations. In 1971, strikes and demonstrations by British workers over a proposed anti-labor bill were supported by the mass action of young workers, who were joined by numerous student groups. Even within such a socially disparate organization as the Students for a Democratic Society in the USA, calls are heard for contacts with the industrial workers. In Spain, joint action by workers and students has further aggravated the political crisis of the Franco regime. Today some of the more spectacular forms of student protests are on the wane. Some currents which advocated anarchism and isolation from the rest of the democratic forces have lost whatever support they had, and have disintegrated. In championing the interests of young workers, communists are fighting for legislative guarantees of the right to employment, equal pay for equal work with due regard for skills, a reasonable minimum wage for young workers, a ban on child labor, etc. Many young people are unable to find work or have to settle for unskilled jobs because the schools give no preparation for further education or acquiring skills. That is why the communist parties are demanding a radical reform of vocational training, expanded training in key areas of science and technology, greater opportunities for girls to acquire skills, allowances for those attending vocational training courses, observance and improvement of legislation on apprentice labor, etc. Communists in the trade unions urge that conferences should be held on problems of young industrial and office workers. The communist struggle for education reform and unhindered cultural development include such demands as free, compulsory, and unified school education for children up to 14 years of age, democratization and higher standards in school curricula, bigger allocations for secondary and higher education, government grants to indigent students, guaranteed employment on graduation, the right to engage in sports, enjoy leisure, and the like. Communists are winning ever greater influence on the young people affiliated to social democratic and Christian democratic organizations. Many of them reject the anti-communism of these parties' leaders and demand that the struggle be stepped up against the policies of the monopolies and the reactionaries. Thus, the Bremen Young Socialists Congress of the Social Democratic Youth Organization in the FRG, held in December 1970, demanded that the government stop financing revenge-seeking organizations and condemn the activities of the neo-fascist German Youth of the East organization. The Congress stressed that the European Economic Community called into question the West German state sovereignty and that the government's policy towards the developing countries was an instrument of economic expansion and political defense against revolutionary movements. The Social Democratic Youth Organization of Finland has come out with a condemnation of the right-wing Social Democratic leaders' policy of class collaboration and anti-communism. This new feature of the youth movement offers new possibilities for the communist parties to expand their influence on young people. In their work among the youth, the communist parties proceed from the assumption that the molding of young people's opinions, and their stand are greatly influenced by the successes of the socialist countries in the building of a new society and the gains of all the peoples in the struggle for peace and national and social liberation. The communist parties are utilizing the growing attraction that progressive ideas and the Marxist-Leninist doctrine have for young people. Communists tell them of the successes of the Soviet Union and the other socialist countries, and show the role these successes play in accomplishing the economic and socio-political tasks of socialist society, a society that meets the people's material and cultural needs, and ensures the efflorescence of individuality, and genuine participation of the masses in running the affairs of society. They stress that only socialism can provide a real alternative to the social system whose injustices the young people are coming out against. Thus communists expose the anti-Sovietism and anti-communism of the bourgeoisie and its accomplices, who are out to discredit the advantages and successes of socialism, and disorient the youth so as to strip them of all interest in political affairs. Communists stress that this work must be conducted by appropriate methods designed to reach the youth, and to appeal not only to the mind, but also to the heart, and take into account the emotionalism and impulsiveness of young people. The communist parties acknowledge that communists do not always have regard for the specific nature of work among the youth, which stems from the latter's position in society, age features, and conditions of life. One of the Leninist principles of the party's guidance of youth organizations, including communist youth jigs, is support for their organizational autonomy, which gives full scope to their initiative in working out their own programs, forms and methods of work, the running of their internal affairs, and active work at grassroots level. The middle-aged and the aged, Lenin wrote, often do not know how to approach the youth, for the youth must of necessity advance to socialism in a different way, by other paths, in other forms, in other circumstances than their fathers. Incidentally, that is why we must decidedly favor organizational independence of the Youth League, not only because the opportunists fear such independence, but because of the very nature of the case. For unless they have complete independence, the youth will be unable either to train good socialists from their midst or prepare themselves to lead socialism forward. We stand for the complete independence of the youth leagues, but also for complete freedom of comradely criticism of their errors. Asterisk. Far from ruling out day-by-day guidance and assistance from the party, the independence of youth organizations actually presupposes it. Communists believe that their task does not consist in presenting the youth with cut and dried solutions but in patiently teaching them to grasp the problems facing them, be able to uphold their interests and see the unbreakable bond between the youth movement and the general liberation movement of the working class and all working people. At the same time, communists remember that, with all the fine qualities of the youth, these are insufficient to ensure a high level of revolutionary consciousness. Communists help the youth to avoid errors due to inexperience and political immaturity, the communist parties warning the youth leagues against copying the methods of party work, overemphasis of the youth's independent role, and against avant-garde sentiments. Lenin did not deny the specific features inherent in the youth, but he was resolutely opposed to the trend towards substituting for a class analysis of the youth speculations about their age specificities. He demanded a rigorously class approach to the youth, in order to ascertain the class and social links of a particular group and its role in the revolutionary struggle. He called for protection of the youth from all kinds of non-party conciliators, who preached the false slogan of non-factionalism. In most of the non-socialist countries, the communist youth leagues comprise a relatively small section of the working youth. This gives added importance to the task of building up communist influence in all mass youth organizations, the trade unions, sports, educational and other organizations, and wherever the youth live, work, study, or spend their leisure time. The communist parties have accumulated much experience in a differentiated approach towards various sections of the youth. The youth commissions in Chile's trade unions have for many years been working to have the jobs of those drafted into the army kept open for them, and for material aid for newlyweds. In Argentina, the party has considerable experience in organizing voluntary assistance by the working youth to people in the rural areas. One established Form 373 Of such work is town-village get-togethers, in which young city people go by bus to some village for the weekend, bringing with them sports equipment, magazines, and an entertainment program. Such a meeting starts off with a football game, then national dishes are cooked, with a lot of lively discussion taking place during the meal that follows. Then there is a concert at which revolutionary songs are sung, the affair winding up with a dance. Village town meetings are also practiced, with delegations of young peasants being invited to come to town. One of the important tasks pursued by communists is to achieve united action by the youth movement. United youth action can be triggered off by the most diverse issues. Thus, when the length of military service in Belgium was raised to 2 years, the communists and socialists called on the youth to oppose this move. Strikes by young workers swept the nation, and, at the call of the youth organizations, servicemen who had completed 18 months in the armed forces launched a disobedience campaign. As a result, the government was forced to revoke its decision. The most massive campaigns various youth organizations were involved in were for an end to the U.S. aggression in Vietnam, fundraising drives in aid of the Vietnam Patriots, protests against the visits to Latin American countries by U.S. leaders, the campaigns of Japan's youth against U.S. warships calling at Japanese ports, etc. Communist youth leagues are initiators of joint action by different youth trends, which is why the communist parties consider encouragement of the growth of such organizations as a central task in their drive to win over the youth to their side. A major factor contributing to raising the level of work among the youth is the training of skilled organizers and propagandists thoroughly acquainted with the specific character of work among the youth. Communist Party organizations detail special groups to work among the young people, with many party committees setting up youth commissions or charging their functionaries with the task of studying the youth movement, drawing the party's attention to the most important areas of work with the youth, and assisting the leaders of youth organizations. A. The International Democratic Women's Movement of today is an important part of the anti-imperialist and anti-monopoly struggle. Under capitalism, women have escaped from the narrow confines of the home, only to find themselves in the position of hired workers whose labor has been made a source of profits. Scientific and technological progress draws more and more women into social production. Women today average 1/3 or more of the total gainfully employed population. In 1969, the percentage of economically active women was 39.3% in Japan, 36.2% in the USA, 35.8% in West Germany, 395.4% in Britain, and 34.9% in France, and 27.1% in Italy. However, the objectively progressive trend created by the scientific and technological revolution, towards women's greater economic activity, has been distorted under capitalism. Working women are being subjected to cruel exploitation, and are the objects of various forms of discrimination. No capitalist country observes the principle of equal pay for women. In Great Britain, the gap is very considerable, as is evidenced by the fact that, in 1968, they alone gave employers an extra £1,200 million of super profits. In Britain, and only 1,500,000 working women, i.e., a mere 418% of the total get the same pay as men do. In 1970, the British Parliament discussed a bill to abolish by 1975 the gap between men's and women's pay, something the country's trade unions have been fighting for during the last 80 years. In the US, the Equal Pay Law does not affect women employed in agriculture and in the consumer services and facilities, i.e., half of all working women. Present-day industry calls for skilled labor, hence, for a high level of training and constant retraining. Under capitalism, women find it difficult and sometimes impossible to acquire or improve skills. Women form less than 1% of the total student body in the technical faculties of colleges and universities in the USA, Japan, and Great Britain. The system of training is organized in such a way as to perpetuate the present structure of women's labor. 375. Most women are restricted to the traditional spheres of the textile and garments industries, or employed as junior medical staff, sales girls, clerical workers, etc. Many callings are still practically barred to women. In the USA, women account for 26% of unskilled workers, 18% of the skilled workers, 2% of technicians and 0.5% of engineers. In France, 82% of working women are employed in low-skill jobs and a mere 10% have higher skills. Under capitalism, many categories of women have to go out to work for economic reasons, to gain livelihoods for themselves or their dependents. In the FRG, Great Britain, Switzerland, and Australia, 70% of all girls between 15 and 19 cannot continue their studies because they have to work for a living. Under capitalism, the new technology causes labor redundancy, the first to suffer being unskilled workers, among whom are many women. In the USA, the unemployment rate among women is twice as high as among men. The plight of elderly women is especially desperate, they are doomed to permanent unemployment. Thus, women form a numerous section of the labor force, highly variegated both in social structure and in age, and subjected to the greatest exploitation and discrimination. The communist parties think highly of the potential contribution women can make to the people's anti-imperialist struggle, and to the international working class and democratic movement. Yet serious obstacles are to be overcome before this potential can be realized. Many women have only recently entered the economy, have no experience of the class struggle, are politically immature and susceptible to the influence of bourgeois and petty bourgeois ideology. The age-old misconceptions of their backwardness and inferiority are still widespread in their midst, as is the conviction that social and political activities are not for women. Maternity calls for long breaks in their working careers, thus severing links with their working collectives, their interests and struggle. In the absence of social services and of child care institutions, household duties often prevent women from active social and political involvement. The bourgeoisie takes advantage of the relatively low professional and cultural level of many women, and their rudimentary class awareness. Bourgeois ideologists strive to distract working women from active participation in the life of their countries, and to convince them that, despite woman's growing role in social production, her interests must be confined to her children and her home. In this, the bourgeoisie is aided by the church, with its ramified network of charity organizations. However, since they are becoming involved in social production, women are beginning to understand its social significance and feel a need to raise their skills and cultural levels. They are becoming increasingly aware of the existence and the extent of the capitalist exploitation they are subjected to, and display a readiness to fight against imperialism and the monopolies. A great stimulating factor in the involvement of the masses of women in the anti-imperialist struggle is the way the women's problem has been solved in the Soviet Union and the other socialist countries. Following the path indicated by Lenin, these countries have achieved genuine equality for women in social and political life, in production, and in the family. The example of the socialist countries has contributed to women's increased role throughout the world in the struggle for peace, democracy, and socialism. Winning women's active political involvement is one of the most important tasks facing the communist parties, because you cannot draw the masses into politics without drawing in the women as well. Communists regard the women's question as an integral part of the overall struggle of the working class and all the working people for democracy and socialism. The proletariat cannot achieve complete liberty, Lenin wrote, until it has won complete liberty for women. Communists make the point that the absence of equal pay for equal work is by no means a purely women's problem, since the capitalists use women's cheap labor to bring down the wage levels of all workers, since the availability of such cheap labor contributes to male unemployment, etc. In seeking to draw women into the struggle for social and democratic changes, Communists are developing new forms and methods of work among this contingent of the working people. Aware that women most readily join special women's organizations, communists maintain contacts with them and seek to increase their influence in such organizations. By giving prominence to demands directly meeting women's needs, women's organizations are gradually involved in the working people's general democratic struggle. One of the communists' tasks is to get working women into the trade unions, since the percentage of women trade unionists is still low in capitalist countries. Though women are active during strikes and mass demonstrations, their burden of household cares does not let them play a sufficient part in the day-by-day struggle. Communists work to involve women, through the trade unions, in drawing up programs and formulating immediate demands, and support their election as trade union delegates and promotion to trade union leadership. Through the women's democratic organizations and the trade unions, communists seek to get the masses of women into the movement in support of socio-economic demands. Thus, in 1970, as a result of joint action by various women's organizations, trade unions of different political orientations, communists and socialists, France introduced 14-week maternity leave in all industries, on full pay. In 1969, a united front of Italy's women's organizations, trade unions, and labor law experts, as well as joint parliamentary action by communists and socialists achieved legislation prohibiting the dismissal of married women from jobs. A major feature of our times is women's massive involvement in the struggle for peace. Highlights of this struggle were the mass movements against the U.S. aggression in Indochina, and the Israeli aggression in the Middle East, and for European security, the banning of nuclear weapons, and the like. Representatives of various social strata, including the bourgeoisie, are taking part in the peace movement. Whatever the ideological and political differences among them, all democratic women's organizations invariably come out for peace. In many countries, there are peace movements in which women are widely represented: Women Against War in Britain, Women's Strike for Peace in the USA, Women's Movement for Peace in Japan, the FRG, and so on. To pool their efforts in the struggle for peace and social progress, women have set up international organizations, the broadest based of which is the Women's International Democratic Federation. Created in 1945 and active in 95 countries, it has taken a consistent stand in the struggle for peace and women's equality and has drawn masses of women into the peace movement, seeking to bring home to them the grave dangers of war today, and to explain the role women can play in the movement to prevent war and achieve disarmament. The WIDF links the peace movement with the struggle for national independence, the solution of women's socio-economic problems, and in defense of children's rights. While setting tasks common to women all over the world, the WIDF takes account of the specific economic and political conditions in different regions and countries. The women of Asia, Africa, and Latin America have a big role to play in the anti-imperialist liberation movement. Some of the most important issues in the struggle to solve the socio-economic problems facing the independent countries of Asia and Africa involve women's social emancipation, their participation in socially useful work, culture, and social and political life. The destiny of national liberation revolutions hinges, to a large extent, on whether the progressive patriotic forces succeed in involving the masses of women in the struggle to liquidate the economic and social backwardness of the former colonies and semi-colonies. The Communist and Workers' Parties of Asia and Africa regard the women's movement as a major reserve of the democratic forces in the struggle for independence and progress. In rallying women in the struggle for demands of direct concern to them, communists explain, from concrete examples, that their problems cannot be solved without a struggle against imperialism and the sway of the monopolies, and for democratic and social change in society as a whole. Women who have realized this join the communist parties, in many of which they form a considerable part of the membership: 50% in the Communist Party of Argentina, 34% in that of Great Britain, 27% in the French Communist Party, 22% in the Communist Party of Finland, and 20% in the Italian Communist Party. By involving women in the struggle against imperialism and the monopolies' rule, Communists are forming yet another contingent of the socialist revolution's political army. 4. Communists and religious believers. Millions of people practice one form of religion or another, some of them regarding religion as their private concern and a source of individual moral judgments, while others, a substantial section of believers, view religion also as a basis for their political convictions. Hence the communist parties consider it essential to formulate their stand on religion, as the longest established and widespread form of social consciousness, and to determine their attitude to religious believers. Communists and religion. The founders of Marxism-Leninism formulated the basic principles in the communist stand towards religion and religious believers, principles which remain valid to this day. They considered that, in a society of class antagonisms, religion stems from social relations. Lenin stressed that, in capitalist society, the roots of religion are primarily social. The social downtroddenness of the masses, who feel powerless against the juggernaut of capitalism, is the deepest root of religion today. The yoke of religion that weighs upon mankind, Lenin wrote, is merely a product and reflection of the economic yoke within society. 2. Viewing religion as an opiate of the people, as a factor that impedes the evolution of a slave of capital into a fighter against it, Lenin considered that the question of the attitude towards religion was not of independent significance but stemmed from the pivotal question of the struggle of the exploited masses against the exploiters, and the unity of all the working people in the struggle against capitalism. Unity in this really revolutionary struggle of the oppressed class for the creation of a paradise on earth is more important to us than unity of proletarian opinion on paradise in heaven, Lenin wrote. Answering a question as to why the Bolsheviks did not proclaim their atheism in their program and did not bar Christians and believers from joining the party, Lenin explained that one should not give undue prominence to the question of religion and allow the forces of the really revolutionary economic and political struggle to be split up on account of third-rate opinions or senseless ideas. Lenin rejected attempts to interpret Marxism's seemingly moderate attitude towards religion as prompted by tactical considerations, i.e., a wish not to scare believers away. He stressed that communists' attitude towards religion and believers stemmed from the fundamental consideration of promoting the proletariat's class struggle. Lenin urged the need to recruit religious people into the Revolutionary Party. We must not only admit workers who preserve their belief in God into the Social Democratic Party, but must deliberately set out to recruit them. We are absolutely opposed to giving the slightest offense to their religious convictions. Asked whether a priest could be admitted into a revolutionary party, Lenin said, "If a priest comes to us to take part in our common political work and conscientiously performs party duties, without opposing the program of the party, he may be allowed to join the ranks of the Social Democrats." In proclaiming their attitude towards religion in their policy programs and statements, and in their practical politics, the communist parties proceed from the above Marxist-Leninist principles. They stress that they do not regard religious beliefs as a factor precluding participation in the struggle for peace, democracy, national independence, and socialism, through adherence to mass democratic movements or membership of the Revolutionary Party of the Working Class. The new program of the Communist Party of the United States stresses that U.S. communists oppose any attempts to sow discord and antagonism over the question of religion, that they work towards unity of action with religious groups and organizations in pursuit of common goals, and that the party itself consists of believers and non-believers who have a common socio-political world outlook. The French Communist Party, too, has set out to bring about unity of all the workers and democratic forces, whatever their philosophy, religion, or party affiliations, in order to overthrow the rule of the monopolies. The Socialist Vanguard Party of Algeria considers that religious convictions cannot be an obstacle to participation in the struggle to achieve the socialist ideal. At the same time, communists stress that, after the victory of the socialist revolution, the citizens of their countries will be guaranteed full freedom of conscience and religion. The dialogue between communists and religious believers, and united action by them. The involvement of the masses of religious people in the anti-imperialist and anti-monopoly struggle is a remarkable feature of our time. The dialogue between communists and religious believers, on the fundamental political issues of our time and on other problems has been a sign of the times during the last decade. In some countries, communists have initiated joint action and cooperation with the democratic masses of religious believers of various denominations, in the first place Christians, and notably Catholics. This question has come in for considerable attention in recent years from the communist parties of many countries, including Italy, France, Spain, Austria, West Germany, Portugal, the USA, Brazil, Chile, and Colombia. The Karlovy Vary Conference of European Communist and Workers' Parties, which was held in 1967, appealed to all Christian forces, Catholics and Protestants, and people of every religious denomination whose striving towards peace and social justice is motivated by religious convictions, to pool their efforts in the struggle for peace, European security, democracy, and social progress. This question stood high on the agenda of the 1969 International Meeting of Communist and Workers' Parties, which could already analyze and sum up some of the experience of communist parties in this field. Communist activities in respect of religious believers proceed along the following lines. In the first place, there is extensive comparison of views between communists and religious people on such important issues as the future of mankind, war and peace, capitalism and socialism, neocolonialism and the developing countries, as well as on the development of individuality. The liveliest dialogue is between communists and Catholics. The juxtaposition of views takes on various forms, from books and pamphlets, including books jointly authored by Marxists and Catholics, international and national meetings, to talks and discussions between communists and believers in small towns and villages. In the course of these free exchanges of views, the communists explain and uphold their views on the key political issues of our time. In doing so, they are fully aware that the religious and the Marxist ideologies, the religious and the dialectical materialist world outlooks, are radically opposed and irreconcilable. As Palmiro Togliatti said in 1963, we have, however, always rejected attempts to forecast a rapprochement between communists and Catholics on the basis of some form of compromise between these two ideologies. Asterisk. As the report of the Central Committee of the French Communist Party to its 19th Congress stressed, to stimulate and encourage an agreement which we want to develop with the working people and democratic Christians, there is no need to propose an impossible ideological truce, in which the workers' movement would lose the scientific basis of its struggle and, consequently, a guarantee of success. Asterisk. Communists believe that the aim of their dialogue with believers on current political issues is to help the latter to take a more resolute stand against the glaring injustices of capitalism, and to promote their active involvement in the struggle against these injustices, the policy of aggression and war, and neocolonialism. The documents of some communist parties point out that the moral and ethical precepts and the social doctrines of some religions contain many positive humanitarian values. The source of these values is to be traced back to the origins of religion. For instance, Engels wrote of Christianity, Christianity was originally a movement of oppressed people, it first appeared as the religion of slaves and emancipated slaves, of poor people deprived of all rights, of peoples subjugated or dispersed by Rome. The decisive factor that shapes the political notions and attitudes of the masses is social relations. The growing social contradictions have confronted religious believers in many capitalist countries with the problem of commitment to the struggle against imperialism and its policies. Hence, communists consider a dialogue with religious people an important but not a primary element of their policy. Their motto is juxtaposition of ideas, plus concerned action. In their policies, communists lay the main emphasis on the second half of the formula. They call on believers to add their efforts to the struggle against imperialism's aggressive policy, which could plunge the world into the holocaust of a world war, against wars of conquest unleashed by the imperialists in various parts of the globe, and for peace among countries and peoples. Communists urge believers to join the struggle against fascist regimes and tyrannies, and in defense of the people's needs and interests. They call on believers to join them in the struggle against the rule of capitalism, social injustice, the exploitation of man by man, and the exploitation of other nations, and for democracy, social progress, and the establishment of a socialist society based on justice. As the 19th Congress of the Communist Party of France, which was held in 1970, stressed, since the working people, believers and non-believers, have identical class interests and the same need for socialism, and since Democrats, believers and non-believers, feel equally strongly about the problem of democratic freedoms, and since champions of peace, believers and non-believers, have a common striving to preserve human life, they can and must unite. Asterisk. Communists advance as a basis for joint action the most urgent and vital socio-economic and political issues. In addressing believers, the Communist parties stress that they can and must make a worthy contribution both to the struggle for socialism and the building of a socialist society based on justice. The 11th Congress of the Italian Communist Party pointed out that communists sincerely believe in the contribution that other ideological forces, notably Catholics, can make to creating and shaping the fabric of a new society. We do not confine ourselves to offering the Catholics an agreement on the short-term program. We propose to launch a broader dialogue that will deal with the socialist prospect as well. The communist call for united action is addressed, not only to religious workers, peasants, and intellectuals, but also to the masses of democratic Catholics, including the clergy, who are prepared to work for peace, democracy, and progress. In countries where the influence of Catholicism is strong and where what are known as Christian parties exist, communists challenge these parties' claim to be the sole spokesman for all believers. These parties, as a rule, present themselves as standing for all classes and expressing the interests of all Catholics. In fact, they are parties of monopoly or big capital. Communists bring home to believers the true nature of these parties' policies and uphold the freedom of political choice and political affiliation for Catholics, in accordance with their class interests. The communist parties of the Muslim countries seek to draw the masses of the people into the struggle against imperialism, and for progressive democratic development of their countries. In this, they draw upon the democratic aspirations contained in Islam and the progressive ideas of Arab Islamic thinkers. As pointed out in the document of the 1969 meeting, communists are convinced that in this way, through broad contacts and joint action, the mass of religious people can become an active force in the anti-imperialist struggle and in carrying out far-reaching social changes. Asterisk. When they address themselves to religious believers, communists are mindful of the important changes that have been taking place in the past 10 to 15 years in their attitudes, changes which have affected the position and stand of the Church. This is particularly true of sentiments among Catholics, and even within the Catholic Church itself. The radical changes taking place in the world in favor of the forces of progress, national liberation, and socialism have had a great impact on the minds of the masses of religious people. The emergence of the world socialist system and the socio-economic advances of the socialist countries have, on the one hand, shown such people that relations of greater justice are possible than those which have been hallowed for centuries by the Church, and, on the other hand, have stimulated believers' interest in communism and its ideas. The successes in socialist construction and the victories won by the national liberation revolutions have shown believers the importance of working people's solidarity in bringing about genuine justice on earth. The spectacular advances of science and technology in delving into the secrets of the origins and development of life, and in mastering the laws of the development of nature and society tend to promote secular atylities and materialist concepts. Meanwhile, life is confronting religious people with increasingly complex problems. State monopoly capitalism gives aid and succor to dictatorial and tyrannical regimes, encroaches on democracy, uses technological progress to step up the exploitation and oppression of the working people, and perpetuates the yawning gap between a handful of the privileged and the masses of the dispossessed. The U.S. imperialism waged a destructive war of aggression against the freedom-loving peoples of Indochina. Capitalism confronts humanity with the possibility of a nuclear holocaust that could wipe out hundreds of millions of lives, and the achievements of civilization. Religious people face the alternative of following the course proposed by the reactionary Catholic circles, or joining the progressive and democratic forces in the struggle. It is becoming increasingly apparent to religious people that the second alternative is the only viable one. Since the mid-50s, masses of religious people, including Catholics, faced with the radical shift in favor of the forces of progress and socialism, on the one hand, and the glaring injustices of capitalist society, on the other, have been lending a more attentive ear to the communist calls for united action and a joint struggle. There has been a marked decrease in the influence the Catholic Church wields over people's minds, since more and more believers are becoming increasingly involved in the class struggle. This has affected the sentiments of part of the clergy, primarily parish priests who are in closer touch with the masses of religious people. Thus, in a number of Latin American countries, for instance, part of the clergy have become actively involved in the struggle against imperialism and tyranny. In Colombia, Camilo Torres, sociologist and priest, brought forward a progressive anti-imperialist and anti-oligarchy program. In the spring of 1965, the Revolutionary United Front of the Colombian people began to take shape for the program to be translated into action. Torres saw as the final goal of his program the construction of a socialist society in Colombia, and thought that unity of all revolutionary forces, communists included, was essential to achieve this goal. Following Torres's death, his organization fell apart. The major changes in the temper of the masses have confronted the Catholic hierarchy, which had always been wholly committed to cooperation with the ruling exploiter classes and been an obstacle to the people's militant unity in the struggle against capitalism, with the possibility of sizable sections of believers swinging away from its influence. This has led to a situation described by the 1969 meeting in the following terms: the Catholic Church and some other religious organizations are experiencing an ideological crisis, which is shattering their age-old concepts and existing structures. This crisis of the Church has led to an incipient reappraisal of values by part of the hierarchy as well, and set in motion a slow process of religious renewal and modernization of the Church, both on purely religious matters and on a number of current political and international problems. Communists fully realize that, in criticizing certain aspects of capitalism, the Catholic Church takes into account the considerable changes in the popular mood and seeks to bolster its influence among the masses. However, it is obvious that even these forced changes in the Church's position objectively create more opportunities for the Catholic masses to become more actively involved in the class struggle. That is why communists are not slackening their efforts to recruit more and more religious people for the revolutionary liberation movement, and to establish a militant unity with them. This is of greater importance because statements by the advocates of a new-look Catholic Church are usually accompanied by ambiguous declarations and openly anti-communist pronouncements. Meanwhile, within the Catholic Church itself, there is a powerful conservative lobby that is linked with the most reactionary imperialist circles. The latter are doing their utmost to prevent the Church from changing its positions, and believers from taking part in the struggle. Much of the credit for the active participation of Italian Catholic trade unions and organizations in joint strike action with revolutionary trade unions goes to the patient and persistent work the Italian Communist Party has been conducting among Catholics. One typical example is the evolution in the 1 million-strong Catholic Association of Italian Workers, which has in recent years been actively supporting the Italian workers' struggle and, at its Congress in the autumn of 1970, openly came out in favor of socialism. It cannot be gainsaid that the valid policies of the world communist movement have in a certain measure activated the political evolution, not only of the Catholic laity but also part of the clergy, as is to be seen in Spain. Speaking at the 24th Congress of the CPSU about the new phenomena in Spain, Dolores Eberri, chairman of the Communist Party of Spain, stressed the following: a substantial body of opinion, including the Catholic Church in Spain, which used to be one of the mainstays of fascist counter-revolutionaries in the struggle against the Republic, is now experiencing an evolution of a progressive character. Today, this part of the Church is actively supporting the political, economic, and social demands of the working class, and in many cases even comes out for socialism. Argentinian publicist Juan Rosales, dealing with the same problem in the Latin American context, wrote, "The radicalization of the Christian Church, which objectively corresponds to the social situation on the continent, owes much to the extensive, skillful, and consistent work of Latin American communists. They are aware that enlisting Catholic organizations and masses in the common front of struggle is a major condition, if the working class and its allies are to succeed in carrying out an anti-oligarchy and anti-imperialist revolution, and establish a genuinely democratic rule and create conditions for transition to socialism. A consistent line of united action with the religious people will undoubtedly help communists to bring about the unity of a broad front in the struggle for peace, democracy, and socialism." The Communist Party's struggle against right and left-wing opportunism. The conditions of the worldwide class struggle and the world communist movement's commitment to united anti-imperialist action call for an enhanced ideological and political role of the Marxist-Leninist parties in the world revolutionary process. This, in turn, presupposes a stepped-up struggle against bourgeois and opportunist ideology, and constant creative development of revolutionary theory. Opportunist distortions of Marxism-Leninism within the communist movement assume different forms, ranging from right and left-wing opportunism to dogmatism, sectarianism, adventurism, and nationalism. These forms of opportunism reveal a close affinity with the bourgeois and petty bourgeois ideology, which is why combating opportunist trends within the communist movement goes hand in hand with exposure of the anti-communism of the imperialist bourgeoisie and the reformism of the right-wing social democrats. The success of communists' activities hinges on an exposure of opportunism of every shade. A principled struggle against opportunism is of vast importance today, when there has been an unprecedented growth of the historical role of communist ideas and communists' responsibility for the destinies of mankind and the future of peace and revolution. The 1969 International Meeting of Communist and Workers' Parties stressed that, for a successful struggle against imperialism, communists will consistently uphold their principles, work towards the triumph of Marxism-Leninism, and combat, in accordance with the concrete situation, right and left-wing opportunist distortions of theory and politics, revisionism, dogmatism and left-wing sectarian adventurism. The political nature and the practical implications of opportunism stand revealed, and its tremendous harm both to the communist movement and broad anti-imperialist action has been exposed. In keeping with the decisions of the 1969 meeting, the Communist and Workers' Parties have launched an active struggle against defectors from Marxism-Leninism and have upheld and strengthened Marxism-Leninism, the ideology, and theoretical basis of the international communist movement. 14. The socio-political sources of opportunism. In accounting for the existence of various brands of opportunism in the communist and working class movement, Marxism-Leninism proceeds from the premise that opportunism cannot be explained away as fortuitous, or a result of errors by individuals and groups, or even as stemming from the national features and traditions of the working class movement. The origins of opportunism are to be traced back to the socio-economic and class structure of capitalist society, and the way the working class movement has developed. The social base of opportunism. The socio-economic and political roots of opportunism are variegated. The struggle against imperialism swells the ranks of the proletariat's allies, this bringing closer the social and national liberation of the oppressed nations and of all the working people. By the same token, the non-proletarian forces within the revolutionary movement bring with them their own views and ideas, which differ from those of the proletariat and are a breeding ground for opportunism. Ever more millions of people belonging to various social strata are involved in political action, many of them becoming politically conscious with a great charge of revolutionary energy, but, at the same time, with rather vague notions as to how the problems agitating them are to be solved. They vacillate from one extreme to another, from stormy political outbursts to political apathy, from reformist illusions to anarchist impatience. All this, Leonid Brezhnev pointed out, tends to complicate the activity of the communist parties, multiplies their tasks and makes much greater demands on their practical work. In this situation, Communists must display Marxist-Leninist firmness and loyalty to principle and a creative approach to the problems of social development if they are to keep control of developments, and tackle their problems in the light not only of short-term requirements but also of the long-term interests of the revolutionary movement. Otherwise, grave errors in policy are inevitable. The main social base of opportunism in the working seven-class movement is provided by a definite stratum of the working class, which has a petty bourgeois background. When a petty bourgeois joins the working class after being ruined by big business, he brings his ideology into the working class movement. As a result of the proletariat's long and arduous struggle and the growth of production in the advanced countries, wages have gone up for certain categories of workers, and some of the more glaring forms of exploitation have given way to more sophisticated and veiled methods. These and other circumstances have resulted in reformist illusions gaining some ground in the working class. Unable to grasp the contradictory nature of capitalist development, part of the workers, in Lenin's words, elevate to a one-sided theory, to a one-sided system of tactics, now one and now another feature of capitalist development, often taking a reformist stand. The economic basis for a privileged proletarian elite, the working class aristocracy or bureaucracy, is, according to Lenin, provided by the monopoly superprofits, thanks to which the bourgeoisie of an imperialist great power can economically bribe the upper strata of its workers, with its superprofits boosted by the scientific and technological revolution and greater exploitation. The monopoly bourgeoisie are able to somewhat increase the ranks of the elite and harness it to their policies by granting privileges, seats on arbitration councils, in parliament, etc., and to bribe sections of the working class. However, the working class aristocracy and bureaucracy are merely an economically privileged fringe of the working class. There are other ways in which the proletariat is exposed to the impact of the bourgeois ideology. The workers live in bourgeois society, where the mass media, cultural institutions, and education are owned and controlled by the capitalist class. The ruling class seeks to inculcate its ideological concepts in any form upon the workers, which also contributes to opportunist attitudes. Finally, one should not overlook the fact that, as a result of the scientific and technological revolution, the intelligentsia's role in society has increased. Quite a number of their representatives have joined communist parties, many of them making a thorough study of Marxism-Leninism and developing into genuine revolutionaries. However, there are such that retain their petty bourgeois allegiances and are a source of non-proletarian influences within the communist parties. The rate of capitalist development varies in different countries and in different sectors of the economy. Economic relations which are backward, or which lag in their development, constantly lead to the appearance of supporters of the labor movement who assimilate only certain aspects of Marxism, only certain parts of the New World outlook, or individual slogans and demands, being unable to make a determined break with all the traditions of the bourgeois world outlook in general. Such relations, then, are also a breeding ground for various deviations from the scientific revolutionary world outlook. Now that the world revolutionary process includes a large number of nations liberated from the colonial yoke, and with a low level of development, a small proletariat, and predominantly petty bourgeois populations, the danger of petty bourgeois deviations from Marxism-Leninism has grown. The political sources of revisionism. A relatively prolonged period of economic buoyance and heightened activity of reactionary bourgeois ideology have contributed to a certain spread of reformist illusions within the working class, and have introduced a measure of confusion in the minds of some of its representatives, thus providing a basis for right-wing deviations in some communist parties. On the other hand, leftist sentiments, too, have objective grounds, inasmuch as economic difficulties exist, which cause sharp changes of mood, and vacillations, affecting in the first place people with petty bourgeois backgrounds. Another factor contributing to opportunism in the working class movement is the pressure which the bourgeoisie brings to bear on the working class, and the changed politics and tactics of the ruling classes in bourgeois society. The zigzags of bourgeois politics produce vacillation in the working class and the revolutionary movement. History contains examples of the bourgeoisie's adoption of violent methods evoking anarchist leftist or revisionist defeatist reactions in the revolutionary movement. On the other hand, the bourgeoisie's transition to the policy of reform, especially in times of smooth development and economic buoyancy, have in most cases led to a resurgence of right-wing opportunism and revisionism. In the present-day world, the mounting onslaught of socialism and all the revolutionary forces has led to a vast social upheaval in the old world, offering furious resistance. The bourgeoisie is resorting to all and any economic and political measures to uphold its positions against the progressive forces. State monopoly capitalism has taken up anti-communism as the backbone of its policies. The major stake in imperialism's class policies is now on subverting the communist and the entire revolutionary movement from within. Support for any branch of anti-communism, whether from right-wing revisionists or left-wing adventurers, and of all forms of anti-Sovietism has become an essential element of imperialist policy in the struggle against the communist movement. The bourgeoisie is constantly searching for ever new methods of countering the revolutionary movement. High on the list of such methods is the recruitment and winning over of forces which can be used to further imperialist ends, nationalists, opportunists of every kind, and renegades and defectors from Leninism. The growing influence of Leninism and of world socialism has forced the imperialists to seek the support both from right and left-wing opportunism wherever that is possible. The past 4 to 5 years have seen intensified attempts to launch a multi-pronged attack on Marxism-Leninism, the ideological and theoretical basis of all the activities, the strategy and tactics of the communist movement. Behind a front of so-called Marxist-Leninist parties, the Chinese leaders have set out to form splinter groups, with which the Trotskyists often make common cause. Nationalist forces have been more active in some places, and right and left-wing opportunism has been much in evidence. Imperialist strategy is directed towards support for all deviations from Marxism-Leninism within the communist parties. It is common knowledge that the world bourgeoisie has been actively supporting the ideas of Mao Zedong in China, Otasik in Czechoslovakia, Milovan Djilas in Yugoslavia, Fischer and Franz Marek in Austria, Roger Garaudy in France, Teodoro Petkov in Venezuela, the Manifesto Group in Italy, and so on. The monopoly bourgeoisie is trying to foster the illusion that all the aspirations of the working people can be met without a revolutionary transformation of the existing order. To cover up its exploitative and aggressive nature, capitalism has advanced various apologetic concepts. The revolutionary working class movement is exposing these false concepts, and waging a resolute struggle against them, thereby aggravating the crisis of the imperialist ideology, from which the masses are increasingly turning away. Present-day revisionism also feeds on a wrong assessment of the international situation, a lack of understanding of the essence, forms and methods of today's class struggle in the world between socialism and imperialism, and the historic role of the Soviet Union and the socialist community in that struggle. The struggle for peace, democracy, national independence, and socialism is fraught with great difficulties, and is by no means smooth sailing. The contingents of the revolutionary movement have to face setbacks and even suffer temporary defeats, which raise doubts in the minds of unstable people, driving them into the quagmire of revisionism. In others, they create a desire to resolve all the problems and difficulties of the revolutionary struggle at one fell swoop, and to bypass the necessary stages of the development of the revolutionary movement, this inevitably leading to political adventurism and sectarian tactics. The sources of opportunism in the socialist countries. Nor are the communist parties in the socialist countries immune to bourgeois influences. Revisionism may appear in them too, in one form or another. The process of socialist construction and the emergence of a new type of relations among the socialist countries is an objectively complex process. As pointed out in the report of the CPSU's Central Committee to the 24th Congress, the present-day socialist world, with its successes and prospects, with all its problems, is still a young and growing social organism, where not everything has settled and where much still bears the marks of earlier historical epochs. The socialist world is forging ahead and is continuously improving. Its development naturally runs through struggle between the new and the old, through the resolution of internal contradictions. Asterisk. Many difficulties these countries face are linked with the unceasing efforts of imperialism to bring economic, political, and ideological pressure to bear on the socialist countries. Imperialist attempts to undermine socialism and sow discord and alienation among the socialist countries continue without any let-up. Wherever vigilance is dulled, or communists underrate the importance of the class approach to social phenomena, these imperialist designs yield some results. Right-wing opportunism and even openly anti-socialist elements rear their heads, and nationalist sentiments grow. It should be borne in mind that in countries which have embarked on socialist construction there still remain, to a greater or lesser degree, internal anti-socialist forces which bank on imperialist support. In this situation, there is a particularly real danger of right-wing revisionism, which, under the pretext of giving socialism a facelift, seeks to deprive Leninism of its revolutionary essence. Thereby right-wing revisionism undermines the foundations of socialism, paves the way for the penetration of bourgeois ideology, and poses a direct threat to the socialist gains. This was precisely the situation that prevailed in Czechoslovakia in 1968 to 1969. Imperialism bends every effort to help the internal anti-socialist forces. This makes it all the more important for the working class and the communist parties to present to the petty bourgeois strata a clear prospect of society's development, and involve them step by step in socialist construction, gradually reshaping their consciousness. Wherever serious ideological and political work is neglected and the party lags in tackling the new problems of socialist construction, wherever there is a lack of the ability to overcome difficulties and take advantage of the inherent potentialities of the socialist system, a breeding ground for revisionism is created. When they come up against difficulties, leaders with petty bourgeois leanings tend to become hysterical and doubt-ridden. Because of the difficulties that arise, the revisionists are prepared to forfeit all achievements, to yield on matters of principle, and capitulate to the class enemy. Thus, the root cause of the political crisis and the mounting counter-revolutionary pressure in Czechoslovakia in 1968 was the deviation from the fundamental Leninist principles and the general patterns of socialist construction. This jeopardized not only the working class's revolutionary gains but the very existence of the socialist system. Nationalism is one of the sources of opportunism, both right and left-wing. We all know what nationalism and social chauvinism did to the Second International during the First World War. After World War II, the right-wing social democratic leaders in a number of countries became members of bourgeois governments, which, under the banner of defense of the national interests, waged bloody wars against national liberation movements. Unfortunately, nationalist trends have appeared within the communist ranks as well. Nationalism has proved particularly dangerous to some ruling communist parties. It has provided a spawning ground for right and left-wing deviationist sentiments and eventually led to such parties and countries opposing the communist movement and the socialist countries, while within them flourished anti-Sovietism, which is hostile to communism. It is precisely the nationalistic tendencies, Brezhnev pointed out, especially those which assume the form of anti-Sovietism, that bourgeois ideologists and bourgeois propaganda have placed most reliance on in their fight against socialism and the communist movement. Asterisk. Opportunist deviations away from Marxism-Leninism are most prone to appear within the communist and working class movement at turning points in history, when the task of the creative development and practical application of revolutionary theory gains particular importance. Opportunism assumes various forms in the ranks of the communist parties. As to the nature of the deviation from creative Marxism and its impact on the revolutionary movement, opportunism within the communist parties may be of the right and left-wing varieties. As regards questions of theory, both these deviations end up as revisionism and dogmatism, while, organizationally and tactically, they assume the form of liquidationism and sectarianism. There also exist other forms of opportunism, such as anarchism, neo-Trotskyism, and the like. These forms of opportunism affect unstable sections of the revolutionary forces, fellow travelers of the revolution. Differences arising within the communist movement are due, in large measure, to the influence of revisionism, both in the right and left-wing varieties. Such influences are by no means confined to pure theory. Revisionism in theory, as is known, paves the way for opportunist practices, thereby causing tremendous harm to the anti-imperialist struggle, since revisionism is a departure from a consistent class stand and a replacement of Marxism-Leninism by all kinds of anti-Marxist and anti-scientific concepts. The CPSU agrees with the position of the fraternal parties whose documents have drawn attention to the need to fight the danger of opportunism. The communist parties believe with good reason that the interests of their own solidarity and those of the entire anti-imperialist movement call for an intensified struggle against revisionism and opportunism, both right-wing and left-wing. A principled stand on this issue has always strengthened the party's political position and mobilized communists in their class struggle. As Leonid Brezhnev stressed at the 24th Congress of the CPSU, the fight against right and left-wing revisionism, against nationalism, continues to be urgent. Asterisk. 2. Right-wing opportunism, its essence and forms of manifestation. The essence of right-wing opportunism. Right-wing opportunism, revisionism, is an ideological and political trend within the communist and revolutionary movement, a trend that is hostile to revolutionary Marxism and the fundamental interests of the working class, and replaces the class struggle against capitalism and for the victory of the socialist revolution by the preaching of class peace between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. In its content, revisionism is a complex of theoretical premises and corresponding political attitudes, which contradict the fundamental principles of Marxism-Leninism. Revisionist concepts and principles weaken and disarm the working class and its revolutionary party. Right-wing opportunism means sliding into liquidationist positions, and collaboration with the Social Democrats in politics and ideology. Revisionism, Lenin pointed out, always means political capitulation to difficulties, to the class enemy. Revisionism seeks to make the working class movement part of capitalism's political system. It is the mission of opportunism to make the working people abandon the stand of a consistent class struggle in favor of minor reforms, which do not affect the foundations of the bourgeois system. Opportunism, Lenin wrote, means sacrificing fundamental interests so as to gain temporary and partial advantages. That is the gist of the matter, if we consider the theoretical definition of opportunism. Asterisk. Lenin pointed out that collaboration between antagonistic classes, and abandonment of the dictatorship of the proletariat and of revolutionary action are the political essence of revisionism. He exposed the capitulationist nature of the tactics employed by right-wing opportunism, which is to determine its conduct from case to case, to adapt itself to the events of the day and to the chopping and changing of petty politics, to forget the primary interests of the proletariat and the basic features of the whole capitalist system, of all capitalist evolution, to sacrifice these primary interests for the real or assumed advantages of the moment. The activization of revisionism in the present-day conditions. Since the early 60s, a new wave of revisionism has arisen within the communist movement. A feature of present-day revisionism is its seeking to give a new lease of life to various anti-Leninist ideas, which had been defeated in an open confrontation with Marxism-Leninism. Revisionism seeks to use these ideas in order to infiltrate into the communist parties and impose their line on them, taking advantage of any ideological immaturity and dogmatism. To say that revisionism embodies bourgeois influence on the working class movement and subjugates it to bourgeois ideology reveals only part of the harm revisionism has caused. Present-day right-wing opportunism, revisionism, seeks to call into question the international character of Leninism and to revise its fundamental principles. It has substituted for Marxism-Leninism, as a single internationalist doctrine, various brands of national Marxism. The present-day revisionists, like the Social Democrats, deny that Leninism is the further and logical development of Marxism. The falsifiers of Leninism are silent about the fact that there is not a single question of theory or tactics of the class struggle that were taken up by Marx and Engels, and was not further developed by Lenin. It is characteristic of the falsifiers, writes the Marxist scholar H. Adamo, that they suppress the fact of Lenin's close personal links with the socialist movement in West Europe, his active involvement in the West European socialist movement during his emigration. The intrinsic oneness of Marxism-Leninism is based on its class essence, the international character of the working class's position in society, and its interests and aims. That is why Leninism, as the Marxism of the present epoch, has emerged as a basis of the ideology and politics of the communist movement. The incompetence and absurdity of allegations about Lenin's Russification of Marxism are obvious from the example of the Great October Socialist Revolution. It has never been a local revolution and has always been a decisive impulse, a component, and a motive force of the world revolutionary process. Asterisk. Revisionism's struggle against Leninism is something more than a mere ideological discussion. It is an encroachment on the entire international communist and working class movement, a rejection of the achievements of revolutionary theory and practice in the last few decades. It is an attempt to throw the international working class movement back to its condition before the Great October Socialist Revolution. Following in the footsteps of bourgeois ideology, the opportunists seek to denigrate Marxism-Leninism, to dub Marxism's scientific and political integrity as doctrinarism, and a rejection of bold perfection as dogmatism. The revisionists of today, such as Roger Garaudy, are trying to turn Marxism into an abstract moral and ethical concept and to deprive the scientific theory of social development of its revolutionary class essence. The following are some of the latest methods of the opportunist distortion of Leninism. Some opportunists accuse Lenin of having allegedly distorted Marx, and use this allegation to defend Marx against Lenin. Others agree that Leninism has its raison d'etre, but insist on describing it as a purely Russian phenomenon, one that is characteristic of Russia but irrelevant in the context of other countries. The most zealous critics are the Austrian revisionists, E. Fischer and Franz Marek, authors of a book with the pretentious title of What Lenin Really Said*, who make the unsubstantiated assertion that while Marx was primarily a theoretical thinker, Lenin was at best merely a strategist and tactician of the revolution. Attacking the general theoretical premises of Leninism, the renegades Fischer and Marek seek to distort the revolutionary content of Leninism, and stoop to open slander when they claim that Lenin did not characterize philosophical systems as class categories. Also part of the opportunist stock in trade is a grudging admission of Leninism's relevance to economically and socially underdeveloped countries, while categorically denying its universal international significance. In recent years there has emerged from among professional Marxologists a group of new supporters of Leninism, who hold that Leninism was valid in its time, but is not suited to the changed times, and needs improvement and creative development. Under the pretext of promoting anti-dogmatic Marxism-Leninism, ideas are introduced that are alien to revolutionary Marxism and have been borrowed from the ideological and theoretical arsenal of the bourgeoisie and the social reformists. This is the line adopted by such exposed revisionists as Garaudy, Fischer, Marek, and other self-styled theoreticians of right-wing opportunism. Predictably, the present-day advocates of the modernization of Leninism take as their main target the very core of Leninism, the theory of the socialist revolution. The opportunists also inveigh heavily against such bedrock Leninist theses as the proletarian dictatorship and the leading role of the Communist Party in the revolution and in socialist construction. The revisionists persistently bypass the central issue of revolution assumption of political power by the working class and its allies, and attempt to reject the proletarian dictatorship in any form and under any name. Capitulation on so basic an issue as the dictatorship of the proletariat makes the renegades to Marxism ultimately revise their entire system of thinking and abandon the class stand step by step. The present-day revisionists call their own writings the New Marxism, Democratic Socialism or Renewed Communism. Ignoring the class struggle between socialism and imperialism, they would like to see a blend of socialist society and bourgeois democracy, thus espousing indeed, the notorious convergence theory, which is an ideological weapon of imperialism. The revisionists have no understanding of the essence of present-day life, capitulate in the acute class struggle, and succumb to the pressure of bourgeois ideology. The revisionists make a wrong appraisal of state monopoly capitalism and the forms of its political domination. They gloss over the mounting internal and external contradictions of present-day capitalism and spread illusions that the people's vital needs can be met through reforms and adjustments within the imperialist system. Revisionist trends have been manifested, among other things, in connection with the appearance of the possibility of a peaceful transition to socialism. Addressing the 1969 international meeting, Todor Zhivkov, first secretary of the Bulgarian Communist Party's Central Committee, had this to say on the subject: instead of a policy mobilizing all the class forces for the realization of this possibility, instead of perseveringly drawing the middle classes into the struggle of the working class, there are in some communist parties tendencies towards a departure from class positions and adaptation to the aspirations of the petty bourgeois elector. The possibility of accomplishing the socialist revolution peacefully is now beginning to be reduced solely to the possibility of victory at elections. The parliamentary struggle is being regarded as the main and even the only road to socialism. The fact that the working class and its allies have a whole arsenal of peaceful and legal means of struggle is being buried in oblivion. Also being buried in oblivion is the extremely essential circumstance that peaceful transition depends not only on the desire of the party and the working people but also on the behavior of the national and world bourgeoisie, and that it, consequently, by no means rules out an armed class struggle. Asterisk. Under the pretext of giving consideration to specific national conditions, the revisionists call for a departure from the general patterns of the socialist revolution and socialist construction. From the fact that conditions of struggle vary in different countries, communists conclude that a variety of forms of the struggle for the overthrow of imperialism and the construction of socialism is inevitable, a conclusion that is in keeping with Marxism-Leninism. However, to use the variety in the forms of the revolutionary transition to socialism as a pretext for a rejection of the general laws of the socialist revolution means right-wing opportunism, real revisionism. The French Communist Party has thoroughly confuted the revisionist views of Roger Garaudy, including those on the transition to socialism. In his speech at the plenary session of the FCP Central Committee in October 1969, Waldek Rochaith said that Garaudy systematically confuses the question of the different ways of transition to socialism with the concept of different models of socialism. But to apply the concept of model to the question of the ways and methods of the transition from capitalism to socialism is a dubious method, which gives rise to confusion, notably because it obscures the common features that are present inevitably in any socialist revolution, as, for instance, the need for the working class and its allies to win and then wield political power, the liquidation of large-scale capitalist property, socialization of the main means of production and exchange, etc. These general principles of the socialist revolution, Waldek Rochaith went on to say, which are obligatory for any country, are modified according to historical conditions and national specificity. This was clearly stated in the document of the 1969 meeting. Meanwhile, Waldek Rochaith stressed, the manner in which Garaudy uses the concept of model opens the door for new interpretations, including a denial of the general laws of socialism. Asterisk. Garaudy's denial of the fundamental principles of Marxism-Leninism meant his defection to the camp of the enemies of the working class. The renegade's political and ideological evolution is worth tracing. His departure from the working class ideological stand began with his advocacy of special views in aesthetics and literature. He then switched over to philosophy, where his erroneous ideas were at odds with Marxist-Leninist theory. Garaudy tried to revise a number of fundamental theses advanced by the international meetings of communist and workers' parties, and the program statements and the political line of the French Communist Party, thereby denying the international significance of the experience of socialist and communist construction in the USSR and the other socialist countries. His speeches revealed that his transition to the platform of opportunism and revisionism was complete. Garaudy freely used the bourgeois mass media to launch his slanderous attacks. Garaudy's anti-Marxist views provided a basis for his new strategy and tactics, which he sought to impose on the communist movement. In the first place, Ghilardi tried to call into question the leading role of the working class of the advanced capitalist countries in the revolutionary process, and advanced the false thesis of a new historical bloc as an entity formed by brain and manual workers. He has used the fact of the growing number of the scientific and technical intelligentsia to proclaim scientists and researchers exponents of a decisive force in transforming the world. He has also denied the programmatic thesis of the French Communist Party on the unity of democratic action in the struggle against the monopolies, by advancing the far-fetched notion that the concept of a political party is itself obsolete. No wonder Ghilardi has attacked the Leninist doctrine of a political party, and has engaged in mudslinging against the communist movement, the CPSU, and the FCP. The 19th Congress of the FCP unanimously condemned Ghilardi's right-wing opportunist views and underlined his complete departure from Marxism-Leninism and his revisionism. After the Congress, Ghilardi carried his anti-party struggle even farther. Resorting to typically Trotskyite methods, he set about slandering the French Communist Party and its political line. The revisionist Ghilardi was expelled from the party as a renegade to Marxism-Leninism. While giving a firm rebuff to right-wing opportunist and ultra-leftist attacks, the FCP is creatively developing Marxist-Leninist theory and is fighting to end the political rule of the monopolies and establish a progressive democracy to pave the way for France's transition to socialism. This is why, wrote the FCP's General Secretary Georges Marchais, the FCP, proceeding in its concept of France's road to socialism from the general laws of the socialist revolution, takes account of the new factors and the specific conditions of the country and the times, so as to better do its duty and to live up to its role of vanguard of the progressive social movement. Asterisk. The 21st Congress of the Communist Party of Austria spoke of the need to wage a resolute struggle against revisionism and opportunism, strengthen party leadership at all levels, and finally break with those who refuse to abide by party decisions and weaken its ranks by their splitting activities. A group of right-wing opportunists in the Communist Party of Austria are known to have taken over certain positions in the party, thus driving it towards a split, imposing revisionist concepts on it, an abandonment of the class struggle and the Leninist principles of party structure, and egging the party on to severing its links with the international communist movement and the CPSU. The right-wingers within the CPA denied the need for its existence as a revolutionary Marxist-Leninist party. They wanted to replace the party by the so-called New Left, under whose banners they would assemble all kinds of opportunists and liquidators. The right-wingers revised the principle of democratic centralism, encouraged factionalism within the CPA, claimed the dubious right to publicly come out with impunity against the party and its policies, even in the bourgeois press, and demanded for themselves the right to run their own independent election campaign. The right-wingers openly espoused anti-Sovietism, grossly distorting the socialist nature of the Soviet state, thus causing great damage to the party. The political resolution of the CPA's 21st Congress read in part, "Unfounded accusations leveled at our party and the socialist states, in the first place at the Soviet Union, have led to an increasing impact on many of our voters of the communist baiting fomented by our enemy. The party crisis has created a sense of uncertainty even in many of our comrades within the party, and has paralyzed their activity." Asterisk. Loyal to Marxism-Leninism and proletarian internationalism, the Austrian communists rooted the right-wing opportunist group and rejected its opportunist and liquidationist views. By restoring party unity on the basis of Marxism-Leninism and defeating the right-wing opportunist trends, the 21st Congress of the CPA enabled Austria's communists to concentrate all their efforts on the struggle for the interests of the people. It has mapped out a concrete program of action for the near future. The pressure of revisionism is also manifested in the fact that, in some West European communist parties whose popular support is not growing, or is even dwindling, it has recently become the practice to seek the cause of political setbacks, not in internal causes, but in the international situation, especially in the policies of the communist parties of the socialist countries. It is a fairly widely held view that if the communist parties of the socialist countries pursued policies more acceptable to public opinion in the West, this would make things much easier for the West European communist parties. The policies of the socialist countries' communist parties are determined by the interests of the world working class and their own peoples, and the aims of the international class struggle, and naturally, cannot be tailored to suit what is known as public opinion in the West. Today's revisionists seek to disarm the revolutionary movement by revising the Leninist organizational principles of Communist Party structure. This is something the right-wing revisionists of all hues are agreed on. Thus, the renegade Tito Petkov, who has been expelled from the Communist Party of Venezuela, rejects Lenin's demand for party unity and advocates factions and groups within the communist parties, viewing this as an expression of independence, which he quite unambiguously interprets as a revision of Leninism, the whipping up of anti-Sovietism, denigration of the international communist movement, and a struggle against the Communist Party of Venezuela, whose Fourth Congress, held in January 1971, dealt a shattering blow at the factionalists, defeated anti-communism and anti-Sovietism within the party ranks, and upheld the Leninist principles of the structure of a proletarian party. Typical of revisionism is a distortion of the content, forms and methods of the international class struggle. The revisionists ignore the fact that imperialism, although enfeebled, has become more aggressive, sophisticated, and perfidious. They gloss over in every way the real class goals and main directions of imperialism's aggressive strategy at the present historical stage, and disregard the special features of its tactics. The revisionists do not wish to see that, in its struggle against the socialist countries, imperialism, while it has not abandoned direct armed methods, is increasingly using poisoned ideological weapons and trying to find ways of arresting the socialist country's economic development. The imperialists pin special hopes on attempts to bring disunity into the ranks of world socialism. They try to find weak spots in the socialist front, organize subversive ideological work inside the socialist countries, and try to impede the latter's economic advance, sow discord and differences between them, and encourage nationalistic trends. Thus, the imperialists give aid and succor to opportunist elements in these countries. The right-wing opportunists seek to conceal that the main aim of imperialism's aggressive policies is to weaken the positions of socialism in every possible way, suppress the people's national liberation movements, disrupt the working people's struggle in the capitalist countries, and hold up the irreversible process of capitalism's decay. The special danger of revisionism in the socialist countries. All and any deviations from Marxism-Leninism are fraught with the greatest danger when they occur in the communist parties of countries where the socialist revolution has already taken place. Errors in a ruling party's policies are not confined to theoretical and political discussions, but are embodied in erroneous moves in internal or external policies, thus directly harming the cause of socialism, and adversely affecting the alignment of forces in the class struggle between the two world systems. The revisionists in the socialist countries try to speculate on the difficulties and snags in the development of a new society. They view problems arising in the course of socialist development as grounds for criticizing socialism as such. The revisionists direct their fiercest attacks against the thesis of the leading role of the working class and its communist parties in the socialist countries. They try to weaken the party, undermine the Leninist principle of democratic centralism, its organizational basis, advocate loosening of party discipline, and call for the communist parties to be turned from militant revolutionary organizations into debating clubs. Failure to resolutely rebuff the revisionists may lead to surrender of the socialist gains, and capitulation to the anti-socialist forces. Any undermining of the Communist Party's leading role in socialist society serves the interests of socialism's enemies and, in the final analysis, paves the way for the restoration of capitalism. Most assiduous in this direction are the revisionist and anti-party elements in Yugoslavia, whose activities have been highly detrimental to that country's League of Communists. Josip Broz Tito, chairman of the League of Communists of Yugoslavia, has stated that the League has not always risen to its tasks in the past and today. It is now an urgent necessity to place the League of Communists on such a basis as to enable it to eliminate all the contradictions which have arisen in Yugoslav society. Tito has stressed the importance of enhancing the League of Communists' leading role. The League is the main cementing force in the country. Ideologically, the League of Communists must make its presence felt in all quarters. We must not, he said, allow petty groups to check the socialist direction of the country's development. It is still less permissible to tolerate the activities of hostile elements that are agents of alien interests. The entire system of communists' ideological and political training, Josip Broz Tito stressed, must be in full keeping with the ideas of the great teachers, the founders of Marxism*. If the revisionist sallies are not given a firm rebuff, that can lead to a surrender of the positions gained by socialism and to capitulation to the anti-socialist forces. Any undermining of the Communist Party's guiding role in socialist society objectively serves the interests of the enemies of socialism and, in the final analysis, opens the road for the restoration of capitalism. In assessing socialism, the revisionists use the model of capitalist society, in the first place, a vaunted bourgeois democracy. They propose replacing the leading role of the working class and its revolutionary party in the socialist countries with the so-called pluralism of political parties, by which they mean giving full freedom to the anti-socialist forces. These recommendations are aimed at enabling the class enemy to freely fight socialism. The communist and workers' parties in the socialist countries reject such encroachments by revisionist accomplices of the bourgeoisie. How dangerous revisionism can be to the socialist cause was demonstrated by the 1956 events in Hungary, and again in 1968 by the events in Czechoslovakia. Behind a smokescreen of demagogy, these were broadly conceived attempts by the former exploiting classes, in an alliance with the right-wing opportunists and with support from world imperialism, to destroy the foundations of the socialist system, to isolate the country in question from the socialist community, and thus seriously undermine the positions of socialism in Europe. The right-wing opportunists used criticism of the errors of Czechoslovakia's former leaders to begin an open struggle against the socialist order. After fastening on the reformist slogans of democratic socialism, they began to talk about the national limitations of Leninism, denied its international significance, and rejected the general laws of the socialist revolution and socialist construction. In doing this, they took cover behind false slogans of genuine or humane socialism, calling for a liberalization of social life, and great latitude for various anti-socialist parties and groups. In fact, this unbridled campaign led to the undermining of the leading role of the working class and its vanguard, the Communist Party. This was direct aid to the right-wing and reactionary forces, which sought to restore capitalism and tear the CSSR away from the socialist community. But, as Leonid Brezhnev said, the staunchness of the Marxist-Leninist core of the Czechoslovak Communist Party and determined action by Czechs and Slovaks devoted to the cause of socialism and by allied countries loyal to the principles of socialist internationalism frustrated the dangerous plans of enemies aimed against the common interests of socialism and, in the long run, against peace in the European continent. This was further proof of the great significance of the internationalist solidarity of the socialist countries. Today our friends and our enemies have no doubt about the efficacy of its strength, and that is very good. Asterisk. In the document The Lessons of Crisis Development in the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia and Society following the CPC's 13th Congress, the Czechoslovak Communists analyzed the causes of the crisis and the lessons to be drawn from it. The report of the CPC Central Committee to the party's 14th Congress said the following: the Czechoslovak events of 1968 have once more corroborated Lenin's theory to the effect that, without principled and firm leadership which unreservedly espouses Marxism-Leninism, even a most numerous revolutionary force turns into an unorganized mass incapable of concerted action, and which under certain conditions can suffer a defeat under the pressure of counter-revolutionary forces. Our experience shows, said Gustav Husak at the CPSU's 24th Congress, what a major threat to socialism arises if, under the slogans of improving and reforming socialism, the party leadership loses its unity and ability to act, socialism loses its revolutionary content, the party abjures its leading role in society, the party under the impact of petty bourgeois opportunism is in a state of ideological disarray, is weakened organizationally, and incapable of united action. The principles of democratic centralism are rejected, the class principles of the socialist state are buried in oblivion, and proletarian internationalism is replaced by nationalist and chauvinistic hysteria. The Communist Party of Czechoslovakia is successfully overcoming the serious political crisis in the party and society. The party's struggle and activities are further proof of the validity of the Marxist-Leninist ideas, and of the general principles of socialist construction. To solve the problem of the further development of society, Czechoslovakia's communists stress, it is imperative to enhance the role of socialist ideology in all areas, raise the ideological and theoretical level of communists, and cement the moral and political unity of the people. A resolution of the CPC's 14th Congress reads, "The main danger, which we must continue to fight, is right-wing opportunism and revisionism. A principled struggle against right-wing opportunism demands exposure of its class and social roots, and a vigorous struggle against all counter-revolutionary attempts by remnants of the exploiting classes, which rely on petty bourgeois ideology and anti-communist sabotage." The revisionists oppose the principle of proletarian internationalism, reducing all its content to a one-sided interpretation of the equality, independence, and autonomy of the communist parties, and forgetful of their fraternal solidarity. But historical experience, as reflected in the documents of the communist movement, shows that if the victory of socialism in any particular country is to be considered by final and the restoration of capitalism ruled out, the Communist Party, as the leading force in society, must unswervingly pursue Marxist-Leninist policies in the development of all spheres of social life and constantly improve the forms of its activities. It must make tireless efforts to strengthen the country's defenses, uphold the revolutionary gains, one itself preserve and foster among the people vigilance in respect of the class enemy and intolerance of bourgeois ideology. It must faithfully adhere to the principle of socialist internationalism, and promote the unity and fraternal solidarity with the other socialist countries. Other manifestations of revisionism. In communist parties that are working in underground conditions, right-wing revisionism is most likely to appear in party development work, assuming the form of splitting activities, dissemination of liquidationist views, illusions that only legal activities are practicable, attempts to turn the party into an appendage of the liberal bourgeoisie and an amorphous opportunist organization. It results in a loss of the revolutionary perspective. Right-wing opportunist views in communist parties that are taking part in the national liberation struggle are manifested in an overestimation of the national bourgeoisie's role and anti-imperialist potential, an underestimation of the reactionary aspects in its policies and of its attempts to collaborate with imperialism and the local reactionaries, a denial of the role of the working class, and curtailment of links with the socialist countries. Revisionism is also manifested in a conciliatory attitude towards the bourgeois concepts of national-type socialism, defeatism towards imperialism, abandonment of the struggle for progressive social reform, and a lack of desire or ability to detect dangerous reactionary sallies. Revisionist errors are also manifested in a wish to isolate a communist party from the fraternal parties, in a weakening of internationalist ties, and neglect of the experience of the world communist movement. Revisionist trends cause great damage to the national liberation movement and the cause of social progress. Such are some of the more typical forms revisionism assumed in the communist parties today. While staunchly upholding the purity of Marxism-Leninism, communists urge further development of revolutionary theory, assimilation of new experience of the revolutionary struggle, and a reappraisal and rejection of outdated concepts. However, the Communist and Workers' Party's development of Marxism-Leninism is radically different from that of the revisionists. A creative development of Marxism-Leninism consists in a scientific generalization of new facts, whereas the revisionists use new facts merely to cover up their defeatist essence, without being able to interpret them scientifically. A creative development of Marxism presupposes preservation of its revolutionary core and of its fundamental principles, which have been fully vindicated by historical experience and revolutionary practice. Conversely, revisionism, using the pretext of improvement of form, is revising the very essence of Marxism, and its bedrock principles. The revisionists suppose that difficulties arising in the revolutionary movement can be resolved, not by the creative application and development of Marxism-Leninism but by revising its principles and using bourgeois and opportunist theories. The genuine development of Marxism-Leninism strengthens the positions of the working class, and promotes its revolutionary class consciousness, rendering its policies and tactics more flexible and purposeful. Revisionism, on the contrary, weakens the working class and its pressure on the bourgeoisie, and exposes the people to bourgeois influence. Revisionism assumes various forms, with the revisionists constantly trying to give a facelift to their theories, in search of new forms and methods for their subversive activities. That is why the communist and workers' parties must be constantly on the alert against the danger of revisionism and must nip any of its manifestations in the bud. 3. Left-wing opportunism, its forms. The essence of left-wing opportunism. Another form of distortion of Marxism-Leninism is left-wing opportunism, which is an ultra-revolutionary theoretical and adventurist political line in the working class and communist movement. Its theoretical base is frequently provided by doctrinarism, while sectarianism is its political and organizational offshoot. The class roots of petty bourgeois ultra-revolutionism are traceable to the position of the petty proprietor. The petty proprietor, the small master, who, under capitalism, always suffers oppression and very frequently a most acute and rapid deterioration in his conditions of life, and even ruin, easily goes to revolutionary extremes, but is incapable of perseverance, organization, discipline, and steadfastness. A petty bourgeois driven to frenzy by the horrors of capitalism is a social phenomenon which, like anarchism, is characteristic of all capitalist countries. The instability of such revolutionism, its barrenness, and its tendency to turn rapidly into submission, apathy, phantasms, and even a frenzied infatuation with one bourgeois fad or another, all this is common knowledge. Asterisk. Petty bourgeois vacillations have repeatedly occurred in the proletarian parties, especially at sharp turns of history. The extent of the danger presented by left-wing opportunism, dogmatism, and sectarianism has varied in different historical periods. Over 50 years ago, Lenin, with great foresight, pointed to the danger left-wing opportunism presented to the communist movement. He said that if leftist dogmatism could be described at the time as merely an infantile disorder in the communist movement, the reason lay in its being a young and emerging trend. Since the late 20s and mid-30s, dogmatism and sectarianism have already become chronic ailments in some communist parties in the capitalist countries, as pointed out by the Comintern's 7th Congress of 1935. Neglect of the struggle against left-wing opportunism had resulted in this ailment ceasing to be an infantile disorder. The communist movement had to pay a high price for the leftist errors, for the left-wing sectarian, dogmatic views within the communist movement, which seriously damaged the cause of socialism. At present, it is still less pardonable to speak of the danger of dogmatism in merely theoretical or academic terms. Left-wing opportunism uses theoretical premises to ideologically cover up a deeply erroneous political line. Left-wing opportunism's special danger today stems from its anti-Marxist views having become the core of adventurist and splitting policies. A telling example is the Chinese leaders' chauvinistic and splitting policy, which has seriously harmed socialism, and their vulgarization and distortion of the key Marxist-Leninist principles, by giving them a left-wing dogmatic and nationalistic twist. No little detriment is caused to the revolutionary movement by other left-wing trends which have recently become more active, notably of the Trotskyite type, which seek to replace the scientifically substantiated Marxist foundation of the revolutionary movement by subjectivist extremes and adventurism. Dogmatism and sectarianism. Although left-wing opportunism has been linked, at each historical stage, with concrete concepts and theoretical and tactical principles, it has always retained its adventurist content, being marked by subjectivism, a rejection of any analysis of objective processes, and going from one extreme to another. It tries to fit reality into the straitjacket of ready-made schemes and formulas. Marxist revolutionary dialectics is replaced by sophistry. A dogmatic approach to theory and to the content, methods, and forms of the struggle, which is typical of the leftists, inevitably leads to hidebound sectarianism in the practical questions of revolutionary movement. The study of concrete situations is replaced in dogmatism and sectarianism by quotation and pedantry, this leading to the party's divorce from the masses. By separating theory from practice, the dogmatists try to make the new revolutionary phenomena conform to the Procrustean bed of old concepts. Dogmatism, which is alien to the creative spirit of the revolutionary and constantly developing Marxist-Leninist doctrine, stems from a refusal to study and sum up the new facts of reality, and draw the relevant conclusions. Dogmatism makes an absolute of individual Marxist formulas, and ignores reality, which is more complex and rich in content than any formula can be. It mechanically applies principles evolved for definite conditions of time and place, to other and vastly different circumstances. The dogmatists are unwilling and unable to develop theory so as to bring it into accordance with actual social and economic processes, and pedantically repeat yesterday's conclusion in a new political situation. The dogmatist, Lenin wrote, likes to pick out passages from books like a scholar whose head is a card index box filled with quotations from books, which he picks out as he needs them, but if a new situation arises which is not described in any book, he becomes confused and grabs the wrong quotation from the box. In doing so, the dogmatists usually cover up their theoretical incompetence by some false slogan of struggle against revisionists. A defense of Marxism on scientific lines calls for a creative approach and for the further development of Marxist theory. We, wrote Lenin, do not regard Marx's theory as something completed and inviolable. On the contrary, we are convinced that it has only laid the foundation stone of the science which socialists must develop in all directions if they wish to keep pace with life. In other words, Lenin urged revolutionaries, not only to be guardians of the Marxist heritage, but to creatively develop and advance it. If that were not so, Marxism would turn into a collection of lifeless formulas. The scientific defense of Marxism strengthens the positions of the working class and its revolutionary party, helps achieve a deeper appraisal of the validity and importance of conclusions that are being upheld. A dogmatic defense of outmoded concepts ideologically disarms the revolutionary movement, disorients party cadres, gives them wrong directives, weakens a revolutionary party's links with the masses, and imposes on it obsolete concepts which run counter to the masses' historical experience. Dogmatism and sectarianism also manifest themselves when erroneous forms and methods are proposed in a struggle for fundamentally valid goals and in pursuit of a correct political line. Any discrepancy between the tactics and the ends of the struggle can cause considerable harm to the communist movement, especially when it involves gross violations of inter-party discipline, as well as rebellious methods often bordering on attempts to split the party. Dogmatism and sectarianism lead in practice to communists becoming isolated from the masses, and to revolutionaries being induced to engage in leftist adventurism, while the masses are left in a state of apathy. Dogmatism and sectarianism hamper a correct assessment of a changing situation, and of advantage being taken of new possibilities to further the interests of the working class and all the democratic forces. They restrict the sweep of the revolutionary movement, and impede the training of the political army of the socialist revolution and the victory of the working people in that revolution. Behind a mask of intolerance of bourgeois ideology, dogmatism, with its ossified attitudes, actually helps the bourgeoisie, discredits revolutionary theory, deprives the revolutionary parties of their actual strength, and drives the unstable into the embraces of a hostile ideology. A declaiming of shrill ultra-revolutionary phraseology is a typical feature of left-wing opportunism. Lenin aptly characterized such heroes of revolutionary phraseology and ultra-revolutionary adventurism in the following words. The greatest, perhaps the only danger to the genuine revolutionary is that of exaggerated revolutionism, ignoring the limits and conditions in which revolutionary methods are appropriate and can be successfully employed. True revolutionaries have mostly come a cropper when they began to write revolution with a capital R, to elevate revolution to something almost divine, to lose their heads, to lose their ability to reflect, weigh, and ascertain in the coolest and most dispassionate manner at what moment, under what circumstances and in which sphere of action you must act in a revolutionary manner, and at what moment, under what circumstances and in which sphere you must turn to reformist action. Revolutionism of phrase and gesture all too often turns into submissiveness, apathy, and betrayal of the revolution. V.I. Lenin described left-wing opportunism as petty bourgeois revolutionism, which would resolve all problems by relying on subjective moods and impulses. Petty bourgeois revolutionism is marked by utter inability to conduct systematic, steadfastly proletarian, and single-minded revolutionary work. Historical experience has confirmed the extreme instability, sterility, and adventurism of the leftist brands of opportunism. The reactionary views held by the present-day leftist opportunist ideologists, who usually combine revolutionism with ultranationalism, as well as the views of the Trotskyists and anarchists, have long been demolished by Leninism and confuted by revolutionary practice. The anti-Leninist course followed by the CPC's leaders. The very essence of left-wing opportunism and petty bourgeois nationalism is expressed by the policies and ideology of the present leaders of the Communist Party of China, who have come out against the line of the World Communist Movement as jointly evolved by the Communist and Workers' parties, including the CPC. They have advanced their own ideological and political platform, one that is incompatible with Leninism, on the main issues of the international class struggle and socialist construction. This is a platform of struggle against the socialist countries and of splitting the international communist and the entire anti-imperialist movement. It is an attempt to revise Marxism-Leninism from nationalist and left-wing opportunist positions. Behind a screen of left-wing phraseology, the CPC leaders have begun a stubborn struggle against Marxism-Leninism, in a bid to destroy the socialist policies and ideology and have them replaced by policies and an ideology which have nothing in common with scientific socialism. To offset the program documents of the World Communist Movement, they have advanced the thesis that it is not the working class and the world socialist system that are focal in our times, but the national liberation struggle in the former colonial countries. This thesis has declared the main contradiction that between the urban world and the rural world, between the wealthy nations to which category the advanced socialist countries belong, alongside of the imperialist countries and the poor nations, which comprise all the developing countries, irrespective of their political regimes. In reality, the task consists in creating conditions for closing the economic gap between the industrial and developing countries by stepping up the economic processes in the latter. Instead of this genuinely revolutionary goal, the leftists have brought forward the idea of an egalitarian redistribution of the advanced countries' wealth, regardless of their political and social systems. This is a flagrantly anti-Marxist and anti-scientific concept, which would replace the class approach to the problems of present-day social development by nationalism and even racism, contractopposing the national liberation movement to its genuine allies the socialist community and the international communist and workers' movement, and, in effect, depriving the national liberation movement of the socialist prospect. In advancing their views, the CPC leaders seek to undermine and destroy the militant alliance between the world proletariat and the People's Liberation Movement, and to gain control of that movement. The historically inevitable growth of the non-proletarian straight as revolutionary activity is quite groundlessly interpreted by the CPC leaders and their supporters as a weakening of the working class's leading role in the struggle against imperialism. They regard as the main revolutionary force, not the working class, but the army, or the intelligentsia and college students, or else the peasantry, or lumpen proletarian déclassé elements, or various combinations of these forces. Closely linked with these views is the CPC theoreticians' erroneous assessment of the social motive forces and the roads of revolution. An example in point is the anti-Marxist thesis of a people's peasant war as the main road to be followed by the world revolution today, a thesis that has provided the basis for the adventurist concept of an encirclement of the industrial capitalist nations by the rural world, with the aim of destroying imperialism. This, in effect, means total disregard of the laws of the class struggle, an attempt to substitute racist and geopolitical concepts for the basic conflict between labor and capital, and an absolutization of the specifics of guerrilla tactics in agrarian countries and their employment on a worldwide scale. The left-wing extremists hold that only a revolutionary war and an insurrection can bring about a victorious revolution. These revolutionaries in phrase have asserted that recognition of other methods of ending the rule of the exploiters is opportunism and betrayal of the working class. They brand Marxists-Leninists, who consider that in certain conditions the transition to socialism can be peaceful, as soothsayers, who allegedly proceed from historical idealism. Open advocacy of destruction and sheer violence on the part of supporters of the Peking line goes hand in glove with military bureaucratic methods and hegemonistic aspirations, and the imposition of a regimented society on China, all of which has nothing in common with the principles of scientific socialism. In the guise of a communist party, a totally new political organization is being set up in China, which has been assigned the role of an instrument of the system of military bureaucratic dictatorship imposed on the nation. The Cultural Revolution has dealt a heavy blow at the CPC, with many party veterans and Marxist-Leninist internationalist cadres and hundreds of thousands of communists falling victims to repression. At the CPC 9th Congress of 1969, Mao Zedong and his entourage gave legal form to their home and foreign policies, which are fundamentally hostile to Marxism-Leninism and proletarian internationalism. While talking of socialist construction in China, they simultaneously advanced the Trotskyite thesis that socialism cannot be fully victorious until the world revolution triumphs. The objective laws of socio-economic development and the vital interests of the Chinese people imperatively demand a genuinely socialist policy based on the principles of scientific communism. However, the policies of the present Chinese leaders have resulted in a grave distortion of the economic and political foundations of socialism as laid down during the first decade of the Chinese People's Republic. The Peking leaders try to place all the country's resources in the service of their great power and hegemonistic ends. This policy is jeopardizing the Chinese people's socialist gains, and is slowing down the country's development. After abandoning the Marxist-Leninist principles of socialist construction, the Chinese leaders have advanced, as the main objective of the country's economic, social, and political development, preparations for war and the conversion of the whole country into an armed camp. Militant anti-Sovietism has been proclaimed a program task. Peking is re-echoing the imperialist allegations about the Soviet Union's aggressiveness. The Chinese leaders are sowing discord between the USSR and China and making overtures to the imperialists on an anti-Soviet basis, thus seriously damaging the cause of united action by all the anti-imperialist revolutionary forces and their cohesion. In reality, the ideas the Chinese leaders want to be accepted as genuinely Leninist have nothing in common with Leninism. The dissemination of these views and their political application is fraught with great danger to the revolutionary cause. Such is the lesson to be drawn from the recent setbacks suffered by a number of revolutionary contingents, especially the heavy defeat suffered by the big Communist Party of Indonesia, which enjoyed such great authority in its country. Some of its leaders had supported an attempted coup planned by a group of army officers against the reactionary generals. In analyzing events, Indonesian Marxists have pointed out that even members of the party's Central Committee had not been advised about the leading body's decision to support the officers' conspiracy. Nor did party bodies and members know anything about it. When the Revolutionary Council was proclaimed, the masses were told nothing about its aims and program. This was due in large part to the CPI leaders' gradual adoption of extremist positions in politics and ideology. The appeal of the Marxist-Leninist group within the CPI, entitled For a Correct Road for the Indonesian Revolution, pointed out that the party was burdened with petty bourgeois ideology and had not yet emerged as a genuine Leninist-type organization. The CPI's leaders had launched the slogan of the Indonesiization of Marxism-Leninism and attacked the program documents of the International Communist Movement, which they had themselves signed in 1957 and 1960. The second plenum of the CPI's Central Committee had advanced the erroneous thesis that advantageous cooperation with other classes and groups called for firm adherence to the principle of placing the national interests above those of class and party. At the same time, it was claimed without any grounds that a splendid revolutionary situation existed in the country. In its home and foreign policies, the party leadership fell increasingly under the influence of the anti-Leninist adventurist course of the Peking leaders, who sought to harness Indonesia to their great power interests in Southeast Asia. The result was a serious weakening of the CPI's internal and international positions, something the country's reactionaries promptly took advantage of to carry out their sinister plans. Whatever masthead they appear under, the leftists have one thing in common: they stake heavily on spontaneous rebelliousness and preach neglect of Marxist-Leninist theory and tactics of the class struggle, denying the conscious aims of revolutionary struggle, forgetting the lessons of history, and undermining faith in the revolutionary potential of the working class. The left-wing opportunists try to build up international tensions and to create an atmosphere of a war psychosis. Typical of their stand on the war and peace issue is their readiness to sacrifice millions of human lives and doom entire nations to extermination. But while indulging in ultra-revolutionary phrase-mongering, the Peking group itself feels no inclination, in the name of the world revolution, to return like for like in the struggle against imperialism. Its own struggle against imperialism does not go beyond a verbal barrage. In fact, its policy is spearheaded against the interests of world socialism. It not only admits the possibility of wars between socialist countries, but calls for preparations for a big nuclear war against the USSR. The international splitters and left-wing adventurists have unleashed an ideological and political drive against the communist movement, and have proclaimed their ideological and organizational dissociation from it. In opposing all efforts to strengthen cohesion in the communist movement, they launched a virulent campaign against the International Meeting of Communist and Workers' Parties of 4969, and its decisions. The special danger of left-wing sectarian adventurism lies in its advocates under the cover of leftist phraseology, and presenting their view as the acme of Marxism-Leninism today, trying to split the communist parties and set up hostile left-wing parties. These leftist anarchist groupings are rallying grounds for all kinds of defectors from the communist movement, Trotskyists, renegades of every shade, and adventurists and centers of anti-Sovietism and anti-communism. These centers resort to the basest of methods to discredit the Marxist-Leninist parties. The splitters' ideology and practices bring grist to the mill of the anti-communists in their efforts to smear socialism. Imperialist propaganda assiduously disseminates the leftist views, especially such that are anti-socialist and anti-Soviet. Working in the most diverse conditions, the communist parties are feeling the effects of all this. That is why more than 60 parties that attended the 1969 meeting have come out with well-grounded and vigorous criticism of the anti-Marxist stand and splitting activities of the Chinese Communist Party's leaders. The external policies and the splitting activities of the present CPC leaders have been resolutely rebuffed by the vast majority of the Communist and Workers' parties. With the imperialists stepping up their hostile activities against the socialist countries and the freedom-loving peoples, and contriving new aggressive plans, the need today is greater than ever before for cohesion and concerted action of all the anti-imperialist forces, for the unity of the international communist movement. This is the basis of the CPSU's principled and consistent line towards China. The CPSU's 24th Congress gave a thorough review of the Sino-Soviet relations and fully endorsed the Central Committee and the Soviet government's principled Leninist course and concrete steps in the Soviet-Chinese relations. The CPSU will continue its uncompromising struggle against anti-Leninist ideological principles and against splitting policies and great power chauvinist foreign policies, and will do everything to prevent any encroachments on the interests of the Soviet people, who are building communism. The CPSU has taken a stand of consistent defense of the principles of Marxism-Leninism, promoting the unity of the world communist movement, and safeguarding the interests of the socialist community. At the same time, the CPSU is decidedly against carrying the serious ideological differences into the sphere of state relations between the USSR and the People's Republic of China, and is doing everything in its power to restore good neighborly and friendly relations between the Soviet and Chinese peoples, with a view to normalizing relations. Between the USSR and China, a meeting of heads of government was held in Peking in September 1969 on the initiative of the USSR, and border talks are in progress. The USSR has made a number of other moves towards improving relations with the People's Republic of China. Expressing the will of the CPSU and the Soviet people, Leonid Brezhnev said the following to the CPSU's 24th Congress: "We shall never forsake the national interests of the Soviet state. The CPSU will continue tirelessly to work for the cohesion of the socialist countries and the world communist movement on a Marxist-Leninist basis. At the same time, our party and the Soviet government are deeply convinced that an improvement of relations between the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China would be in line with the fundamental, long-term interests of both countries, the interests of socialism, the freedom of the peoples, and stronger peace. That is why we are prepared in every way to help not only to normalize relations but also to restore good neighborliness and friendship between the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China and express the confidence that this will eventually be achieved." Asterisk. This sound and constructive stand of the CPSU and the Soviet government with regard to the PRC is meeting with understanding and support in the fraternal socialist countries, the communist and workers' parties, and all progressive and peace-loving forces throughout the world, including the Chinese working people. Neo-Trotskyism. Present day. Varieties of anarchism. Leftist trends and ideological and political currents are also manifested in various neo-Trotskyite, anarchist, anarcho-syndicalist and other ultra-leftist movements, all of which also reject the leading role of the working class in the revolution, and bank on sections that stand outside of production, such as college students, the jobless, and the like. It is the prime purpose of such movements to deal a blow at the communist parties, and disrupt the establishment of a broad anti-imperialist front. Recent years have seen Trotskyite action become more frequent in some capitalist countries. Present-day Trotskyism, just as before the war, is a hodgepodge of groups and grouplets whose membership does not as a rule exceed several dozen people. After going through a grave crisis, the Trotskyites again reared their heads in the early 60s, in connection with differences in the communist movement. The Trotskyites' ultra-leftist views are in accord with the sentiments held by sections of the petty bourgeois intelligentsia and by déclassé and adventurist elements. The neo-Trotskyite leaders make no secret of their search for support in extremist elements. Historical experience shows that the left-wing deviation often comes to the surface as a reaction to the right-wing Social Democrats' original sin of denying the revolutionary forms of the mass struggle. The Trotskyite groups are in a constant state of splitting and internal bickering. Their theoretical concepts demonstrate the utter ideological impotence of neo-Trotskyism, which covers up its ideological nakedness with ultra-leftist verbiage long refuted by life. A typical feature of Trotskyism has been its denial of the gains of the international working class and a gross denigration of what has resulted from the revolutionary struggle. The main targets of Trotskyite slander is the world socialist system, the Soviet Union, the world communist movement, and the Marxist-Leninist strategy and tactics of class struggle. The Trotskyites have spread slanderous allegations about the distorted workers' states in which socialism has degenerated. The epigones of Trotskyism have revealed themselves for what they are by their vicious allegations that the interests of the world socialist system have come into conflict with those of the revolutionary working class and national liberation movement. As accomplices of imperialism and reaction, various Trotskyite groups, for all their internal tussles and bickering, are one in their deadly hostility to the socialist countries. In their scribblings, the Trotskyites make the wildest assertions, example that toppling the working class power in the socialist countries is a decisive condition for the development of the world revolution. They work themselves into a lather in calling for a world war, believing that war is the only means of eliminating capitalism and an inevitable stage on the road towards revolution. Small wonder the Trotskyites are furiously attacking the policies of the socialist countries, and resorting to abuse and slander. A major feature of all Trotskyite trends is a vicious criticism of efforts to set up a broad anti-imperialist and anti-monopoly front. A particularly fierce struggle is being waged by the Trotskyists against the Communist and Workers' parties. Trotsky is known to have championed the idea of bypassing certain stages of the revolution. His successors also oppose revolutionaries' participation in the general democratic and anti-monopoly movement, without which no revolution is possible. The neo-Trotskyists claim that a struggle for democracy is not only useless, but definitely harmful to the working class movement. Thereby they are impeding the process of bringing the masses towards the socialist revolution. It is not by chance, then, that the imperialist reactionaries go to great lengths in spreading the counter-revolutionary writings of Trotsky and his adherents. Attempts to spread the discredited Trotskyite ideas in capitalist countries, a kind of current Trotsky fad, objectively stem from the wish of socialism's enemies to use Trotsky as a weapon in the struggle against Leninism, the communist parties, and especially against the USSR and the other socialist countries, i.e., against the actually existing socialism, the main force of the anti-imperialist struggle. That is why Trotskyism, which seeks to pool its efforts with those of all enemies of Leninism, is entitled to a special place in the arsenal of anti-communism. This aspect of Trotskyism has been justly noted by the West German Marxist writers Joseph Schliffstein and I. Zeller, as regards the anti-communist elements in Trotskyism, which is definitive. The Trotskyite groups are marked by such strange alliances as those with the right-wing Social Democrats, on the one hand, and the Maoists, on the other. However remote these allies are from each other, they are one in their anti-communism. Together with the growing chances of united left-wing action, the activity of those who are out to split that unity is also increasing. A struggle against the splitters is the common task of all those who see united action as the real way towards bringing about a major shift in the alignment of forces. The struggle against Trotskyism has become necessary, not because it represents a theoretically significant trend, but in order to wage a more effective struggle for united action by the left-wing forces, for an alliance of all Democrats and socialists. Asterisk. Since the strategy of achieving unity of the working class and all the anti-imperialist forces is a real threat to the rule of monopoly capitalism, all efforts to split the anti-imperialist movement assume a growing importance to the reactionary circles. The imperialist bourgeoisie sees as its ally, not only the anti-communism of the right-wing social democratic leaders, who sow reformist illusions concerning the character of present-day capitalism, but also the anti-communism of the Trotskyite and other ultra-leftist groups. The Trotskyites appeal to those strata that reject capitalism as a society in which the monopolies rule, but try to prevent such strata from realizing the basic oneness of their interests and those of the revolutionary working class movement and the communist parties. The Trotskyites are subversive in the trade unions, the social democratic parties, and other organizations, in an attempt to disrupt united action by communists and socialists. By contrasting the struggle for democracy with the struggle for socialism, the neo-Trotskyites seek to weaken the growing trend towards anti-imperialist unity in the working class and democratic movement. While using anti-capitalist slogans, the Trotskyites have always tried to split and weaken any movement which presents a real threat to the rule of the financial oligarchy. Thus, anti-communism is inherent in the Trotskyite grouplets, which are willing to make common cause both with the right-wing reformists and with the supporters of the Peking line, as well as with other pseudo-revolutionaries. The left-wing democratic forces' increasing efforts to achieve unity evoke greater activity in those who seek to split that unity. That is why the struggle against Trotskyism and other pseudo-revolutionary trends and groups has become essential for a more effective struggle for the unity of all democratic and anti-imperialist forces. The communist parties are also combating anarchist, anarcho-syndicalist and other ultra-left trends and ideas in a number of capitalist countries. There even exists an anarchist international made up of anarchist groups, which are in the main active in some Latin American countries. These are small but noisy fringe groups, with only a marginal influence, but their danger derives from their subversive work against the revolutionary movement, together with the Trotskyites and the pro-Peking and other left-wing adventurist groups. The anarchists' ideology and activities still exercise a corrupting and degrading influence on some sections of the industrial and other workers, especially on backward elements among them, and sections of the petty bourgeoisie. The ideology of the petty bourgeois anarchist revolutionaries is, in effect, a variety of the ideology of present-day left-wing opportunism. Like the leftists, the anarchists try to accelerate the pace of history and bypass objectively necessary stages of development, to urge the revolution forward artificially, and introduce socialism and communism overnight. They propose to advance to socialism and communism along a straight road, without zigzags or retreats. Like the left-wing opportunists, they indeed refuse to prepare the masses for a revolution, or to educate and organize them for the struggle against capitalism and imperialism, relying only on the vanguard and underrating the role of the masses in the anti-imperialist front and in the socialist revolution. Today's anarchists inveigh against the communist parties and their scientific strategy and tactics. The ideologists of left-wing radicalism, such as the West German Trotskyite-style anarchist Cohn-Bendit and others of his ilk, go out of their way to publicize themselves as genuine revolutionaries allegedly able to overcome the conservatism and decrepitude of the communist parties. In practice, this all boils down to a distortion of Leninism and the policies of the communist parties. The leftist groups in the developed capitalist countries form a united front against the communist party's struggle to bring about joint action by the working class and all the democratic forces, alleging that the communists' united action with other democratic forces contributes to reformism. In fact, leftist line perpetuates the split in the ranks of the working class and its isolation from its natural allies, which only serves the interests of big business. The left-wing opportunists and sectarians are at pains to conceal the fact that the question of power is the focal issue in any revolution and that the exploiting classes must be stripped of political power in favor of the working class and its allies. The French anarchists, for instance, maintain that their task consists in introducing workers' control at enterprises, irrespective of the type of ownership. This is a frank admission that they are not encroaching on capitalist private ownership of the means of production, and do not seek a replacement of bourgeois rule by socialism. The imperialist reactionaries are striving in various ways to undermine the people's faith in the soundness of the Communist Party's policies. One evidence of this tactics of our enemies, wrote Enrico Berlinguer, General Secretary of Italy's Communist Party, is the instigation and a benign approval of the slanderous attacks which petty groups are launching against us. The latter aspire to represent the genuinely left-wing revolutionary forces, but in reality often confine themselves to anti-communism and underscore anti-Sovietism. Asterisk. Within the Italian Communist Party, the Manifesto splinter group formed by some members of the ICP's Central Committee, has been defeated. This group, which covered up its opportunist essence with phrases about the need for a course to the left of the ICP's, was made up of right and left-wing opportunists. Its members engaged in groundless criticism of the party's line of setting up a broad anti-monopoly movement of the left-wing democratic forces. In contrast with the ICP's strategy in the struggle for socialism, the opportunists advanced a sectarian platform, which in effect could lead to the isolation of communists, called for a change in the nature of the ICP as a working-class party, advocated the creation within the party of one or even several minorities, and preached factionalism and liquidationism. Members of this group were particularly active in spreading vicious anti-Soviet fabrications, pressing for a rupture of fraternal relations between the ICP and the CPSU and the other communist parties, and grossly slandering the construction of socialism and communism in the USSR and the other socialist countries. The Manifesto Group's opportunist views have been rejected by Italy's communists, and its members expelled from the Italian Communist Party. In Latin America, petty bourgeois views are propagated by various ultra-revolutionary adventurist groups which have mushroomed in some countries in recent years. The political platform of the left-wing dissenters, who actually have nothing in common with communism, fully coincides with that of the Trotskyite groups which, having found ideological allies in the leftist elements, have also stepped up their pro-imperialist activities. Stressing the intimate connection between imperialism and the ultra-left theorists and pseudo-revolutionaries, and their hatred of the USSR and socialism, Fidel Castro, first secretary of the Cuban Communist Party's Central Committee, said that the ultra-revolutionaries consider all but criminal the very existence of the Soviet Union. And this is done from left-wing positions. Is this not the limit of baseness? Asterisk. The ultra-leftists have cast off the Marxist-Leninist theory of the socialist revolution, declaring that it has nothing in common with the present-day Latin American situation. As they see it, revolutionaries should not waste time on any forms of struggle other than the armed one. The latter, the ultra-revolutionaries assert, can be triggered off artificially at any time and in any country, irrespective of the conditions. Representatives of petty bourgeois trends, which are the backbone of ultra-left groupings, make much of the idea that elite groups can carry out a revolution on their own. The spread of these erroneous views may lead to serious consequences because, in such conditions, there is disregard of systematic work in organizing and preparing the masses for revolutionary action. Insufficient work on mastering Marxism-Leninism, and an absence of the necessary theoretical grounding and revolutionary experience lay the ground for the dissemination of ideas hostile to Marxism-Leninism, especially among impoverished petty bourgeoisie and certain sections of the youth who are burning with impatience and harbor wild plans of gaining power almost at once. Thus, in a number of Latin American countries, the leftists have tried to impose on the communist parties a commitment to immediate revolutionary action. This line, which ignores the need of work among the masses, especially among the working class, and rejects the political education of the masses, is foredoomed. It can lead only to a dispersal of the revolutionary forces, an undermining of the masses' morale, and a weakening of their revolutionary energy. No Latin American Communist Party denies the Marxist-Leninist propositions on the armed road of revolutionary struggle. Communists emphasize that the working class in the revolutionary movement must be able to skillfully use all forms of struggle without exception. In upholding the principles of the Leninist tactics in the revolutionary struggle, the Latin American Communist parties reject both the left-wing sectarian and the right-wing reformist concepts, which have some following in the continent. Communists are aware that ultra-leftism, which is an expression of despair and impatience in view of the arbitrary and violent acts perpetrated by the reactionaries, stems from the youth forming the ultra-leftist groups being ignorant of the history and the lessons of the revolutionary movement and having a vague idea of Marxism-Leninism. Communists proceed from the proposition that the practice of the mass struggle, and patient explanatory work among the left-wing youth, intellectuals, and college students will go a long way towards eradicating leftist errors in all those who are really prepared to fight for democracy, full national liberation, and socialism. As the April 1970 political resolution of the Brazilian Communist Party Central Committee points out, achieving unity with the advanced contingents of the Nationalist and Democratic Front, in particular with representatives of left-wing movements, is the main element in communist work, considering the tremendous importance of unity in developing the struggle against the dictatorship. We must conduct unceasing explanatory work to attract these forces towards adopting the stand of united action, bearing in mind that intensified mass movement is a precondition of success in this work. Asterisk. Petty bourgeois revolutionarism in all its forms has completely broken with Leninism and the Marxist-Leninist line of developing the world's socialist revolution. Banking on a split in the revolutionary forces and on their disunity, it directs its efforts against the main bastions of world socialism, against the communist movement. It thereby objectively becomes an accomplice of imperialism in the struggle against the revolutionary and progressive forces. Herein lies the main danger of left-wing opportunism. 4. The ideological kinship between right and left-wing opportunism. Right and left-wing opportunism have much in common. For all their outward difference, the opportunists of the right and left wings concur in the main thing: they both distort the Leninist theory of the socialist revolution, and downgrade the role of the working class and its vanguard, the Marxist-Leninist parties, in the socialist revolution and socialist construction. Both abandon the principles of proletarian internationalism, thereby weakening the struggle against imperialism and impeding the development of the revolutionary process. Both are marked by nationalist narrow-mindedness in their assessment of many key Lems of the revolutionary struggle. Such narrow-mindedness sometimes ends in actual chauvinism. This is especially true of the opportunists and left-wing sectarian adventurists, who cover up their activities by ultra-revolutionary phraseology. Any type of opportunism weakens the revolutionary movement and plays into the hands of the bourgeoisie. The imperialist bourgeoisie view any brand of opportunism as a political ally in the struggle against the communist movement. Both right-wing opportunism and the left-wing variety make concessions to nationalism and sometimes openly espouse it. Lenin long ago noted this connection. The ideological and political affinity, connection, and even identity between opportunism and social nationalism are beyond doubt. Asterisk. The Communist and Workers' parties, which firmly maintain the purity of Marxism-Leninism, are waging a resolute struggle against anti-Sovietism, which provides a common platform for right and left-wing opportunism. The present tactics used by the imperialists in the struggle against the communist movement are support for any forms of anti-Sovietism. The bourgeois ideologists and bourgeois propaganda, Leonid Brezhnev stressed, have been trying to induce the opportunist elements in the communist parties to make something of an ideological deal. They appear to be telling them, just give us proof that you are anti-Soviet, and we shall be prepared to proclaim that you are the true Marxists, and that you are taking completely independent attitudes. Communists point out that anti-Sovietism is doing great harm to the cause of the people's social and national liberation, and that, if unity of the communist movement is to be achieved, it must be recognized that the common interests of the entire world revolutionary movement are most fully and profoundly expressed in the strategy and tactics of the CPSU. Addressing the CPSU's 24th Congress, Georges Marchais said, "Indeed all the liberation movements, all the battles for social liberation, national liberation and peace enjoy the support of the world socialist system, in the first place of the Soviet Union. That is precisely the reason why anti-Sovietism, whatever its form and whatever its origins, is a crime against the interests of the working class and of the peoples. We have fought and will continue to fight it in the most resolute manner." Loyalty to Marxism-Leninism and proletarian internationalism is incompatible with anti-Sovietism, that poisoned weapon of the imperialist reactionaries and their accomplices. Both the right and left-wing varieties of opportunism are marked by subjectivism and an inability to analyze reality scientifically. Adapting itself to the day-by-day happenings, right-wing opportunism and revisionism ignore or misunderstand deep-lying historical processes. Left-wing opportunism turns a blind eye to significant and fundamental changes, and is divorced from reality, clinging to yesterday's positions. Left-wing opportunism is not always linked with dogmatism and conservative thinking. The ideological sources of left-wing opportunism are, as a rule, of an eclectic nature, forming as they do a fanciful congery of bourgeois and petty bourgeois theories, utopian and reactionary ideas, and long familiar revisionist and dogmatic views. The essence and forms of left-wing opportunism are determined by numerous socio-economic, political, and ideological factors. In combating the various forms of opportunism, the communist parties make a point of identifying the concrete sources and manifestations of a particular type of opportunism. One thing is beyond doubt, left-wing opportunism is, more often than not, associated with immature forms of the working class and democratic movement. The reactionaries consciously take advantage of this to undermine the positions of the progressive forces, fan ultra-radical and anarchist sentiments among the politically immature youth, and set it against the socialist countries, the communist and workers' parties. Being equally hostile and alien to creative Marxism, right-wing opportunism and its left-wing variety, far from being mutually exclusive, complement and boost each other. It is precisely the leftist mode of thinking that ignores reality, often seeks to turn Marxism-Leninism into a dead abstraction, and provides a pretext for revisionist allegations of the dogmatic nature of the revolutionary doctrine. With their fear of the new and their inability to creatively develop Marxist-Leninist theory, the left-wing opportunists create a situation in which the revisionists can don the disguise of creative Marxists. In their turn, the right-wing revisionists, by attempting to invalidate the revolutionary content of Marxism, enable the dogmatists to pose as orthodox Marxists and present their dogmas as revolutionary principles, thus grossly distorting Marxist-Leninist theory and tactics. The revisionists describe as dogmatists those genuine Marxists who resolutely uphold the revolutionary essence of Marxism-Leninism. An inability to creatively apply Marxism-Leninism in an analysis of new facts gives rise to an imaginary contradiction between dogmatically understood theoretical principles and falsely interpreted facts. This provides a basis for a right or left-wing revision of certain fundamental Marxist principles. The right-wing revisionists contrapose the new facts and phenomena to the very fundamentals of revolutionary theory, and demand its revision and an abandonment of Marxism-Leninism. A successful struggle against right and left-wing opportunism is impossible without overcoming dogmatism, and without a sound application of Marxism-Leninism in the specific conditions of a particular country or stage of development. Only a genuinely creative application and development of Marxism-Leninism in dealing with concrete problems of the revolutionary struggle can make it possible to deal a death blow at the spurious creativeness of the revisionists and the imaginary Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy of the leftists. Stressing the connection between the Vietnam people's successful struggle and the loyalty of the Vietnam Working People's Party to Marxism-Leninism, Ho Chi Minh wrote, "The party has been tirelessly combating reformist bourgeois trends and petty bourgeois political adventurism in the national movement, the leftist phraseology of the Trotskyites in the working class movement, and the right and left-wing deviations within the party. Marxism-Leninism has helped us to stand up to all trials." Asterisk. Patent testimony to the kinship between right and left-wing opportunism is provided by the evolution of individuals and entire ideological and political trends from revisionism to joining the enemies of socialism. The history of the working class movement is replete with examples of certain leaders or even parties, starting out with a dogmatic ossification of Marxism-Leninism and doctrinaire orthodoxy, and backsliding into the camp of revisionism and becoming avowed enemies of Marxism. Such was the case with certain left-wing communists in the Comintern and with the Trotskyites and Zinovievites in the USSR, who rapidly went over from revolutionary slogans to support of dyed-in-the-wool right-wing reactionaries. Many inveterate sectarians, dogmatists and left-wing adventurists, all those who were opposed to Leninism, the USSR, the world's first socialist country, and the Leninist Party, ended up in the camp of the enemies of socialism, the revolution, and Marxism-Leninism. Trotskyism, as is common knowledge, came out under the false flag of a more left-wing and more revolutionary trend than Leninism. The Trotskyites proclaimed themselves genuine fighters for the world revolution, while in actual fact they were fighting against Leninism. Trotskyism propounded the so-called permanent revolution, whose cornerstone was a denial of the possibility of socialism triumphing in one or several countries prior to the world revolution. The Trotskyites saw the main task of victorious proletariat, not in building socialism but in waging revolutionary wars against imperialism and in instigating revolutions in other countries. The Trotskyites considered a world war the most important way of achieving the goals of the world proletariat. All their theories were marked by a lack of faith in the revolution's internal forces and in the possibility of victory for the socialist revolution in Russia. A lack of faith in the triumph of socialism on a national scale gave rise to the thesis of the degeneration of the party and the inevitable restoration of capitalism in the USSR. At the 7th Enlarged Plenum of the Comintern's Executive Committee in 1926, the Trotskyites tried to accuse of right-wing deviation, not only the CPSU but the entire Comintern. Intertwined in Trotskyism were left-wing adventurism, social democratic survivals, and brazen slander against the leadership of the communist parties and the Comintern. Double-dealing, splitting, and factionalist activities were characteristic of Trotskyism. Leveling slanderous accusations against the Comintern and the CPSU, Trotskyism publicized itself as the sole revolutionary party, and tried to appropriate the right to be called a Leninist opposition, and a revolutionary minority allegedly destined to bring about a revolutionary revival of the bourgeoisified communist parties. In demanding freedom of factions in the communist parties, the Trotskyists undermined the foundations of ideological unity and sought to destroy the party's organizational structure serving the interests of leadership of the revolutionary mass struggle. Trotskyism became an utterly reactionary force and a mainstay of the reactionary bourgeoisie in its struggle against the international revolutionary movement. Much of the Trotskyite ideological and political arsenal has been borrowed by the present-day left-wing opportunists and sectarians, who have objectively formed a united front with revisionism and against Marxism-Leninism and the world communist movement. A departure from Marxist-Leninist ideology and sinking into the morass of revisionism lead to anti-Sovietism and anti-communism. A good example in point is the evolution of Milovan Djilas, the Yugoslav revisionist and renegade from communism. Just like the renegade Karl Koski, who, exposed by Lenin, tried to give an ideological substantiation of the need for armed intervention against the young Soviet Republic, Djilas is now calling on the free world's reactionaries to join in the struggle against the socialist community. Some renegades from Marxism, in fact the accomplices of the right-wing revisionists in Czechoslovakia, demanded that bourgeois governments should sever diplomatic relations with the USSR and other socialist countries. They are now calling for the overthrow of the working class rule in the socialist countries. In the present-day conditions, right-wing revisionism is a kind of stimulator of leftist deviatory trends. Beside the immediate harm it does to the communist movement, revisionism provokes, as it were, the emergence of left-wing opportunism and its growth as a false antithesis to the right-wing deviation. The international communist movement, said Todor Zhivkov, cannot remain indifferent to this. It is an old truth that, no matter how much they war among themselves in the realm of theory, those who depart to the left of Marxism-Leninism and those who depart to the right, in effect help each other and ultimately come together under one and the same banner, the banner of anti-communism. Although the right-wing and the left-wing brands of opportunism are one in their hostility to creative Marxism, either of these opportunist trends may emerge as the main danger at different junctures, this depending on the socio-economic conditions in individual countries. Which form of the distortion of Marxism is more dangerous to a communist party at a particular time depends on the concrete historical conditions, and on the particular form that has the greatest weakening effect on the revolutionary movement in the given conditions, and impedes the development of the class struggle. Thus, any deviations from Marxism-Leninism undermine the Communist Party's militancy and weaken the positions of the working class and the unity of the anti-imperialist forces. Of course, the struggle against opportunism in all its varieties is, in the first place, a matter for the respective communist and workers' parties to decide for themselves. The communist parties cannot make progress unless they wage a resolute struggle for the purity of Marxism-Leninism. At the same time, however, historical experience has shown. International Meeting of Communist and Workers' Parties, Moscow 1969, p. 292. That, if this struggle is discontinued in any section of the revolutionary movement, that has a negative effect on the movement as a whole. The experience of the CPSU's struggle against anti-Leninist factions has shown that the danger of opportunism arises wherever it is not combated. A communist party cannot allow itself to slacken even for a moment the propaganda of Marxism-Leninism. It must vigilantly preserve the purity of the revolutionary doctrine, tolerating no compromise in the struggle against bourgeois ideology. It must be constantly on the offensive against right and left-wing opportunism. The international communist movement arose and has developed in an uncompromising struggle against the anti-Marxist-Leninist ideology and practices of opportunism, revisionism, and left-wing adventurism, nationalism and sectarianism. Past and present experience has shown that major successes in the revolutionary struggle are achieved by those parties which resolutely combat all types of opportunism and left-wing sectarian adventurism, as well as centrism. In the present epoch, Leonid Brezhnev has stressed, when the international class struggle has grown extremely acute, the danger of right and left deviations and of nationalism in the communist movement has grown more tangible than ever before. The struggle against right and left-wing opportunism and nationalism cannot therefore be conducted as a campaign calculated for only some definite span of time. the denunciation of opportunism of all kinds was and remains an immutable law for all Marxist-Leninist parties. Asterisk. Loyalty to Marxism-Leninism, that great internationalist teaching, is a guarantee of further successes for the communist movement. The Communist and Workers' parties see their task in firmly upholding proletarian internationalism and the revolutionary Marxist-Leninist principles against any attacks, unswervingly implementing them, constantly developing Marxist-Leninist theory, and enriching it with the current experience of the class struggle and socialist construction. Proletarian internationalism and the unity of the world communist movement. The communist movement is profoundly internationalist. Communists of all nationalities defend the common vital interests of the working class and of all working people in all lands. Their activities are guided by Marxism-Leninism, that consistent internationalist theory. From the very outset, the communist movement has been developing on the basis of proletarian internationalism and been guided by its ideas. Proletarian internationalism has become a powerful instrument in uniting the working class, all working people, and revolutionary and democratic forces in various countries, in their struggle against the exploiting classes. Under the banner of internationalism and with communist guidance, the forces of democracy and socialism have effected radical changes in the world. Proletarian internationalism keeps on developing together with the world revolutionary process. Internationalism is becoming deeper in content, and its manifestations varied, while the role of internationalism in transforming the old world and building a new society is increasing. 1. Proletarian internationalism, an integral part of the ideology and policies of the revolutionary proletariat. Proletarian internationalism expresses the community of interests and the solidarity of the working class and the working people of all lands, their concerted action in the struggle for the revolutionary transformation of society. The objective basis of internationalism. Working class internationalism stands on a firm objective basis. It emerges from the community of the vital interests of working people in all lands. That is why the struggle waged for their interests by the various national contingents of the working class acquires the nature of a common revolutionary struggle spearheaded against a single enemy, capitalism and imperialism, and against the entire system of exploitation and social and national oppression. This struggle cannot but demand that the industrial workers and all working people in different countries should unite on a worldwide scale. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels provided the scientific grounding for the ideas of proletarian internationalism, developed its principles and raised internationalism to the level of the working class's ideology. Proclaimed by Marx and Engels, the slogan "Workers of all lands, unite," expressed the essence of proletarian internationalism. Proceeding from its principles, Marx and Engels were the first to evolve a common strategy of the class struggle for the world proletariat. Their lives and especially their work in the First International were shining examples of devotion to proletarian internationalism, and a struggle to implement the ideas of internationalism. In the epoch of imperialism, the defense, development, and implementation of the principles of proletarian internationalism are associated, above all, with the activities of the Bolshevik Party led by Lenin, who proved that, under capitalism, there is an ever greater trend towards the internationalization of capital, that the exchange of material and spiritual values among nations expands, and economic relations among states grow. This calls for the ever greater international solidarity of the proletariat and of working people in all lands in their struggle against capital, the more so that, with the transition to imperialism, the working class itself has grown in size and the working class movement has assumed vast proportions. Lenin and his fellow fighters organized a proletarian party in Russia on the basis of consistent and effective internationalism. They worked for the establishment of proletarian internationalism in the world working class movement, specifically in such matters as working class support for colonial peoples and a common struggle waged by workers in all countries against the impending imperialist war. The Marxists defended the position of consistent internationalism in the Second International too. In noting the contribution made by the Second International to the propagation of international ideas among the workers, Lenin, already at the beginning of the century, spoke of the growing difference between word and deed in the policies pursued by its leaders, as an outcome of their having fallen into opportunism. This double standard was fully revealed at the beginning of World War I when, despite the resolutions adopted by the Stuttgart and the Basel Congresses of the Second International, and their solemn assurances concerning the solidarity of workers of all countries, the right-wing leaders of the social democratic parties took up a chauvinist stand and supported their own bourgeoisie in the war, thereby betraying the interests of the working class and of internationalism. The October Revolution and Proletarian Internationalism. The victory of the Great October Socialist Revolution ushered in a new stage in the development of proletarian internationalism. The victory itself, which signified the triumph of internationalist ideas in multinational Russia, became possible as a result of the consistent internationalist policy pursued by the Leninist Party of Bolsheviks, which rallied the working people of various nations and nationalities of Russia in the struggle for socialism. When the rule of the working class and peasantry was established in Russia, proletarian internationalism became one of the decisive factors in the state policy of the world's first socialist country. The ideas of internationalism have been embodied in the relations of genuine equality and friendship among the peoples of the Soviet Union. Guided by these ideas, the Soviet state has invariably come out in support of the working class and liberation movements all over the world. For the first time ever, world revolutionary movement found in Soviet Russia a material foundation for the furtherance of its struggle. Concern for the strengthening and progress of the Soviet land became a common cause for the world proletariat. The working class of the capitalist countries actively supported the working people of the Soviet Union in upholding their rule, building a new society, and defending their gains against imperialist encroachments. Since then, solidarity with the world's first socialist country has, in the opinion of all genuine revolutionaries, been a characteristic feature and an important objective criterion of proletarian internationalism. The October Revolution gave a powerful impetus to the national liberation movement in the colonial and dependent countries, becoming a link between the working class movement in the capitalist countries and the liberation struggle of imperialist oppressed peoples that have joined the mainstream of world revolution. This new unity of revolutionary forces has found expression in Lenin's slogan, "Workers of all lands, and oppressed nations, unite." The emergence of communist parties in many countries, and the Communist International they formed following the October Revolution, gave the revolutionary movement a strength that raised to a new level the struggle for the cohesion and organization of the political army of world revolution. The Communist International and the communist parties it led carried on vast work to develop and spread the ideas of proletarian internationalism and to launch mass campaigns of international solidarity and unity to educate the working class and all working people in the spirit of internationalism. The Communist International rendered outstanding services to the cause by evolving the strategy and tactics for a united front of workers and the peoples of all lands against fascism and war. The implementation of this strategy and tactics were the basis for the unity of anti-fascist forces during World War II. Communists in different countries gave extensive aid to the Soviet Union in the years of struggle against fascism. In its turn, the Soviet Union, which made a decisive contribution to the victory over fascism, performed its historic internationalist duty to the world's nations and helped the peoples of a number of countries cast off the imperialist yoke once and for all, and start building a new and socialist society. Internationalism today. The present stage of the world revolutionary movement has seen the widest spread of proletarian internationalism. With the victory of the socialist revolution in a number of countries and the emergence of a world socialist system, proletarian internationalism has risen to a new stage of development and become the foundation for interstate relations among those countries. Thus, it has now become socialist internationalism, which is ideologically based on a common socio-economic and political system, and on the identical vital interests and goals of the peoples of socialist countries. For the first time in history, a new type of interstate relations has arisen, grounded in the principles of mutual aid and support, and of consistently implemented equality, sovereignty, and non-interference in one another's internal affairs. New opportunities have appeared for the socialist nations to draw closer together in a way without parallel in history. Close cooperation among the socialist countries is a major factor in speeding up the socialist community's progress. In its turn, the strengthening and development of the world socialist system facilitate the revolutionary process and lead to fresh successes of the world revolutionary forces. Implementation of the principles of socialist internationalism as the foundation of relations between the socialist countries has shown its immense effectiveness and its significance to the socialist community. This is seen from the considerable experience accumulated both in the sphere of economic cooperation and mutual aid among socialist countries, and in the cooperation of their political and military activities. It is a feature of the present-day world revolutionary movement that its scope has grown as a consequence of its involvement in the liberation struggle of ever more millions of working people in the capitalist countries, the newly independent Afro-Asian countries, and the close community of interests of all revolutionary and democratic forces. Whatever sector of liberation movement they belong to, these forces have common interests in the struggle for peace, democracy, national independence, and socialism. This community of interests underlies the steady expansion of the sphere of operation of proletarian internationalism's principles. These are the principles that guide the socialist countries and the working class in their relations with other revolutionary forces. Close cooperation among all forces in the revolutionary movement, especially between the world socialist system, the working class movement in the capitalist countries, and the national liberation movement, is of paramount importance to the world revolutionary movement. This cooperation has already yielded good results. The formation of the world socialist system has been an important premise for the achievement of political independence by peoples of many colonial countries. The socialist countries assist them at the new stage of their development, the struggle for economic independence and the solution of social problems, and the abolition of exploitative relations of any kind. There also is growing cooperation among other contingents of the liberation movement. The interests of the working class in the developed capitalist countries and of the working people in the developing countries, which often conflict with the domination of the self-same monopolies, have drawn closer together. The intensified internationalization of capital has laid the foundation for closer cooperation and new forms of organizational unity of the industrial workers and other working people in various countries. The internationalist responsibility of the communist parties. The enhanced significance of unity of the revolutionary forces at the present stage of the liberation movement is also determined, apart from the factors mentioned above, by the mounting struggle between socialism and imperialism. Though imperialism has suffered immense and irreparable losses in recent decades, it still possesses a powerful economic and military potential and retains political and ideological influence over a large part of the population in the non-socialist world. The present situation in the capitalist world provides convincing confirmation of Lenin's idea that the bourgeoisie in all countries, despite the contradictions rending them apart, unite on a worldwide scale to preserve their class domination. The imperialists use international monopoly alliances as a tool to subvert the revolutionary movement. Headed by the US, the imperialist powers have set up a far-flung system of military political blocs and military bases directed, in the first place, against the socialist countries. The bellicose forces of imperialism do not confine themselves to preparations for aggression. From time to time, they resort to arms. The imperialists' subversive activities against the world liberation movement have become far more intensive, with the ideological offensive against the socialist countries and communist parties having been stepped up. The imperialists' efforts to conduct a global strategy against the liberation movement so as to undermine and weaken the revolutionary forces must be countered by the working class and the communist parties through action to form a world front of the revolutionary struggle, and achieve cohesion and unity of all the liberation forces. Upon the communist parties, which stand in the van of the world's revolutionary forces, has devolved the special responsibility of uniting those forces and giving effect to the ideas of proletarian internationalism. Communists are the most consistent of internationalists. In the present conditions, the communist parties have Extensive opportunities for achieving the internationalist solidarity of the revolutionary forces. The attainment of this goal has been facilitated by the communist movement itself having grown in the scope, the quality, and the sphere of its activities in the post-war period. Communists are establishing fraternal ties with other revolutionary and progressive forces and organizations, including the young revolutionary democratic parties that are heading the people's struggle against imperialism and for progressive social changes in their countries. The aid and support given by the Marxist-Leninist parties to other revolutionary forces, as well as the constructive cooperation, mutual aid, the pooling of experience and the exchange of views between them, are enriching the theory and practice of the revolutionary struggle and reveal the extensive possibilities in the policy of internationalism. The communist parties are making a contribution to the further development of the theoretical basis of proletarian internationalism. Proceeding from a profound analysis of the content of the policies and activities of the main contingents of the world revolutionary movement, the communist movement has produced a unity platform for all revolutionary forces in the common struggle. This platform was given the most concentrated expression in the following slogan from the 1969 International Meeting of Communist and Workers' Parties: Peoples of the Socialist Countries, Workers, Democratic Forces in the Capitalist Countries, Newly Liberated Peoples and those who are oppressed, unite in a common struggle against imperialism, for peace, national liberation, social progress, democracy, and socialism. Asterisk. 2. The causes of the differences in the world communist movement. The development of the world revolutionary movement has shown that all its major victories have been scored as a result of the alliance and mutual support of the main revolutionary forces, and the cooperation and unity of the national contingents of the working class, and all working people, on the basis of proletarian internationalism. The experience of history also shows that the working class movement and the revolutionary and liberation forces have had to pay a heavy price, at one historical period or another, for a lack of unity in their movement, which has led to many setbacks and defeats, and slowed down the world revolutionary process. Speaking at the Lenin centenary meeting, Leonid Brezhnev recalled the well-known words of the leader of the October Revolution: "Communists," Lenin wrote, "are in duty bound, not to gloss over shortcomings in their movement, but to criticize them openly so as to remedy them the more speedily and radically." True to this behest of the leader, Leonid Brezhnev continued, "We have to say today that certain weaknesses and difficulties have manifested themselves in the communist movement over the past few years, disrupting its unity in a number of links and preventing communists from making full use of the possibilities of the revolutionary struggle. The complications in the world communist movement have stemmed from a number of reasons, both objective and subjective. New problems of the development of the world communist movement. The pace of world history has greatly accelerated in the last few decades. The revolutionary changes in the world have provided the liberation forces with unprecedentedly favorable conditions in the struggle to transform the old world and build up a new society. At the same time, the new conditions have confronted these forces with new and complex problems both in the overall struggle against imperialism, and in the struggle waged by each contingent of the world liberation movement. A new historical phenomenon is the emergence of the world socialist system, in whose construction communists without relevant experience have come up against a number of problems of the development and regulation of relations among the socialist countries. We are referring to the evolution of a qualitatively new kind of international relations, those between fully equal, sovereign, and independent states. The solution of the nationalities question in some of the socialist countries has proved more complex than communists expected. The development of state monopoly capitalism and the scientific and technological revolution in the capitalist countries have called for a thorough study of the new processes and trends in capitalism's economies and policies. In the new historical conditions, the communist parties in the capitalist countries have been faced with the problem of how to prepare and carry out the socialist revolution, win over and organize the masses for the anti-imperialist struggle, lead them towards the struggle for socialism, and achieve a proper combination of the various forms of class struggle. The upsurge of the national liberation movement has led to the collapse of imperialism's colonial system and the emergence of new national states, whose further advance towards economic independence and social liberation has posed new questions of overcoming their backwardness, forming new coalitions of the progressive forces, and finding new forms of state systems. The world communist movement has also come up against new problems in the accomplishment of tasks in the struggle against imperialism and against opportunist and revisionist trends, and for peace and the unity of the world revolutionary forces and communist parties. It is only natural that communists, as the vanguard of the revolutionary movement, have had to give full and convincing answers to the problems set by life, the new conditions, and the needs of the liberation struggle. Grappling with these problems is no easy matter. Lenin spoke repeatedly about the difficulties raised by the accelerating course of historical development. The uneven development of the revolutionary process. Like the world revolutionary process as a whole, the communist movement has been developing unevenly, especially of late years. Various contingents of the liberation movement stand at different stages of development, the conditions of their struggle are not the same, and they have to cope with specific, and concrete tasks. The world revolutionary process has reached its highest development in the countries that are building socialism and communism, but whose conditions are far from alike. Each of them has traveled an historical road of its own, differs in the level of economic, social, and political development, and retains specific features of national culture and psychology. The variety in the socialist countries' development levels and their specific conditions have created additional difficulties in the establishment of a new society within these countries and in effecting all-round cooperation among them. Still greater diversity marks the conditions for the activities of the national contingents of the liberation movement, which are fighting capitalism and imperialism. The further course of the revolutionary process does not smooth over but, on the contrary, increases the variety of conditions and the features of each country's struggle to attain the common goals of liberation. The communist parties of various countries also work in a wide variety of conditions. The activities of parties which are in power and are guiding the construction of socialist societies have acquired a new qualitative contents. Countries headed by these parties bear the brunt of the struggle against imperialism and carry the main responsibility to the peoples and the liberation movement, responsibility for the destinies of peace and the world revolution. At the same time, each ruling party comes up against specific problems of development in its own country. The communist parties in the non-socialist countries have to carry on the struggle in the most diverse conditions. Their experience of the struggle varies, as do their numerical strength, their influence on the masses, and the methods and forms of their work. The variety in the conditions communist parties have to work in often leads to their employing different approaches to problems of the communist movement, which makes it more difficult for them to give a common appraisal of concrete political situations and evolve a common ideological platform for the movement as a whole. More sections of the people are being drawn into the revolutionary process. With the expansion of the world revolutionary process, more and more people are becoming involved in it, the movement also being joined by people that are immature and unstable, and lack political and ideological training, many of them being full of petty bourgeois prejudice and superstition. These become a source of anti-Marxist, non-proletarian sentiments and vacillations, bring disorder into the movement, and hinder the revolutionary struggle. Communists take into account the complex composition and nature of the social environment the liberation fighters come from in a class society. Such people, especially those from non-proletarian strata of the population, naturally bear in their consciousness and psychology traces of the ideology and psychology predominant in their society, with its bourgeois and petty bourgeois elements and prejudices. Nationalist prejudices are most tenacious. Born of concrete historical conditions of oppression and exploitation of certain nations and peoples by others, nationalist prejudices, distrust and alienation among peoples have become deeply embedded in the minds of a certain part of society. They reveal themselves most often in the petty bourgeoisie and the intelligentsia, but also among backward workers, who have not been through the school of internationalist education. Such survivals live on for some time even after the victory of the socialist revolution, since it is impossible overnight to remove economic and cultural inequality or to eradicate traces of abnormal relations among nations as inherited from capitalism. In certain conditions, national survivals may even flare up unless they are dealt with. Noting these phenomena, Lenin warned of the vitality and stability of petty bourgeois prejudices, i.e., national egoism and national narrow-mindedness in countries with a low level of the development of productive forces, which were for a long time subjected to oppression by foreign powers. Differences in the communist movement and disunity trends in communist parties are in some cases due to the social composition of the parties themselves. When their membership kept growing after World War II, the new recruits included non-proletarian elements that were ideologically immature and lacked internationalist training and experience of the class struggle. This would occur more often in economically backward countries with an undeveloped or poorly developed working class, and with predominantly non-proletarian strata. Immature, inexperienced, and unstable, such elements could become a source of vacillations and extremes in the communist movement. Furthermore, they have proved more vulnerable to the influence of bourgeois ideology, revisionism, and reformism, on the one hand, and to the impact of all sorts of petty bourgeois trends and sentiments, on the other. This has provided grounds for deviations from Marxism-Leninism, both to the right and to the left, and for nationalism. The imperialist ideological offensive. Confronted by the revolutionary changes in the world, the imperialist bourgeoisie have not only refused to lay down their arms, but have greatly stepped up their efforts to hamstring the revolutionary forces, above all the entire communist movement. To that end, they resort widely to powerful economic and political means. The bourgeoisie are especially active in the ideological offensive against the communist movement and the liberation forces. Anti-communism, which has always been the basis of bourgeois ideology in its struggle against the revolutionary movement, has now adopted new and more sophisticated forms. Imperialist propaganda skillfully varnishes the truth about the capitalist world of today. To mislead the working class and all working people, it is out to prove that the scientific and technological revolution is leading to the emergence of a mass consumer society and to the disappearance of class antagonisms in capitalist society. To discredit socialism, the bourgeois ideologists advocate the idea of a kind of classless and humane socialism as distinct from the allegedly inhumane society in the socialist countries. The theory of the convergence of capitalism and socialism and similar ideas are also being disseminated. The bourgeois ideologists' main purpose is to weaken the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas and hamper their further spread in the world. Thrown back in their frontal attacks on the ideology of Marxism-Leninism, the ideological defenders of capitalism are seeking to outflank it by encouraging all kinds of ideological trends, organizations, and groups who come out for the renovation and perfection of Marxism-Leninism, which means, in fact, the voiding of its essence and a departure from its fundamental principles. The bourgeoisie are trying to corrupt the communist and all revolutionary movements from within. The imperialists bank on differences therein and on nationalism. They count on achieving disunity in the communist movement, to set revolutionary contingents against one another, and hamper the unity of working people in the various countries. Bourgeois propaganda is trying in every way to discredit proletarian internationalism, and to distort the very notion. As stated in the joint statements of the delegations of the CPSU and the French Communist Party, imperialist propaganda and also the right and left-wing revisionists and opportunists try to contrapose proletarian internationalism to the independence, sovereignty, and equality of the communist parties. With this aim in view, they have created a myth about the so-called theory of limited sovereignty and the demagogic fable about the two superpowers which, allegedly, decide the fate of the world behind the backs of the nations. Asterisk. The imperialist bourgeoisie are intentionally whipping up the already tenacious nationalist prejudices and feelings of distrust between nations. The significance of the subjective factor. To overcome the present complications in the communist movement, it is important to correctly ascertain their objective causes, which stem from the complex nature of revolutionary processes and the difficulties of the struggle against imperialism. In noting these causes, one should stress that they stem, in the main, from the subjective factor. Lenin constantly stressed the importance of the conscious and purposeful activities of the working class and the masses it leads, headed by a revolutionary party. At the present stage of the revolutionary struggle, the significance of the subjective factor, above all the guiding role of the communist parties, has grown immensely. No objective reasons can of themselves damage the unity of the communist movement if the communist parties pursue a correct policy. Whatever the differences among them, communists are united by the joint main goals of the revolutionary struggle, and by a common Marxist-Leninist theory. Therefore no allusions to objective causes can either explain or, the more so, justify any party's departure from the general movement, from the principles of Marxism-Leninism and proletarian internationalism. The communist parties, especially those that are in power, have tremendous opportunities to inculcate a Marxist-Leninist education in its members and all working people, and to neutralize non-proletarian and nationalistic trends. However, the success of such activities depends, above all, on the ideological and political maturity of the communist parties and their leaders, on their appreciation of the need to place the common interests of the world communist movement above the local and narrow national ones, and on their concern for the common cause. In revealing the roots of the events of recent years within the Communist Party of China, due account should be taken of the objective factors of its development, such as the historically conditioned social and economic backwardness of Chinese society, which only recently did away with feudalism, the low level of the productive forces, the small proportion of the working class, the predominantly peasant makeup of the population, the absence of stable democratic tradition, the deep-rooted nationalism fostered by the country's past, and the lengthy isolation of the present CPC leaders from the rest of the world. These objective circumstances have created conditions for distortions in the construction of socialism in China, and for the growth of nationalistic trends in the country. However, they did not make inevitable the transition of the CPC leaders to anti-Leninist and nationalist positions. The Communist Party of China, which headed the National Liberation Revolution in the country, had every opportunity, after it came to power, to educate the industrial workers and all working people in the spirit of Marxism-Leninism and proletarian internationalism. The CPC leadership could draw from the experience of the Soviet Union and the other socialist countries, which had helped bring about the victory of the revolution in China, and had given it every kind of fraternal aid in building socialism, thus enhancing the influence of internationalist ideas on China. Instead of making use of these favorable circumstances and blocking the spread of nationalism among the petty bourgeois elements and backward sections of the workers, the Chinese leaders themselves succumbed to nationalism. Instead of trying to remedy this malady, they began with nationalistic errors, after which they fell into open nationalism and chauvinism. Conditions of a subjective nature have ultimately proved one decisive in other cases of communist parties deviating from the Leninist internationalist principles. Indeed, though, in a number of cases, communist parties have to work in objective conditions that are approximately the same, the stands some of them take on key issues of the communist movement and proletarian internationalism differ substantially. All this calls for a high sense of responsibility in communist parties and their leaders for the policies they pursue and for the unity of all revolutionary and democratic forces. Nationalism within the communist movement. Nationalism within its own ranks presents a great danger to the communist movement. Thus, nationalism and chauvinism have affected the leadership of the Communist Party of China, who have isolated their country from the rest of the socialist system, and the Communist Party of China from the world communist movement. Nationalist phenomena and trends have also appeared in some other sections of the communist and liberation movement. In its essence, nationalism within the communist movement consists in a departure from the class positions in appraising social phenomena of the times, and in political action stemming from such appraisals. It also means 6. Refusal to cooperate and act in unity with all contingents of the revolutionary movement, above all with the socialist countries. Nationalism manifests itself wherever there is a departure from proletarian internationalism as one of the main features of the class struggle and the socialist revolution. Nationalism is closely linked with opportunism and revisionism. Nationalism, as was stated by Meir Vilner, General Secretary of the Communist Party of Israel's Central Committee, in his speech at the 1969 International Meeting, is manifested in a narrow and inept approach to the problem of national interest, with what are thought to be national interests given precedence over the interests of the communist, anti-imperialist movement. It is doubly dangerous when this tendency surfaces among communists in a socialist country. Experience shows that nationalism may assume the form of either the right or left revisionism. Both varieties inevitably merge when directed against the general line of the communist movement, against communist parties following that line and, particularly, against the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Asterisk. In the communist parties of the socialist countries, nationalism is expressed in a distortion of, or an erroneous and one-sided emphasis on, the narrowly understood interests of one's own country, in contrast with those of the socialist community or the entire communist and revolutionary movement, or else in an imposition of one's views and decisions on other parties. In the communist parties of the non-socialist countries, nationalism manifests itself in a contrasting of national tasks with the international, in an evasion of internationalist duties, in separatism, and in a rejection of united action and political cooperation with other fraternal parties. In both cases, nationalism often takes the form of anti-Sovietism. In some communist parties, a striving to cope with the difficulties facing them, build up their influence on the masses, and win more supporters over to their side leads to an ostentatious demonstration of independence and to a departure from the common struggle. Attempts to strengthen the party's positions by weakening, or even breaking off, its internationalist ties, by rejecting united action with other contingents of the communist movement, lead to a loss of ideological independence of the bourgeoisie and inevitably injure the political prestige of the party concerned, Leonid Brezhnev has pointed out. Nationalism in the communist movement invariably leads to disunity of the communist parties, the socialist countries, and of all the revolutionary anti-imperialist forces. Disunity of the revolutionary forces gravely weakens the liberation movement, slows down the people's advance towards socialism and communism, and benefits nobody but the enemy. The greatest harm has been done to the world's liberation forces by the nationalist policy of the Chinese leadership, which has created serious difficulties in the socialist system and within the communist ranks. All this has encouraged the reactionaries, the imperialists, to show greater activity in their intrigues, and to undertake action against the liberation movement. 3. The roads of the struggle for the unity of the world communist movement and against nationalism and anti-Sovietism. At the present stage, the conditions of the struggle demand unity of all the forces of democracy and socialism. The communist parties are also facing the urgent task of eradicating the differences within the communist movement itself, and of closing its ranks. The differences vary in character, some of them are on particular questions of minor importance, which can be solved through a comradely exchange of opinion, or disappear as the course of events brings clarity into the essence of issues. Others are more deep-lying and substantial, affect vital problems of the communist movement, and call for much time and an uncompromising struggle. The basic line in removing differences, one that was outlined at the 1969 International Meeting of Communist and Workers' Parties, is as follows: the outstanding issues can and must be resolved correctly by strengthening all forms of cooperation among the communist parties, by extending inter-party ties, mutual exchange of experience, comradely discussion and consultation, and unity of action in the international arena. Asterisk. Cohesion of the communist movement in a common struggle against imperialism. Differences on various issues cannot affect joint action by communists in their common struggle against imperialism. On the contrary, it is the joint struggle against imperialism that should resolve differences. Firm unity of the world communist movement rests on effective internationalism. This presupposes not only the proclamation of the principles of proletarian internationalism but their unswerving implementation. As Lenin wrote in the spring of 1917, only lazy people do not swear by internationalism these days. Even Kerensky calls himself an internationalist. It becomes the duty of the proletarian party all the more urgently, therefore, to clearly, precisely, and definitely counterpose internationalism in deed to internationalism in word. Asterisk. A stand in which a declaration of loyalty to internationalism and unity does not go hand in hand with joint action on the burning issues of the international communist movement cannot be called consistent. The weakness and inconsistency of such internationalism are glaringly revealed at moments when the struggle against the enemies of democracy and socialism flares up. The efficacy of proletarian internationalism manifests itself, first and foremost, in a defense of the cause of socialism. Proletarian internationalism, said a delegate of the Syrian Communist Party to the 1969 meeting, signifies that support and defense of the socialist gains in any place, in any country, is a duty of all the socialist countries and of the entire international communist movement. What is meant here is purposeful action to rally and strengthen the world system of socialism, which is the mainstay of the world socialist revolution. On its consolidation hinge the further successes of the entire world liberation movement. Proceeding from the principles of consistent internationalism, the socialist countries and the other national contingents of the working class do and must give ever more aid and support to the people's liberation struggle, wherever it is waged. This help includes moral, material, and political backing, a movement of solidarity with the struggling people, a campaign to unmask the imperialists and reactionaries, and other concrete forms of struggle. Thanks to help and support from the socialist community and the working people and communist parties in many other countries, the Vietnamese people was victorious in the struggle against armed intervention by U.S. imperialism. With help from the socialist countries and other progressive forces, the peoples of a number of Arab countries are defending their independence and social and political gains against acts of aggression committed by Israel and supported by imperialism. Unity of all anti-imperialist forces and the formation of a broad anti-imperialist front are needed for an organized rebuff to the aggressive and reactionary intrigues of imperialism, and for an offensive against it. This problem was focal at the 1969 meeting of Communist and Workers' Parties, which called for united action by all communists throughout the world, by all enemies of imperialism, and all those who are ready to fight for peace, liberty, and progress. The meeting advanced a concrete program of struggle, which can serve as a basis for unity of action by all communists and anti-imperialist forces. The meeting laid special stress on the need for greater militant solidarity of the peoples of the socialist countries, of all contingents of the international working class movement and national liberation in the struggle against imperialism. Asterisk. The extension of links between the fraternal parties. An indisputable condition for consolidation of the communist movement is an all-round extension of links and contacts among the fraternal parties. This is necessary for coordinated action on the international arena and also for a comparison of their positions, and for differences on various issues to be resolved. Marxism-Leninism regards the organizational forms of the communist movement, including relations among communist parties, as deriving from the level of the movement's development, its maturity, and from the essence and nature of problems it has to solve. These forms are improved as the movement itself develops. However, improved forms of the relation among communist parties must not be detrimental to proletarian internationalism. The Marxist-Leninist parties are contingents of one movement united by common interests and aims of the struggle. At the same time, each of them is a national contingent operating in its own country. This position of the communist parties also determines the norms of relations among them. As was stressed in the document summing up the 1969 international meeting, relations between the fraternal parties are based on the principles of proletarian internationalism, solidarity and mutual support, respect for independence and equality, and non-interference in each other's internal affairs. Asterisk. Guided by the principles of Marxism-Leninism and proceeding from the concrete national conditions, Each party outlines its policies and independently selects the lines, forms and methods of work. The independence of the parties in the communist movement has greatly developed at present. The communist parties themselves determine the most efficacious methods of struggle in their own sectors of activities, and have accumulated immense political and organizational experience. All this testifies to the strength and maturity of the communist movement. However, such interpretations of independence as evasion of common international tasks, and neutralism in dealing with common affairs cannot be considered correct. Such independence is fraught with the danger of a link-up with nationalism. Marxism-Leninism closely associates the independence of communist parties with the unity of the world communist movement. The Marxist-Leninist party's growing independence presupposes their ever greater responsibility for the common cause of all communists, the cause of revolution, socialism, and world peace. It is for this reason that the final document of the 1969 meeting of Communist and Workers' Parties spoke so insistently of the heightened significance of a voluntary coordination of action by the Communist parties, their united action in resolving the urgent practical problems confronting the revolutionary and general democratic movement of today, and their concerted action on the international arena, particularly on the fundamental problems of the anti-imperialist struggle. The growth of the international communist movement is accompanied by the development of the forms of relations between the parties. A centralist leadership of the communist movement would not, at the present stage, be in keeping with the level and character of the movement. The meetings of representatives of the Communist and Workers' parties held in 1957, 1960, and 1969 defined new forms of internationalist links between the Marxist-Leninist parties, corresponding to the new stage of development. They include bilateral consultations, regional meetings, conferences, and international congresses. These forms are widely practiced in the communist movement so as to develop a common ideological platform, pool experience, and coordinate political action of common significance to all. However, these forms do not exhaust the entire range of links between communist parties. Practical experience suggests many new forms. International meetings of communist and workers' parties are of particular importance in the present conditions. As shown by the experience of the 1957, 1960, and 1969 meetings in Moscow, they are an efficacious form of exchanges of opinions and pooling experience. They enrich Marxism-Leninism through common efforts, collective discussion, and the hammering out of current political and theoretical questions, and the evolution of a common stand in the struggle for common goals and against imperialism. As stressed at the 24th Congress, the CPSU is in complete agreement with the conclusion drawn by the participants in the meeting about the advisability of holding such international forums of fraternal parties as the need arises. It would be useful for them, said Leonid Brezhnev, to become an established practice of the world communist movement. Communist parties' participation in inter-national meetings and other forms of joint work is a major indicator of communists' internationalism. In its practice, the communist movement has evolved methods and means of coordinating different views and resolving issues. Issues between communist parties can and must be resolved in a way that will not be detrimental to independence and equality of communist parties or their joint work. This can be done, for instance, through comradely advice to a communist party from one or several parties, or through bilateral or group consultative sessions. Polemics in the press are also quite permissible if, of course, conducted in a calm and business-like tone, are closely reasoned and without any distortion of the opponent's position or label striking and giving offense. International proletarian discipline is based on each communist party realizing the historic role of the communist movement, and on a consequent sense of responsibility for the future of the world revolutionary movement. This discipline is not formulated in any international regulations, but stems from the very nature of the communist movement, which is profoundly internationalist. This approach means, in particular, that unity of the communist parties is based on their consistent performance of voluntarily assumed obligations to the world communist and working class movement. As the concluding document of the 1969 meeting says, Each communist party is responsible for its activity to its own working class and people and, at the same time, to the international working class. Asterisk. Communists' profound realization of the importance to each party and to the movement as a whole of unity in the communist movement, and communists' conscientious and honest attitude to the performance of internationalist obligations by the communist parties are an earnest of further consolidation in the communist movement, and its achieving a still higher level. The ideological unity of the communist movement. The best way to eliminate differences and achieve unity of the communist movement is to sum up the theoretical work done by the communist parties and, on that basis, to develop Marxist-Leninist theory and defend its principles and essential ideas, since communists' ideological unity on the basis of Marxism-Leninism is the foundation of their international cohesion. Communists throughout the world, says the 1960 statement of the Communist and Workers' Parties meeting, are united by the great doctrine of Marxism-Leninism and by a joint struggle for its realization. Asterisk. Communists' ideological unity was concretely expressed in the ideological and political platform of the present-day communist movement drawn up jointly at the 1957, 1960, and 1969 meetings in Moscow. This platform is based on the Communist Party's common assessment of the main phenomena and developments of the times, and contains their joint conclusions on the struggle against imperialism, and for peace, democracy, national independence, and socialism. The ideological unity of the communist movement does not preclude but, on the contrary, presupposes the existence of different views and opinions in the approach to concrete problems. However, differences in the views of communist parties do not at all mean inevitable divergences among them on matters of theory, and cannot serve as justification of such divergences, especially when ideas and attitudes that run counter to the essence of Marxism-Leninism and signify a departure from the main patterns of the socialist revolution and socialist construction are presented as a creative development of Marxism-Leninism. Neither can a situation be considered normal, in which the leaders of a particular communist party assume the right of exclusive interpretation of Marxism-Leninism, and impose their interpretation of that theory on other parties. This is what is being done by the present CPC leaders, who are trying to impose their clichés and dogmas on the fraternal parties, under the guise of revolutionary Marxism. Leninism. Things have gone so far that the Peking leaders' views have been proclaimed the acme of Marxism-Leninism. In actual fact, the Chinese leaders are contrasting to Marxism-Leninism their own particular ideology, which is the foundation for the great power nationalistic policy pursued by the CPC leadership, and has nothing in common with Marxism-Leninism and proletarian internationalism. To achieve the ideological unity of the communist parties, it is imperative for further profound research to be continued into the processes and policies of modern capitalism and the main problems of the world revolutionary movement, and to develop creatively and scientifically the strategy and tactics of the communist movement on the basis of Marxism-Leninism and in line with the new world situation and the concrete conditions in different countries. The communist movement today has the greatest ever opportunities to cope with these problems. It has accumulated a wealth of experience incorporated in the development of Marxist-Leninist theory by the fraternal parties. It has highly skilled cadres and numerous research institutions in the socialist and also in some of the capitalist countries, and also brings out theoretical periodicals. Communists have ample opportunities to work collectively on questions of the theory of the communist movement, exchange opinions, and coordinate their views through theoretical conferences, seminars, discussions, and personal contacts. The proposal to hold regular theoretical conferences and seminars of communist parties, which was put forward by the CPSU delegation, was approved by the 1969 meeting. It is also obvious that the vital and basic questions of the communist movement should be dealt with collectively by communist parties at their joint meetings. As was noted at the 1969 meeting, a collective analysis of concrete reality helps consolidate the unity of the world communist movement. In view of the complexity of the ideological problems confronting it, and, in the first place, to solve the key problem of a rebuff to imperialism, the communist movement has in recent years laid stress on political unity, on joint action by the communist parties in the struggle against imperialism. These efforts have yielded significant result, as is common knowledge. At the same time, the struggle has intensified for communists' ideological unity and for their ideological and theoretical differences to be resolved. Joint action by the communist parties has provided ever more favorable conditions for their ideological cohesion. Yet experience has shown that a successful struggle against imperialism and for peace, democracy, and socialism cannot be waged without a firm repulse to bourgeois and opportunist ideology, or without the further creative development of Marxist theory. The ideological front has become ever more important and decisive for the revolutionary battles. In view of all this, the CPSU's 24th Congress declared in its decisions that, at the present stage of the communist movement, work on Marxist-Leninist ideological unity should be intensified, while the struggle for ever greater political cohesion should be continued. This point of view has been supported by the Marxist-Leninist parties of many countries. The significance of work for communists' ideological unity was emphasized at the congresses of a number of parties held in 1971. The July 1971 joint statement of the CPSU and the French Communist Party said that the two parties would work tirelessly to consolidate the political and ideological unity of the world's communist parties, combining national and international tasks. A correct blending of national and internationalist interests in the revolutionary movement is an important precondition for the internationalist cohesion of the working class and the revolutionary forces. Marxists-Leninists regard the movement's national and internationalist interests as closely interlinked and mutually complementary. In the working class movement, Frederick Engels pointed out, genuinely national ideals, at the same time are also genuinely internationalist ideals. Asterisk. The communist parties organize the struggle of the working class and the working masses within the country in question. In this, they act as the most consistent representatives of the national interests. They head a class which in its very nature and its position in social production, is the most progressive, and expresses and defends the interests of the majority of the nation. While preserving its proletarian class nature, the party of the working class is a most consistent and truly national force. National nihilism has always been alien to communists, who have set examples of devoted patriotism, particularly in their country's times of trial. Communists honor their people's national traditions and carefully preserve the heritage of the past, which is capable of serving the cause of progress and consolidation of the progressive forces, and put that heritage in the service of the revolutionary transformation of society. The communist parties give special attention to various problems whose solution contributes to a country's progress, prestige, and grandeur. Communists uphold the interests of the bulk of the nation, demanding higher living standards for the working people, broader democratic rights and freedoms, the independence of their country, and better public education, health services, and social security. Their consistent struggle for peace, democracy, and socialism, i.e., the working people's supreme goals, manifests the truly national character of the communist parties. These are aims that are common to the entire revolutionary movement. Communists believe that each national contingent of the revolutionary movement performs its internationalist duty primarily by doing all it can to overthrow the rule of capital at home, establish the power of the working people, and build up a new society, thereby advancing the common cause of revolution and socialism all over the world. But communists always remember that their national activities are only a component of the worldwide struggle between socialism and imperialism, and that their successes at home greatly depend on the outcome of the worldwide struggle between progress and reaction, as well as on the successes of other revolutionary forces. That is why they consider it their duty, which is also an immediate inner need, to promote in every possible way the growth, cohesion and consolidation of the forces of revolution and socialism throughout the world, to be active in joint action by the proletarian internationalism 469 revolutionaries of all lands, and to help coordinate their general offensive against imperialism. The national and the internationalist responsibilities of each party are inseparable. Marxists-Leninists are patriots and internationalists at one and the same time, and reject both national narrow-mindedness and rejection or underestimation of the national interests. Revealing the interaction of the national and the internationalist, V.I. Lenin wrote, "There is one, and only one, kind of real internationalism, and that is working wholeheartedly for the development of the revolutionary movement and the revolutionary struggle in one's own country, and supporting this struggle, this, and only this, line, in every country without exception." Asterisk. If a communist party confines itself to national tasks or contrasts them with internationalist tasks, it harms the common cause and inevitably weakens its own positions. Such a party constricts the scope and content of its work and breaks away from the world revolutionary and communist movement, that mighty source of strength and influence. To find a correct blend of the national and the internationalist in their activities, the communist parties must, among other things, apply the general principles of the strategy and tactics of the revolutionary struggle, with due regard for the nationally specific conditions, in keeping with the concrete features of the country in question. Such coordination of the general and the specific enables the communist parties to more effectively combat the extremes of national nihilism, on the one hand, and national narrow-mindedness and particularism, on the other. The same aim is served by the study and application of the experience of other communist parties and the entire revolutionary movement. A study of the internationalist experience of the communist movement and its comparison with their own national experience help the communist parties determine the measure in which the national features should be taken into account, so that the latter should be correctly related to the general patterns of the movement. To underrate or neglect the experience of the world liberation and communist movement means weakening a particular contingent's ties with the world communist movement, and divorcing it from that movement. Any underestimation or ignorance of internationalist experience sometimes leads to another consequence, an overestimation of its own experience, conceit, arrogance, and attempts to impose its experience on others. The study and creative assimilation of the experience accumulated by the world liberation and communist movement is of particular importance to communist parties that are effecting guidance of the construction of socialism. The need to combat nationalism. Achievement of the unity and cohesion of the socialist countries, the communist parties and all revolutionary forces, on the basis of proletarian internationalism, presupposes a determined struggle against the various brands of nationalism. The class-conscious workers, V.I. Lenin wrote, combat all national oppression and all national privileges, but they do not confine themselves to that. They combat all, even the most refined, nationalism, and advocate not only the unity, but also the amalgamation of the workers of all nationalities in the struggle against bourgeois nationalism in all its forms. Asterisk. As practice has shown, the principal method of combating nationalism is the unswervingly internationalist education of the working masses. This means, above all, instilling in people a correct and profound understanding of the internationalist nature of the world revolutionary movement, and of the unbreakable community of the interests of the working class and all working people in all countries, in the struggle for their immediate and basic interests and against the common enemy. Internationalist education must foster in working people a realization of the deep-lying connection between the national and internationalist tasks of their struggle. Instilling internationalist consciousness in the working people also means overcoming their nationalist prejudices and national distrust. This is unquestionably a lengthy process, which calls for great efforts, steadfastness, and tact on the part of communists in their approach to others. We must be very cautious and patient, and make concessions to the survivals of national distrust, wrote V.I. Lenin, for the latter is often extremely tenacious, and haste might only intensify it, in other words, jeopardize the cause of complete and ultimate unity. Asterisk. Irreconcilability towards anti-Sovietism. Anti-Sovietism is one of the principal forms of nationalism today. As Leonid Brezhnev said in the Central Committee's report to the 24th Congress of the CPSU, it is precisely the nationalistic tendencies, especially those which assume the form of anti-Sovietism, that bourgeois ideologists and bourgeois propaganda have placed most reliance on in their fight against socialism and the communist movement. Anti-Sovietism is focal in bourgeois ideology and in the policy of anti-communism. That is natural, since, in the struggle against democracy and socialism, imperialism launches its main attack against the Soviet Union, that bulwark of the world revolutionary movement and the leading anti-imperialist force. The ideologists and policy makers of imperialism attempt to belittle the Soviet achievements and give a distorted and negative appraisal of the Soviet system and the home and foreign policies of the CPSU and the Soviet government, this with the aim of weakening the Soviet positions in the world and hampering the construction of communism. The imperialists pin special hopes on undermining Soviet influence on the revolutionary forces and creating in them mistrust of the first socialist country. Thus, the strategic aim of the anti-communist ideologists is to create disarray among the revolutionary forces and weaken them by spreading anti-Soviet ideas and inciting anti-Soviet feeling. Those who take up anti-Soviet positions within the revolutionary and communist movement fully live up to imperialists' expectations. The anti-Sovietism of Fischer, Geraghty, Petkov, and the like has been more than a departure from proletarian internationalism. It has gone hand in hand with anti-party activities within their countries and led them to betray the cause of the working class. All communists and revolutionaries must learn a serious lesson from the 1968 events in Czechoslovakia. Taking advantage of the inaction and connivance of a group of the then opportunist leaders of the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia, the right, which took a manifestly anti-Soviet stand, corrupted the Communist Party and jeopardized the socialist system in Czechoslovakia and the interests of the socialist community. In its analysis of those events in the document The Lessons of Crisis Development, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia drew the following conclusion: an all-round examination of facts about the situation in our party and throughout the country before August 1968 and in a later period confirms that any other decision which did not provide for immediate outside help from the USSR and our other allies, in conditions when party activity was paralysed and the state set up in Czechoslovakia was on the verge of disintegration, stood no chance of success, for it would not have saved socialism in the CSSR. Led by the USSR, the socialist countries came to the assistance of the fraternal Czechoslovak people, defended socialism, and foiled its enemies' schemes. This was a practical manifestation of socialist internationalism at a moment of a grave trial for the socialist countries and all communists. Communists also face another problem. They are well aware that the anti-Soviet line of the present communist leaders of China is aimed at engineering a split among the socialist countries and the world liberation forces. In the extent of their fabrications and slander against the Soviet Union, the Chinese official press vies with the most rabid anti-communist publications in the bourgeois press. The Chinese leaders are hand in hand with the imperialists in their anti-Soviet policies. Engaging in political flirtation with the Peking leadership, the US is encouraging their present line. The anti-Soviet stand taken by the Chinese leaders fills the imperialists with ambitious hopes for the future. China's present hostility to the Soviet Union, US columnist Harrison E. Salisbury writes, opens up broad prospects for the US-led reshaping of the world to the liking of the American ruling circles. The possibility of a rapprochement between the USSR and the People's Republic of China chills the spines of the imperialist ideologists. An about-turn in China's policy, Salisbury goes on, could restore the Chinese-Soviet alliance as a major factor in the alignment of world forces and usher in a new age of cooperation between Russia and China, directed against the rest of the world, particularly against the US, which in that case would face the most serious foreign policy crisis in this century. Immediately after the victorious socialist revolution in Russia, which led to the formation of the workers' and peasants' state, V.I. Lenin called upon the communists of all lands to give resolute support to the world's first Soviet state. The solidarity with Soviet Russia shown by the working people and the communists of other countries was a crucial test of proletarian internationalism, and was repeatedly demonstrated in practice. There are such who think that, with the increasing might of the USSR and the formation of the world socialist system, the Soviet Union today no longer needs support from the working people and the revolutionary forces in the capitalist countries, as was the case before World War II, and that the slogan of such support can be dropped. True, the Soviet Union and the socialist system today hold fairly strong positions, yet solidarity with the Soviet Union and the socialist system is in accord with the interests of the overall struggle against imperialism and is consolidating all the revolutionary forces. That solidarity is part of the working people's internationalist education, for it fosters a class consciousness in them and a readiness to struggle for socialism. As internationalists, communists unmask the reactionary nature of anti-Sovietism and, with good reason, point out that anti-Sovietism in any form is spearheaded against the entire communist movement and the liberation struggle. The call for solidarity with the Soviet Union and the socialist world does not imply that communists should refrain from criticizing them. Friendly advice, exchanges of opinions and comradely discussion of problems, all this in the interests of fraternal cooperation, should be accepted practice in relations between the communist parties. In the past, communists in other countries sometimes revealed a one-sided attitude to the socialist world and in assessing its achievements. They did not see socialism as it was in reality, and failed to take into account all the difficulties involved in the construction of a new society. This led to an idealization of socialist reality and to the appearance of oversimplified notions about socialism. Of late years, some communist stand has shown another extreme, carping criticism of the Soviet Union and the other socialist countries, and a one-sided critical reaction to their actions and to certain phenomena and developments in their lives. It has become fashionable in some quarters to criticize the Soviet Union in the illusory hope that it will make a party respectable, forgetting that history redounds with facts showing that anti-Sovietism has always been the common factor drawing together all enemies of peace and socialism. William W. Cashton, Secretary General of the Communist Party of Canada, said at the 1969 meeting. It is a feature of the world socialist revolution that it originated and won its first victories in the less developed, rather than more developed, capitalist countries. As the initiator in the construction of a new society, the Soviet Union has borne a special responsibility to the world revolutionary movement, and has placed it in the difficult position of a pioneer who had to act in adverse historical conditions and deal with many entirely new problems, thereby clearing the way for other contingents of the revolutionary movement. The Soviet Union was also destined to become the leading anti-imperialist force which shouldered the main burden of the struggle against imperialism. Proletarian internationalism does not rest only on the successes of the revolutionary struggle, but is tested when a communist party comes up against complex problems. The internationalism of communists and the working class is based upon their deep insight into the complex nature of the world revolutionary movement, a correct understanding by each national contingent of the revolutionary movement of its internationalist duty and tasks, and its ability to correctly interpret and assess the contribution made by other contingents of the movement to the common struggle. In some cases, a consistent defense of internationalist class positions in the world may create problems for a party within its own country, but such difficulties can be overcome, whereas a departure from internationalist positions and attempts to sacrifice the general interests of the movement for the sake of immediate national gains usually cause grave detriment to those who embark on this road. It is no easy matter to repair such damage. The entire experience of the revolutionary movement shows that the struggle for socialism and communism is incompatible with anti-Sovietism. There never was and will never be anti-Soviet communism, said Janos Kadar, first secretary of the Central Committee of the Hungarian Socialist Workers' Party. The struggle against anti-communism and anti-Sovietism is of principled significance to the communist movement. 4. The CPSU's consistent internationalism. The international significance of the 24th Congress of the CPSU. The CPSU's unswerving internationalist policy has been a major factor in consolidating the communist movement and the revolutionary and democratic forces. Since its inception, the Bolshevik Party has based its activities on the principles of an alliance and unity between the working class and all exploited masses in the revolutionary struggle, irrespective of nationality. The alliance and cooperation of the working class and all working people in multinational Russia, as achieved by the Bolsheviks, was one of the preconditions for the victorious socialist revolution in October 1917. Guided by the ideas of proletarian internationalism, the CPSU headed the construction of a multinational state of a new type, based on the principles of the equality and sovereignty of peoples, their right to self-determination, the abolition of all national and national religious privileges and restrictions, and the free development of national minorities. Helped by the more developed nations, the Russians in the first place, many other peoples overcame their age-old backwardness in a short historical period, equality being achieved by over 100 Soviet nations and J nationalities, an outstanding example of fraternal cooperation. In the Soviet Union and its Communist Party, communists and revolutionaries all over the world have a bulwark of the liberation movement. Wherever and in whatever form it has taken place, revolutionary action by the working people in the struggle for their interests and rights has always been given immediate support and assistance from the Soviet people. Support for the revolution in China, aid to the Spanish people in the civil war against the fascists in 1936-1939, solidarity with the striking British workers in 1926. These are but several instances of the internationalism revealed by the Soviet people at a time when their country stood opposed, single-handed, to unrelenting pressure from the capitalist world about it. The land of the first victorious socialist revolution became the main bastion of the struggle against imperialism, which persisted in its efforts to strangle the Soviet Union. World War II was a most severe trial for the Soviet people, who, in fighting for their independence and freedom, were defending the future of civilization. The Soviet Army's war victories enabled a number of countries to take the road of independence, revolutionary changes, and the construction of socialism. Progressive mankind has had a high appreciation of the Soviet contribution to the victory over fascism and the Soviet sacrifices in the war. You who lived through the war and you, the younger ones who have studied history, know only too well that the Soviet people and the Soviet army bore the brunt of the struggle against fascism. Over 20 million dead, a sea of blood shed by the Soviet people for their freedom and ours, for the freedom of all European nations. Never shall we forget this, said Gustav Husak, first secretary of the Czechoslovak Communist Party's Central Committee. In the present conditions, the Soviet people are performing their internationalist duty to the world revolutionary movement by scoring more successes in the construction of communism. This is a logical stage in the development of Soviet society, a matter of pride and patriotism for Soviet people. It is also the Soviet contribution to the refashioning of the world and to mankind's progress. The foreign policy of the CPSU and the Soviet government is deeply internationalist in nature. The Soviet Union has given extensive help to the people's democracies in their formation and their development along the road of socialism. Together with other socialist countries, the Soviet Union is taking measures to advance their economic, political, and defense cooperation. The socialist gains of the entire socialist community are safeguarded by the Soviet Army, which is ready at any moment to come to the aid of the fraternal countries in the struggle against imperialism and counter-revolution. The Soviet state is extending firm political and moral support and material aid to nations that are fighting for liberation. It is helping many new Afro-Asian countries to advance their economies, science, technology, culture, and the training of national personnel. Pursuing a policy of peaceful coexistence of states with differing social systems, the Soviet government champions peace among all nations, defends the independence of states, exposes the imperialists' designs and intrigues, and curbs their aggressive aspirations. As stated in the theses of the CPSU's Central Committee for the Centenary of the Birth of V.I. Lenin, true to Lenin's precepts, the CPSU works unceasingly to strengthen peace. The aim of its foreign policy activities is to ensure peaceful conditions for the building of socialism and communism, and create a favorable atmosphere for the struggle of the working people of all countries for emancipation and the social and economic progress of all nations. The 1969 International Meeting of Communist and Workers' Parties expressed broad support for the policy of the CPSU and the Soviet state, which seeks to strengthen the positions of socialism, give all-round support to nations that are fighting against imperialism, and for their social and national liberation, ensure peace and security for all peoples, prevent a thermonuclear war, and promote the peaceful coexistence of states with differing social systems. The CPSU has always attached decisive importance to the task of ensuring the solidarity and unity of all revolutionary and liberation forces, above all, the Communist and Workers' parties. Since its inception, the CPSU, following Lenin's behests, has regarded itself an integral part of the communist movement. Unswerving adherence to its duty as a contingent of the movement has marked all CPSU activities, hence its unflagging attention, throughout its history, to problems of the communist movement. The CPSU has always been aware of its special responsibility to the communist movement. As is common knowledge, the CPSU has come out against all hegemonistic manifestations, and believes that no one party can assume leadership of the entire movement today. All parties are independent and enjoy equal rights. However, the objective position of the CPSU as the senior contingent of the communist movement, which has advanced towards the ultimate goal farther than the other parties and has amassed vast experience in the revolutionary struggle and the construction of socialism, has placed special responsibility on it, and demands of it efforts in the interests of the entire movement. In determining its policies, the CPSU also takes into consideration the communist movement's heightened role in the world. The role of the masses in world development, and of the revolutionary vanguard of the masses grows together with mankind's advance towards social emancipation, the consolidation of the socialist system, and the mounting material and socio-political preconditions for the revolution. This vanguard is able to guide the mass movement and their struggle, i.e., the communist movement. The EuroPSU's policy also takes into account the role of the communist movement for the USSR. Cooperation between the CPSU and the other fraternal parties has become a great revolutionary force. Finally, the CPSU is aware of the features in the situation now taking shape in the communist movement of the present stage. In the past few years, the CPSU's policies have been determined in many respects by the serious difficulties in the movement, perhaps the greatest in its history. In these conditions, the Soviet Communist Party has seen its task in helping communists to overcome difficulties, restore their unity, and enhance the Communist Party's militancy and their role in the revolutionary process. In recent years, the CPSU has been working persistently to achieve unity of action by the Communist parties in the struggle against imperialism. It has advocated broader contacts among the Communist parties. Together with the other fraternal parties, the CPSU has worked hard to evolve a common ideological and political platform of the world communist movement. The CPSU has made a constructive contribution to the deliberations of international meetings of communist and workers' parties. These efforts have resulted in the growing unity of the Marxist-Leninist parties. In working for unity in the communist movement, the CPSU is defending the purity of Marxism-Leninism and giving a firm repulse to all renegades, revisionists, splitters, and nationalists. The 24th Congress marked an important stage in the CPSU's internationalist policy, its decisions mapping out extensive prospects of the USSR's development over the next 5 years and for a longer period. The essence of these decisions, their creative Leninist spirit, and the scope and depth of the problems raised in the Central Committee's report and the documents adopted by the party's supreme body, all these made the CPSU's 24th Congress an event of truly historic significance. The Congress decisions are a source of inspiration to the Soviet people in their heroic achievements for communism, their happy future and peace and progress for all mankind. The Congress was at the same time also a major event in the world communist movement. With the passage of time, this aspect of the Congress is revealed more and more vividly. In the decisions of their Congresses and Central Committee plenums, the fraternal parties stress the following basic international aspects of the 24th Congress. First of all, they note that, by formulating a clear line towards continuing the construction of a communist society, achieving a further upsurge of the economy and perfection of socialist democracy, the Congress set an inspiring example of communist purposefulness, optimism, and underscore confidence in the future, for all the world's progressive forces to emulate. The fraternal parties have gone on to emphasize that the Congress's program of struggle against imperialism and its crimes, and for peace and world security is in accord with the interests of all peoples. It has, in fact, become a platform that is rallying all fighters against imperialism, and for democracy, national independence, peace, and socialism. The peace program, put forward in L.I. Brezhnev's report, is marked by its timeliness and concreteness. If it is received with the same goodwill with which it has been brought forward, it will mean a turning point in the life of all mankind, wrote the Danish communist Landdagsfolk *. The Congress proposals for achieving consolidation of the unity of the world's communists have been welcomed by communists as a major contribution to their common cause. The CPSU has always played and continues to play a key role in consolidating our movement, Edward Gierek, first secretary of the Polish United Workers' Party's Central Committee, said at the CPSU's 24th Congress. In their official documents, most fraternal parties have unanimously supported the 24th Congress's decision to work for ideological and political unity of the communist movement. Speaking of this aspect of the Congress, Rodney Arizamendi, first secretary of the Communist Party of Uruguay's Central Committee, noted the following. The CPSU's 24th Congress has triumphantly culminated the stage of struggles, quests and efforts in the period of victories scored in the international scene as a result of the growing prestige of the socialist system in the struggle for world peace, in the period of consolidating and restoring the unity of the world communist movement and rallying around it the world liberation movement. The Congress's ideas about ways of consolidating the anti-imperialist forces have met with extensive support. They have been acclaimed, not only by communists, but also by many democratic, revolutionary democratic, and mass organizations. This reveals reassuring prospects of the further consolidation and activization of the world anti-imperialist front. The 24th Congress of the CPSU provided fresh evidence of the Soviet Union's adherence to the Leninist policy of support for working-class movements in the capitalist countries, a policy of alliance, unity, and solidarity with all revolutionary, anti-imperialist forces in the world. The Congress emphatically reaffirmed the solidarity of the CPSU and the entire Soviet people with the heroic Vietnamese people and their militant vanguard, the Working People's Party of Vietnam, and with the courageous patriots of South Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, who were fighting against the U.S. imperialists. The tenacity and courage of the freedom-loving peoples of Indochina, says the Congress address, augmented by the unfailing support of the Soviet people, the peoples of the other socialist countries, the world communist movement and all other progressive forces, are the guarantee of their victory over the enemy. The Congress strongly denounced Israel's imperialist aggression against the Arab peoples, carried on with support from the U.S. imperialists. It proclaimed Soviet solidarity with the courageous Arab struggle to remove the consequences of Israeli aggression, and for freedom, independence, and social justice. The Congress of the Soviet Union's communists reaffirmed firm solidarity with the communist parties and revolutionary forces of all countries. In the report of the CPSU's Central Committee, L.I. Brezhnev noted that the Soviet communists highly appreciate the fraternal party's immense work. The CPSU will always march in close militant ranks with them. Conscious of its internationalist duty, L.I. Brezhnev said, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union will continue to pursue a line in international affairs which helps further to invigorate the worldwide anti-imperialist struggle, and to strengthen the fighting unity of all its participants. Thus, the first and principal aspect of the 24th Congress's international significance is that, by laying down the CPSU's political line for the present stage, it has contributed to the Marxist-Leninist ideas on the world revolutionary process and its patterns, and to the struggle of all revolutionary forces. This has ever more enhanced the CPSU's ideological and political role in the communist movement. The Congress conclusions and decisions have made for greater cohesion of communists and all anti-imperialist forces. The fraternal party's participation in the Congress was another aspect of its international significance. Noteworthy in this respect are the following basic considerations. First, the CPSU's 24th Congress stands out as the biggest communist forum in the past 10 years. It was attended by delegations of 79 communist parties with 68 from the non-socialist world, whereas the 1969 meeting assembled 75 communist and workers' parties. 78 parties were present at the Lenin centenary celebrations in Moscow. Second, in their addresses, delegates of the fraternal parties wholeheartedly approved the CPSU's Marxist-Leninist policy, a fact of special significance since it was the outcome of a long struggle for a single Marxist-Leninist line in the communist movement, and against splitters of every kind. It will be remembered that on the eve of the 24th Congress, the Chinese leaders demanded a clear-cut line of division in the communist movement and that each party should announce which side it belonged to. The Communist Party's reply was unequivocal: they sided with the genuine Marxism-Leninism. Third, most of the fraternal party's delegates came out for the further consolidation of communist unity and for practical measures to achieve that end. A great number of parties supported the decisions of the 1969 International Meeting. This, of course, was of great importance in principle. Fourth and last, though the addresses made by the spokesmen of some parties contained viewpoints that did not fall in with the opinion of the majority, nobody contrasted any positions to those of the communist movement. This reflected a general change of climate in the communist movement, though far from all difficulties have been resolved. The participation of 19 revolutionary democratic and 4 left socialist parties in the 24th Congress testified to the growing cooperation of the communist parties and the socialist countries with other contingents of the liberation movement. The extension and consolidation of contacts with revolutionary democratic parties in the developing countries and the establishment of cooperation with mass organizations and movements, and with the socialists and social democrats in the common struggle against imperialism were defined by the Congress as major internationalist tasks of the CPSU. The ideas of the 24th Congress have spread throughout the world and set off an acute ideological struggle. Many fraternal parties have passed special resolutions on the results of the Congress, or approved its decisions in other ways. The most important Congress materials have been published in all the socialist countries, and in a number of other countries. The results of the Congress have been discussed at meetings of communists and other working people. All these facts speak of the worldwide appreciation of the Congress, help educate the working people in the spirit of socialism and proletarian internationalism, and further the struggle for the unity of the communist movement and the revolutionary forces. The entire history of the workers' and revolutionary movement is a record of a struggle for unity. Proletarian internationalism has been making headway in the working class movement in a struggle against nationalism, and right and left-wing opportunism, and in consolidating and rallying all revolutionary forces for the triumph of the common cause. The activities of the vast majority of communist parties today reveal their deep awareness of the importance of unity in the world communist movement, if the imperialists' designs are to be foiled and the cause of the working class is to triumph throughout the world. The striving towards unity of communist parties is expressed in practical steps directed towards achievement of that unity. The Communist Party's efforts towards that end were embodied in the successful work of the 1969 International Meeting of the Communist and Workers' Parties. The Lenin centenary celebrations were another major contribution to communist unity, providing an occasion for extensive propaganda of the ideas of Leninism and proletarian internationalism, and for mobilizing communists for the struggle for socialism against imperialism. That the policy of unity and cohesion in the communist movement has triumphed was aptly demonstrated by the CPSU's 24th Congress and the other fraternal party congresses that followed it. These reaffirmed that such congresses are an important form of communication and cooperation among the communist parties, and of pooling their experience. They have been a major contribution to firmer unity of the world socialist system, the international communist and workers' movement, and all revolutionary and anti-imperialist forces. The communists of all countries draw from the experience of the class struggle the conclusion that strengthening the militant cooperation, cohesion and active coordination of effort by all the fraternal parties of the world is a prime requisite for solving the difficult, diverse problems confronting them. Only by acting as a united international movement will world communism be able to attain its great goals. Asterisk. The line of unity in the world communist movement is one of proletarian internationalism. It is directed towards creating conditions for communists to accomplish the lofty revolutionary and liberatory mission that the entire course of contemporary social development has entrusted to them.